feels like with the bye, you step away a little bit. You get to enjoy the entire NFL slate last weekend. It's like I learned a lot about who Washington is battling for playoff positioning with, but it's an important Sunday, man, because I feel like if you don't get this one today, who are you?
Yeah, if you don't get this one today, you look at the rest of your schedule and say, well, we are now relying on other people. You still are in the driver's seat right now. I did a nice segment on our YouTube page, on the Team 980 YouTube page.
Love Den's office. Love it.
The magic number for Washington is 3. Yeah. If you get 3 wins over the next 4, which is very doable given the schedule that they have, you clinch yourself into the postseason. There's nothing that anyone else can do to rob you of a spot if you are an 11-win team. It is now just about getting to 11 wins.
Sure.
And you and I, a couple weeks ago, we sat here on this very program, incredibly brash. There were a couple of people that sent some text messages about how brash they were about the Dallas Cowboys and that matchup, thinking it was going to be a blowout, and it wasn't.
No.
It was tight. Commanders lose that one. This is a very similar setup. In New Orleans, backup quarterback who's gotten his pictures skewered on social media this week, and Jake Haener. You're a 7.5, 8-point favorite. How do you make sure that you avoid what happened that first matchup against Dallas and not become the joker of the weekend?
I think that was your one-off for the regular season, right? That was the first time all year that they had went into a football game that they were expected to win and just flat out, took a leak down their leg. It wasn't very pretty. They were sloppy in all 3 phases. How do you avoid that? You should have a supreme amount of focus coming out of your bye week. You've had extra time to prepare. We're supposed to be healthy coming into this week, but as we know, there are some lingering injuries that we will monitor here as we get the actives and inactives before 1 o'clock. But I think it's a situation where Washington should be the more desperate team. I know New Orleans technically not mathematically eliminated in the NFC South, so they should match that desperation. But going up against a backup quarterback and a team in New Orleans that just hasn't had a signature win yet this year, I think you really should be licking your chops to try and beat the hell out of this group.
It should be a situation, if we just look at their offense, Jake Haener is a quarterback.
Yeah. As much as you are a person.
I am a person. He is a quarterback, right? Like, I don't know if he's good. I don't know if he's bad. I don't know if he's average. I don't really know. But I know that he does, in fact, play the position. The scary thing about them on offense is 41.
Yes.
Right? Alvin Kamara has had a hell of a season. He is legitimately at the running back spot, carried that team on his back.
Yeah.
If they were better, he is likely in that same conversation, maybe on the outskirts with Saquon Barkley for potentially MVP of the league. He's been that good. How do you stop him? What do you need to do to stop him? And how do you make sure that in the effort of stopping him, this quarterback in Jake Haener, again, don't know if he's good, don't know if he's bad, we know he plays the position. How do we make sure that he doesn't effectively Cooper rush the Washington defense?
Well, we know Jake Haener thinks he's handsome based off of that picture that's gone viral, him showing off his bicep, tricep while throwing the football. It's awful. If you lose to that guy.
That was not great.
If you lose to that guy, you're not a serious football team. But when it comes to stopping Alvin Kamara, it's about this Washington defense, all 11 guys flying to the football, and I think it starts up front. We mentioned, or we haven't mentioned yet, Daron Payne popped up on Friday with a back injury. Normally, when you pop up on Friday as a DNP, it is not very good for your status on Sunday, so we'll see whether or not he is active and able to go. But it starts up front with those guys, man. Joe Witt Jr. talked about it on Thursday, man. They've got to be more violent up front, stopping the run, talking about the defensive linemen playing better with their hands, and the linebackers got to be more decisive. Even Bobby Wagner, who we've made jokes about.
You have a love-hate relationship
being critical
with
of his
Wagner.
play, but if they are going to bottle up Alvin Kamara, it's going to be on that front 7, but everyone's got to come and swarm the football. You add Marshawn Lattimore to the mix. The one thing that we talked about as a potential ancillary benefit here is you get to add a 7th and 8th defender potentially to the box, giving you some more reinforcements to try and stop a super dynamic back who you mentioned is in the midst of a resurgence.
So it feels like in listening to Joe Witt speak, great speaker.
Love him, by the way.
But it feels like there's a lot of the points that he's been saying for the entire year now.
Yeah.
Winning at the point of attack, getting more violent on the defensive front. At what point do they actually do that? Because you've been saying that they're going to do that for weeks now, and then every single week it seems like we have the same conversation. Maybe not for the entire game, but at least for a quarter, right? Like that Giants game is a great example.
Every time.
The final 3 quarters on the run defense was not that bad. The first quarter, Tyrone Tracy had 115 yards. Like, how do you? When are they going to get better at actually stopping the run instead of just tell us about how they're trying to get better at stopping the run?
I don't know. I keep pointing at the potential return of Marshawn Lattimore, allowing you to be a little bit more multiple in terms of, stacking the box and adding extra guys. But our pal John Keim of ESPN this weekend put out an interesting piece kind of highlighting, what Marshawn Lattimore is able to bring to the table here. And one thing he mentioned is Washington playing these single high looks. And surprisingly, when you crunch the numbers, 16th most single high looks in the NFL for Washington. So it's not like they're completely abandoning the heavy box situation. But when they do it, they're giving up 4.5 yards a pop still. So we thought adding that extra body to the box would be the solution. But I don't know. Guys got to step up. I mean, it is what it is. And this is the Saints' interior offensive line that's going to double team, that's going to do a lot of the things that caused you issues in the past stopping the run. So we'll see how they adjust here this afternoon. Another guy to watch, too, is Keandre Miller. I think he's been, more their red zone back here. I know some folks out there have Kamara on their fantasy team and have been quite upset that Miller is taking all the red zone touches. But it's really about all 11 guys flying to the football. It sounds cliche, but it is that simple. When you're stopping the run, man, it's a lifestyle choice, right? Not something
like
you
it
just
always
choose to
feels
do.
like that they're just someone.
Yeah.
I don't know. Like sometimes it's your guy, Bobby Wagner.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's Jeremy Chin. Sometimes it's Luvu. It feels like they're always like one spot too far to the right,
yeah,
and then they go left, or one spot too far to the left. You get trapped in a double team. They go in the C gap, and they're up the field for 6-7 yards. It just always constantly feels like they're literally just a couple of feet in the wrong spot, and then you get gashed, or not gashed, but death by 1,000 6-yard runs.
Mm-hmm. And it's been more than just 6-yard runs. We mentioned it. It feels like every week here on the pregame show. Washington bottom 5 in the NFL in terms of runs of 10 or more yards allowed. And they're giving up chunk runs. They're giving up the small chunks. And they just got to get better overall in that area. And I'm going to sound like a broken record here. It is about all 11 hats flying to the football. You mentioned guys not being in their gap and it being one guy sometimes that messes things up for Washington on the defensive side of the football. Guys got to take it personally, man. If you're going to be a playoff defense, if you're going to consider yourself a playoff team, you got to be able to stop the run, especially in the month of December and January, because when it gets cold outside, you're going to have to stop it. In 3 of the next 4 weeks, you're going up against rushing attacks that want to run the football. Atlanta wants to run it. Philly wants to run it, and we know Dallas or Rico Dowdle finding his legs want to run it. So
certainly, you're listening to the Burning Gold pregame show. Denton, Linnell, Willingham. We are at Center Pocket in Bowie, having a great time out here. Doors open in about an hour. I was told, Linnell, by the powers that be. Big Daddy told me the chicken wings are the best in the DMV. So you and I are going to get some
we will
chicken
for
wings
sure
at
put it to
some
the
point.
test.
We're going to put that to the test. They've been very welcoming to us so far. You mentioned taking things personally. Marshawn Lattimore is playing for the first time in a Commander's uniform today. He's playing against his former team.
Yeah.
That has very much been a storyline both in this locker room and in New Orleans' locker room. There's been a lot of guys who had Saints roster that have been asked about that, and I was listening to something that Tyrann Matthew said, and he said, yeah, we are expecting that Marshawn Lattimore is going to take this one a little personally.
Yeah, he is.
What does that mean, and what are expectations for him that are fair? Like, obviously, I would love if first play pick six to the house, high step back there, chuck the ball into the stands, rah, here we go. But what are legitimate expectations for a guy that has not played in what feels like 2 months?
Yeah, before you start talking about expectations, you got to talk about who this guy is. It's probably the most decorated corner Washington's had in this organization since D'Angelo Hall in the mid-2010s. I mean, this is a guy that's got ball production. He's physical at the point of attack. He's got great ball skills. He's going to come up and play the run. He's a really, really good competitor and somebody that I think boosts everybody on this defense. But he said it, I think it was Friday when he spoke, and I think this says all you need to know about the type of competitor Lattimore is. He said, look, man, I'm going out there and trying to prove that I am the best guy on the field. Guys don't normally come out with that type of bravado before they've played a down in a new uniform, but he's being straight up about it, saying, look, I want to be the best guy on the field. I want to help elevate this defense and, more importantly, show New Orleans why they shouldn't have moved on from me.
When was the last time that you can remember? We've had good corners here. We have. I thought Josh Norman had a pretty good season when he first got here. Kind of tailed off a little bit towards the end.
For sure.
But I don't know that maybe D'Angelo Hall was the last corner that had that confidence. Saying, I am going to make that. Not only do I want to be the best player, like from a personal standpoint, but I'm going to elevate this defense to where it is going to be better because I am on the field. I love that mindset. That feels like a Dan Quinn, Joe Witt kind of mindset.
Exactly.
I wish everyone on the defensive line had that mindset, but it feels like Marshawn Lattimore can actually back that up.
I feel like he can, and the big thing that we'll continue to talk about throughout the morning leading up to kickoff here is how does it help the rest of the defense? And when you've got a guy with that type of confidence, it comes with actual skill. He's not a guy that's what's the old saying, all bark, no bite. He is 100% bite, and he's going to bark with it too. I look at some of his matchups with Mike Evans in the NFC South. That has become like the new Cortland Finnegan versus Andre Johnson. They battle, and I think Washington needs more guys with that type of mindset. You mentioned Joe Witt, Dan Quinn, trying to instill a culture on this roster and within this organization. Marshawn Lattimore is another one of those building blocks because of the mentality that he's going to play with.
I mean, I hope we don't see that Mike Evans-esque rivalry today.
I hope not. Is there anybody worth battling?
I was going to say, have you looked at could you name the Saints wide receivers without looking at the depth chart? I could name one.
Marquez Valdez-Scantling is about all I got for you. I know Juwan Johnson's one of the better athletic tight ends in football. That's about it, though. I don't have any receivers for you.
There's not a lot more. You get Kevin Austin Jr.
Who?
Don't have a huge file on him.
Even you being the college guy.
I mean, he played at Notre Dame.
Oh, a Notre Dame wide receiver?
Notre Dame wide receiver.
That means he's a Jag because they never have a quarterback.
Don't have a great file on him. I do know Cedric Wilson Jr.
Oh, yeah, okay, yes.
Around the league a little bit.
Sure. He's been in Kansas City. He's been in Chicago. He's been a couple places.
You get to Mason Tipton.
Is there any relation to London?
I was going to.
Any relation to London, my millennial brother? That's crazy.
He is a rookie from Yale.
Okay, smart guy.
Smart guy.
So maybe we won't see the 11 penalties that we saw in the first quarter from the Titans a couple of weeks ago because they're smart.
He has 14 receptions for 99 yards on the season.
Impressive.
Cedric Wilson has 13 receptions for 159 yards on the season. Dante Pettis.
Oh, I know that guy. He's still around.
He's still around. He has 3 receptions for 22 yards on
point proven. Point
season. Like if I pull up the stats for New Orleans on the receiving end of things, it's you know who, Alvin Kamara at the top.
Right.
Chris Olave at second with 400 yards. He hasn't played in like 6 weeks, I think.
He's got a really bad concussion.
Very long time. Your guy, Juwan Johnson, where he's Shaheed, who is hurt. And then the leading receiver that is active today is Valdez-Scantling with 288 yards in 5 games.
Yeah, he's someone that you mentioned hasn't been there long, but he's going to be crucial for Washington, right? You cannot let him beat you over the top. That's why, to me, it's so important that you get physical at the point of attack and stop the run from the get-go. We mentioned Alvin Kamara on pace for 1,200 yards and 10 touchdowns. He's having a monster of a year. If you are Washington, though, if you allow New Orleans to have any type of success in the run game, you then expose yourself to Marquez Valdez-Scantling.
You got it. No,
taking
you're right.
you over the top. Beating you over the top, and that's one thing I do worry about here in this game. If there's anything I'm going to be concerned about with the Saints offense.
I think from now on we're going to call him MVS.
Thank you.
I'm
an acronym guy anyway.
Scantling is literally like a vocal warm-up that you do when you're getting ready for radio. My vocal warm-up is usually Benedict Cumberbatch is a feminist lumberjack, but I could add Marquez Valdez.
Run that back for me one more time.
You never heard that?
I've never heard of that.
Benedict Cumberbatch is a feminist lumberjack.
I'm not even going to try that.
That gets your vocal cords
I'm
going.
not going to. That is a nice jacket that my man's wearing right here. Out of center pocket and Bowie. Come see us, man.
I mean,
that's a hell of a jacket.
We're going to have a great time. We got all Commanders fans here, too, as well. So if you want to watch the game with like-minded Commanders fans, this is the place to be. We're not going to – hopefully we're not going to see
Eddie's got the big hat.
We're not going to see any Cowboys fans, any Eagles jerseys, none of that stuff. It's just all going to be Commanders. I was giving you some stats. I would just like to give you the stats so far in the season for Jay Kaner, just so our listeners can get an idea outside of what he is from the pictures with the flexing and the duck lips and all those things.
He's sassy.
He got a little sass.
He's definitely sassy at the quarterback.
Is that Fresno State sass?
Oh, that explains. He went to Fresno State?
He went to Fresno State.
He's probably a swimmer in his spare time.
That could be true. He's played 7 games. He has attempted 29 passes. He's completed 14 of those for 177 yards and 1 touchdown. That is the guy that is going to be starting at quarterback for New Orleans today, which goes back to our earlier point.
Yeah.
You can't let him Cooper Rush you, because Cooper Rush a couple weeks ago against Dallas, he played maybe the best game of his life. You can't be giving, like, I know it's the holiday season. You want to give out.
Sure.
You want to help the less fortunate. Let's not give him the game of his life.
That's the thing, though, with the Cooper Rush explosion that we saw a couple of weeks ago. It was all off of their ability to run the football and have some threat of a running game with Rico Dowdle. CeeDee Lamb got in the mix as well. If Washington can limit Kamara, I don't think Haener and the Saints have the personnel offensively to beat you in a straight drop-back passing game. They just don't. So it starts with bottling up Kamara, so the play-action stuff is less effective here. But it's easier said than done is what I would say.
Much easier said than done. Coming up in about 15 minutes, Kevin Sheehan of the Kevin Sheehan Show is going to jump on and join us. But we buried the lead a little bit, Linnell. Yeah. Number 5 is back in the state of Louisiana. What did it look like his last 3 games in Louisiana? Could that be maybe a sign of things to come this afternoon? We'll look back at his final 3 games when he was a member of LSU and what to expect today. When we get back, it's a Burgundy Gold pregame show. He's Linnell Willingham. I'm Denton Day. Come hang out with us at Center Pocket and Bowie. Don't go anywhere. We're right back.
The Team 980.
Perfect.
Football season is truck season here at Oarsman Chevrolet of Bowie. So break free from the pocket, scramble over and score big on the new Silverado of Colorado, or even the new Blazer with clutch 1.9% financing and no payment for 90 days. General Sales Manager Brian Sargent here, and I'll even toss you an extra $1,000 for your trade, plus the Oarsman Promise, including a lifetime engine guarantee. Run a go route straight to Oarsman Chevrolet of Bowie or BowieChevy.com. Together, let's drive.
And remember, you always get your way at Oarsman Chevrolet of Bowie.
B-Mitch here. Big changes are happening in the DMV. And just like our upgraded football team, now is the time to upgrade the comfort in your home with a Rude HVAC system. I did, and the difference is night and day. My family and I felt the change instantly. And if you don't have a Rude system yet, trust me, you're missing out. Plus, there are tax-eligible options for you in the DMV. And if you're in Maryland, you might score some utility rebates. So head over to Rude.com, find a local pro partner, and get ready for winter. Always remember, if it ain't Rude, it ain't right.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for University Housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like you know to check the propane tank on your grill first before hosting a tailgate.
Let's fire up. Here, let me try. Seriously? You didn't check the propane? Who wants chips?
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Salt and vinegar?
You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Every 2 minutes, a woman in the U.S. is diagnosed with breast cancer. And in that split-second moment in time, her life changes forever. The toll of breast cancer is great. The need to support those who are battling the disease today is even greater. And that's why when others look away, Susan G. Komen leans in. We're fighting alongside patients because we know one moment can change a lifetime. Fighting breast cancer takes funding for research to discover the next new treatment, providing access to quality and affordable health care, and people willing to take action by raising funds and raising their voice to advocate for others. United by hope, we can end breast cancer. Join our fight. Save lives.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for University Housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Meet Cheryl.
Hey.
She's on vacation and lost in the moment. Unfortunately, so is her Chase debit card.
It's gotta be somewhere.
Maybe she lost it at salsa night.
These skirts should have
Hey, you got
pockets.
Kevin's
Or
number,
maybe
right?
she lost it at Pilates.
3 and 2 and
But she's not worried. With the Chase mobile app, she can lock her card till it turns up.
He is,
Tools that help protect.
on
One bank that puts
11:30.
you in control.
Or
Visit
whenever we get back from the
chase.com/checking.
Hokies hard
Chase,
out.
make more of what's yours.
Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC.
It's the Burgundy and Gold pregame show with Linnell Willingham and Denton Day. Presented by Rude. If it ain't rude, it ain't right.
It's the Burning Gold pregame show. Denton Day, Linnell Willingham. We are live from Center Pocket in Bowie, about 90 minutes from kickoff in New Orleans, Linnell. Jaden Daniels making his return to the state of Louisiana. He was a great quarterback at LSU for 2 years, won the Heisman Trophy, and obviously that is why the Commanders drafted him number 2 overall. What are your expectations for him in his return? Can I give you some numbers that maybe will adjust your expectations?
Please do, because I'd love to hear this.
So his final 3 games in the state of Louisiana. This is the first time he's playing in Louisiana since he was a member of the LSU team. That final game in late November of last season against Texas A&M, he was 16-24, 235 yards, 4 touchdowns, had 11 carries for 120 yards. Pretty good. The game before that, the week prior, Georgia Southern, not a great team, but we're still going to use these numbers. 25-30, 413 yards, 6 touchdowns, 96 yards rushing. 500 total yards. He also had 2 rushing touchdowns. 8 total touchdowns in that matchup. But here's the one that he loves, because this is the infamous Florida game. Remember, when they drafted Jaden Daniels, somebody asked, what were you like in college? And he said, look at the Florida tape. 17-26, 372 yards, 3 touchdowns through the air, 12 carries, 234 yards, and 2 yards rushing.
Monster.
Pretty good.
Pretty darn
good. There's a reason he's the Heisman Trophy winner. I don't know that you'll see numbers as eye-popping as that, but I wouldn't put it past him.
I was about to say, you would be a crazy man to bet against him. I think he is the type of dude that has the mental makeup where in these games, going back home to the state of Louisiana, where you played your best college ball at, not home, technically he's a Cali kid, but going back to the state of Louisiana, I think he plays big. I will say this, though, the Saints defense, minus Marshawn Lattimore, still has some pretty talented dudes up front, including our old pal Chase Young, who's coming off of his best game of the season.
Game of the year.
Another DMV stud, Brian Bresee, out of Clemson, is in the midst of a career year with 7.5 sacks. So I think it's key that they continue to protect him up front. But one thing you notice when watching the Saints defense, a lot of gap integrity does not exist with that group. So I think Jaden will have a lot of opportunity today on the ground to really get things going with his legs. We saw it last week, though. He is back healthy. We saw it against Dallas. He is back healthy as a runner. That is where I expect him to have his biggest impact today, because if I'm being honest, when I look at our receiving core minus Noah Brown and Austin Eckler against the Saints DBs, including Kool-Aid McKinstry, who I'm extremely high on, Tyrann Mathieu, who I'm extremely high on, it ain't going to be easy. I will say that. It will not be easy. They're going to have to establish the run before JD5 can get going.
Yeah, it's certainly unfair to think that he's going to put up like Georgia Southern numbers up against New Orleans Saints.
Yeah.
That was not the point of sharing those numbers. But we have seen time in and time out, when he faces good defenses, he usually steps up to the plate. That Tennessee matchup is a perfect example of that.
Yeah, for
While
sure.
Tennessee stinks on offense, defensively, they were one of the better teams, top 10 in the NFL in total defense, and Jaden Daniels made them look like chumps. He made them look like Georgia Southern. I'm excited to see what he's going to be able to do, but I am curious as to who is going to step up in the absence of Noah Brown. It kind of felt like that injury news came almost out of nowhere. You know, we had the bye week,
Sure.
so no one was really thinking about it, at least too intensely, and then we get the news from Dan Quinn, he's probably done for the year. Who are you looking at today to step up, and why is it going to be Luke McCaffrey, who I've already bet anytime touchdown plus 950?
I think Luke McCaffrey's got a good opportunity this week. When KJ Osborne comes back, I think it's going to allow, with Jamison Crowder coming back, I think it's going to allow McCaffrey to play a little bit more on the outside as more of that extra, that Z receiver. But I think the guy that benefits today on a fast track in New Orleans is De'Ami Brown, whether it's in the screen game, whether it's taking the top off of the Saints defense. He's someone that's gotten more involved here over the past couple of weeks, and I think he's proven that he is a physical guy, and that was not his profile coming out of North Carolina. I love the way he's played in the run game, helping pop some of these runs that would have gone for 10 or 12 yards to 20 and 30-yard runs. So I think De'Ami Brown ends up being the biggest beneficiary. Terry McLaurin, during the media scrum this week, had a lot of really kind things to say about Diami, is what I think is what his actual name is, 'cause that's what Terry calls him, Diami. But I think
have
he
we
is
been saying his name
wrong
for
the whole
3
time.
years?
I think so, because Terry said Diami, unless Terry just has a joke with him. I don't know. But I think De'Ami Brown, Diami, number 2, is going to be the guy that I think has a major impact offensively, minus Noah Brown.
I'm going to say it's Diami. I literally was talking to a former UNC quarterback who calls their games, and he also called him Diami.
So Terry maybe it's
there must be
Indy
some
slang.
sort of inside
his Indy twang, maybe called,
some inside joke. I mean, these guys love each other, which is great. I mean, the whole locker room does. The thing about Diami is that he seems to always play bigger than he is.
Yeah,
like he's only 6 feet, but when you get him in the screen and he starts to run upright, it sure looks like at times he's in that neighborhood of 6'2", 6'3", and then he got those legs and he is moving. The thing I've loved about him is when he gets the ball, he takes advantage of the opportunities.
Yeah, for sure.
Obviously, he had that one drop in the earlier portion of the season at the back of the end zone. We were just like, dude, come on. Like, you have to catch that.
Yeah.
But they scored on that drive anyway, so you put that bygones be bygones. I would love to see him get more involved. I was stunned when I looked at the odds today because, I've been on this Luke McCaffrey thing since literally September. And eventually I'm going to get rich. Eventually. One day. KJ Osborne, who just signed with the team, has better anytime touchdown odds today than Luke McCaffrey. KJ Osborne is 9-1. Luke McCaffrey is plus 950. I was stunned by that.
Vegas clearly doesn't know anything.
They know something. That's what I'm afraid of.
Well,
they know something.
I hope they don't know too much.
Hopefully not too much. I'm not going to be upset if KJ Osborne scores, but I would love it if it's Luke McCaffrey instead. If you're listening on 106.7 The Fan, you want to switch your dial to the Team 980. You're getting Hokies basketball after this next commercial break. So turn over to the Team 980, continued coverage of the Burgundy and Gold game day. When we get back, our guy Kevin Sheehan going to jump on with us, preview this matchup from New Orleans. Don't go anywhere. It's your Burgundy Gold pregame show.
The Team 980.
Serving part-time in the Army National Guard has led to a lot of firsts for me. It paid for me to be the first person in my family to go to school. That education got me to the first day at my dream job, which I can still hold while I serve part-time. That job and the home loan benefits I got from the Army National Guard helped me buy my first house. I also know that I will be one of the first to respond if my community ever needs me.
Sponsored by the D.C. Army National Guard. Aired by the Maryland, D.C., Delaware Broadcasters Association and this station.
Meet Cheryl. Hey. She's on vacation and lost in the moment. Unfortunately, so is her Chase debit card.
It's gotta be somewhere.
Maybe she lost it at salsa night.
These skirts should have pockets.
Or maybe she lost it at Pilates.
3 and 2 and...
But she's not worried. With the Chase mobile app, she can lock her card till it turns up. Tools that help protect. One bank that puts you in control. Visit chase.com/checking. Chase, make more of what's yours.
Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
These are real stories of audiologists and the people they helped.
She was such an adorable 5-year-old.
I saw her at 73.
Baby was just a tiny 6-month-old.
Nobody else had concerns.
She wasn't participating and slept mostly.
Unaddressed hearing issues in babies can affect them for life.
Her mom listened to her gut and brought her in to see me.
They assumed the reason was her dementia.
So I fitted the little guy with a hearing aid.
Mom was right. Her daughter couldn't hear high frequencies.
I found instead it was a profound hearing loss.
And after helping her, educationally, she just took off.
He's 5 and doing so well.
Everyone has the right to communicate.
She's participating in life again.
Are you or someone you know having difficulties with hearing or balance? An ASHA-certified audiologist can help. Visit us at asha.org/public.
We weren't sure adoption would happen for us, but when it did, it happened threefold.
Mary and her husband first met their 3 children when they became their foster parents. Little did they know that their house would become the siblings' forever home.
We had to help them adjust to the idea that they wouldn't have to leave. Children in foster care have lived and survived so much. We had to help them process their trauma. And now to hear our children say that they know they have a mother and father who take care of us, teach us, and love us means everything.
The Dave Thomas Foundation for Adoption is committed to finding safe, permanent homes for the longest waiting children in foster care.
I not only love these kids, I am just so proud of them.
You can help. Visit davethomasfoundation.org.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like, to check you have a full tank of gas first before road tripping through the desert.
Empty? Seriously? Maybe I can walk.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Maybe I can't.
You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary. Terms apply. Allstate Fire and
Oh
Casualty
my
Insurance
gosh.
Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hi, I'm Dr. Peter Stahl, board-certified urologist and senior vice president of men's sexual health at HIMSS. I've helped many guys with ED in my 12 years of practice.
Big Phil,
but now you
inactive
can get
again.
world-class
Wow.
care for ED 100% online by going to hims.com.
Greg
So what are you
Joseph is
waiting
kicking,
for?
so
To start your
Nozan
free
gets up.
online visit
Another
and
new
find
kicker.
ED treatment at up to
Holy
95%
cow.
off brand name
We have a new
prices.
kicker
Go to
every week.
hims.com/joy.
It's the Burgundy and Gold pregame show with Linnell Willingham and Denton Day. Presented by Rude. If it ain't rude, it ain't right.
It's the Burgundy and Gold pregame show. Denton Day and Linnell Willingham. We are live from Center Pocket in Bowie. Come hang out with us. Come hungry for the game. About 90 minutes away from kickoff. Before we get to Kevin Sheehan, the great Kevin Sheehan, we have the official inactives list for the Commanders, and right at the top of that list, Linnell, is Tyler Biadasz out with an illness. He's been sensational this year for Washington, which means he's not going to be good to go. That's going to heavily adjust what they're trying to do in the run game. On top of that, Zane Gonzalez isn't going to be good to go, which means Greg Joseph, who the team just signed a couple of days ago, is going to be elevated from the practice squad, and he's going to be kicking. And new wide receiver KJ Osborne is inactive as well. Remember 3 minutes ago when I said he had better odds than Luke McCaffrey for an anytime touchdown? I hope nobody bet KJ Osborne. And for the second week in a row, Fedarian Mathis is a healthy scratch, which sure seems like, just based off of how they handled Emmanuel Forbes and Jamin Davis, that we might have seen the last of Big Phil in a burgundy and gold uniform.
Yeah, it's been interesting to hear some of the scuttlebutt internally about what is causing Fedarian Mathis not to be active right now. Dan Quinn described it as healthy internal competition. I'll say, according to the folks I talked to, it's a little bit more than that, but we will keep it at just that. Tyler Biadasz not being active, though, I think is massive. I mentioned Brian Bresee and the way that he has been playing, 7.5 sacks on the year. He's got kind of a guy that's playing out of position when you talk about what he was at Clemson and what New Orleans has him doing. He's a guy that's got major juice in terms of getting up the field and being a penetrating, disruptive force. I think Michael Dieter is probably the guy that's going to get the start. Played a lot of football over his career. Last year was the starter for the Houston Texans due to injury. He's going to have to step up. I think it puts more onus on Cosme and Nick Allegretti as well, helping Dieter out to try to stop what New Orleans has on the interior. It is a big loss, too, from a communication standpoint, as Biadasz is the guy that calls out the protection. And
it will be Michael Dieter, according to Nikki Javala. So let's go to the phones. We welcome on Kevin Sheehan, the host of the Kevin Sheehan Show, 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. Eastern, every Monday through Friday on the team at 980. Kevin, your reaction to no Biadasz today for the Commanders?
He's been really good, but I mean, if you can't beat the Saints without Biadasz, you've got bigger issues. Seriously, he's been excellent this year, and next man up, as Doc Walker would say. You got a team that's starting, a second or third string quarterback. They've been ravaged by injuries this year. The Saints have. They started the season by winning 2 games and averaging 45.5 points per game, and then they lost everybody. So Washington should be able to go down there and deal without Tyler Biadasz.
Yeah, that is the hope, Kevin. We talked about defensively what the real issue is going to be, and that is keeping Alvin Kamara bottled up. I talked to you yesterday on the phone on overtime, and we mentioned Washington's inability to stop the run. It's been a talking point each and every week here on the Burgundy and Gold pregame show. How much confidence do you have today that Washington, in a gotta-have-it situation, can keep Kamara bottled up just enough so that they can catch a victory?
Yeah, that's the key to today's game. I mean, not necessarily winning the game, but keeping it from being a competitive, close game is stopping the run. You know, if they don't stop the run, which they've struggled to do, and New Orleans can stay in, you know, decent down and distance for their young quarterback, then, you know, defensively we've seen this team reel at times, you know, when teams stay on, you know, on the sticks and stay in good down and distance. We witnessed it a few weeks ago against the Cowboys with Cooper Rush. That's the key, and they've got a dynamic back. I mean, he does everything, and if you can't stop the run today, then it's likely going to be a closer game than most people want it to be. If you do stop the run today and you put the game on Jake Haener, he's something that nobody is thinking he is at this point. It should be a lopsided win.
Kevin, what excites you the most about getting to see Marshon Lattimore in action today for the first time in Burgundy and Gold?
Everything, Denton. I mean, his coverage skills, how they play with him on the field, who else plays when he's out there. You know, I feel like we've been talking about that for weeks now. You know, will they be able to kind of commit more to the box with less risk than they've had when they've done it before? You know, I think we've got to give this guy some time. He's been out for a while. It's a hamstring. These soft tissue injuries are always, you know, another, you know, hard turn or quick turn away from being re-injured again. So I hope we can see him out there for the duration that he's healthy, and then it'll be interesting to see how they play with him on the field. And a lot of our answers will come to a lot of the questions we've had over the last month.
Yeah, I'm really curious to see who plays opposite of Marshon Lattimore. That outside corner, we'll find out in about an hour and change. But on the offensive side of the football, Kevin, Washington came out like gangbusters against the Tennessee Titans, looked fresh, firing off the football against a front that, you know, I predicted they'd have some struggles against. Obviously today the key is running the football. Without Biotish in the lineup, is there any concern from you at all about a guy, local cat, and Brian Bresee, who's having a career year, coming in and potentially wrecking things on the interior?
We'll see. I mean, if Biotish is that important to their run game, and look, they have had a really good season with him. He's been terrific. He's been terrific for the young quarterback. Let's not forget that one out and got Tyler Biotish is they wanted a veteran center. That rookie's now, you know, about to play his 14th game in his rookie season. So hopefully that part is less impactful with the loss. But quick game, run game, using the quarterback in the run game, hold up, then that would be a problem because it's interior, you know, wreckage, which you never want in the NFL anymore. But I love what they did against Tennessee. I felt like they didn't do enough of it against the Cowboys in particular, and I think that they can move the football. This is a really good offense, as we've seen in terms of what they're capable of doing. And we got back to that in the last game. I'll reserve judgment on Michael Dieter and whether or not it really impacts the game until I see what it looks like without Biotish.
Talk with Kevin Sheehan here on the Burning Gold pregame show. We're live at Center Pocket in Bowie. Kevin, you mentioned that rookie quarterback. This is his first game back in the state of Louisiana since his days in college. The last 3 games he played in the state of Louisiana, he combined for 17 total touchdowns. What are your expectations for him in his return to his second home?
How about that? The last 3 games, 17 touchdowns.
Insane.
It's crazy. I mean, the highlight reel from last year is still fun to watch. I think he's going to be great. I mean, every week I'm expecting greatness. And, you know, with the exception really of the Dallas game and more so the Philadelphia game, we've seen it, you know, all season long. There's no reason to think that we won't see it today. Fast track, you know, first indoor game this year. I'm excited to see what he looks like. I think what we just discussed before, though, the key is getting him into rhythm, staying ahead of the chains. They had 12 3rd and 3s or shorter against Tennessee. You can't stop this team in 3rd and 3 and shorter. If that's the way you play Washington offensively, you're dead. And so I think that's the key. And then, you know, we'll see. Love to see more explosives in the game too. Don't get me wrong, but Loved what I saw last time out against, by the way, let's not, forget, Tennessee has been good defensively against everybody except for Washington.
Yeah, I agree. New Orleans, not to completely write them off, Kevin, but if you go back a couple of weeks ago, they were able to hold the Rams to 21 points, and they jumped out on them in that game. What about this Saints defense do you think could potentially cause issues for Washington?
Well coached, going back to their former head coach for starters, but banged up and loss of players as well, including the corner that will be starting on the opposite side of the field today. But you're right, they held the Rams to 0 in the first half 2 weeks ago. And we saw what the Rams did against the Bills, and then the Rams didn't do as much against the 49ers on Thursday night, didn't score a touchdown. I think the key to this whole game is what Orleans' offense is able to do, Linnell. If they can stay on the field, if they can convert third downs, if they can run the football, their best defense is their offense and keeping Washington off the field. Because I think if you give, Jaden Daniels and company 10, 11 possessions, they're going to score 28-plus points in this game. And that's going to be tough to chase from the other side.
I agree.
Kevin, in the absence of Noah Brown, we're not going to see KJ Osborne today. He's going to be out. But in the absence of Noah Brown, who are you anticipating is going to step up at the second wide receiver spot?
That's going to also be really interesting to see if, McCaffrey's been getting the snaps, the majority of them in the slot. Let's see if we see him more on the outside today. Obviously, Diami is a choice. They've been working him into, getting more touches in the last 3, 4, 5 games anyway. So it may be by committee with those two in particular. Jamison Crowder is up. Zacchaeus, both of them are up for this game, right? Am I right about that? I didn't see Crowder on the inactive list.
Yes.
Yeah, so, maybe the two of them more taking some of McCaffrey's slot snaps with McCaffrey more on the outside. I want to see Luke McCaffrey get some targets. He's been out there, he's been open, and it's been Terry, Noah Brown, and Zach Ertz that have gotten the majority of targets. Let's see McCaffrey get a couple of early catches and see what happens to his game.
My wallet agrees with you.
I was about to say, yeah, man, your boy's been playing this every week.
Yeah, every week. Yeah.
This is the time to hit it, Kevin. We'll let you go on this, my friend. Your official prediction. Does Washington keep control of their own destiny here in the NFC playoff picture?
9-5 in 3.5 hours or 4 hours, boys. I don't see how. I can see how they'd lose. Same thing I thought about Tennessee too. The game that I didn't think they would lose is the game they lost. So you shouldn't be asking me. I didn't think there was any chance that they could lose to the Cowboys with the way Dallas had been playing. New Orleans has won 3 of 4. They are actually mathematically alive, which is why they pushed the Derek Carr thing as much as they could this week. But it is a different team than the team that won 3 of 4 because Derek Carr's not in the lineup. Taysom Hill's not in the lineup. He missed last week as well. So their biggest playmakers aren't on the field. This I think feels like a W.
Kevin, we appreciate it as always, and I sure hope in the next couple of hours they're sitting at 9-5, and we have a much easier Monday morning show.
Let's hope for it. Thanks for having me, guys, as always.
Thanks, Kev.
That is Kevin Sheehan. You can hear him every Monday through Friday, 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. Eastern on the Team 980. It is your Burgundy Gold pregame show, Denton Day and Linnell Willingham. We are sitting here at Center Pocket in Bowie. If you need a place to watch the game, come here, come hungry. They just brought us over some very nice-looking wings, Linnell, that you and I are going to
I'm ready.
During our next segment.
Chris got a loaded breakfast sandwich.
Who
put the breakfast sandwich together? I might need to give me one of those. Sheesh.
They got a ton of great food. We're going to try some of these wings live on air, Linnell, I think, when we get back. I was told these are the best wings in the DMV.
Well, let's see it.
And I believe them, but we're going to put that thing to the test. Also, when we get back, we'll kind of start to look at some of the playoff implications for this week with Washington in their game and in some games outside of the Commanders. Don't go anywhere. It's your Burning Gold pregame show with Denton Day and Linnell Willingham on the Team 980, the Odyssey app, and the 106.70 and Team 980 YouTube page.
You can listen to the Team 980 on your smart speaker. Just say play the Team 980.
There's this place, a place where everyone is just beautiful, where everyone is thin, healthy, and in fantastic shape. It's a place where the beautiful people can eat whatever they want, whenever they want, and never gain weight. Where pro basketball players slam dunk chicken nuggets. Hard-bodied supermodels supersize their soft drinks. Thousands of weight loss diets guarantee you'll shed those stubborn pounds in days. Don't believe us? Just flip on your TV, look up at a billboard, or scroll through your social media feed for proof that everyone and everything here is just perfect. Where is here, you ask? Well, welcome to the state of America. Welcome to Obesity USA. Population 115 million and getting bigger by the day. To learn more, go to visitobesity.org. That's visitobecity.org. Brought to you by the Pennington Biomedical Research Foundation.
B-Mitch here. Big changes are happening in the DMV. And just like our upgraded football team, now is the time to upgrade the comfort in your home with a Rude HVAC system. I did, and the difference is night and day. My family and I felt the change instantly. And if you don't have a Rude system yet, trust me, you're missing out. Plus, there are tax-eligible options for you in the DMV. And if you're in Maryland, you might score some utility rebates. So head over to Rude.com, find a local pro partner, and get ready for winter. Always remember, if it ain't Rude, it ain't right.
If you came across a child struggling with hunger, how would you recognize them? By their clothes, their age, the way they speak? Would you recognize a 13-year-old boy who gets into fights at school?
Not because he's a boy, but because he's hungry.
A 2-year-old girl who cries all night, not because she's sick,
but because she went to bed without enough to eat.
Or maybe a 9-year-old boy who hopes a friend invites him to a sleepover,
not for fun, just so we can have dinner.
Or a 15-year-old girl who goes for walks over lunch,
so her friends won't know she doesn't have anything to eat?
I am the 1 in 7 American children who struggle with hunger. Kids you pass by every day, but never knew were hungry. I am child hunger in America.
Hunger can be hard to recognize. Learn why at IamHungerInAmerica.org. Brought to you by Feeding
Max,
America,
did you get the
200 food banks strong.
segment, or do you want me to email
Jake from State Farm. I'm winning. I finally cleaned my
you have
house,
your
so I'm bringing out my
email
new
up or
tropical
rest
room
email?
spray.
Keep winning and create an affordable price just for you by bundling your home and auto with the State Farm Personal Price Plan. It's like your own personal paradise.
And that's your Odyssey
Hey,
email.
grab me a coconut water.
Bundling, just another way to save with a personal price plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Prices are based on rating plans that vary by state. Coverage options are selected by the customer. Availability, amount of discounts and savings, and eligibility vary by state.
December deals just dropped at Lowe's. Get up to 30% off select major appliances. Plus, take an additional $75 off every $1,000 you spend on select kitchen major appliances from Whirlpool, KitchenAid, Amana, and Maytag. Also, save $20 on a Craftsman VersaStack rolling tool chest. Now just $69.98. Lowe's knows deals. Valid 12/12 through 12/18. Cannot be combined with additional discounts. See Lowe's.com for details and qualifying items while supplies last.
The county just requested more electric charging stations.
Orders have really amped up at Able Electric.
We need 3 more at First and Main, and we just got another hotel chain.
It's no shock. Able Electric needs able electricians.
Grocery store wants charging stations too.
And fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Put our matching platform to work so you can spend less time searching and more time connecting with talented candidates. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
It's the Burgundy and Gold pregame show with Linnell Willingham and Denton Day. Presented by Rude. If it ain't Rude, it ain't right.
It's a Burgundy and Gold pregame show. We are live from Center Pocket in Bowie, about an hour away from kickoff in New Orleans. Jaden Daniels returned to the state of Louisiana. The Commanders looking to get to 9-5. On the season. You can tweet us throughout the course of the show or check in with us on our YouTube page. We're on the Team 980 and 106.7's YouTube page. Comment. You can see my 6 sweater. Linnell got his jersey on. And, of course, we are live in Bowie. So if you want to have a nice, fun environment, we got these crazy wings going on here.
They're literally, they said they were the best wings in the DMV. I had what is it, honey lemon pepper?
We got honey lemon pepper. We got honey Old Bay.
Because clearly I don't know how to work.
Leah, a.k.a. Big Daddy, said these are the best wings in the DMV. Correct.
I'm telling you, center pocket and Bowie, man. Come get you some. This is
beautifully
high-quality football watching.
Beautifully seasoned, crispy. The chicken's fantastic. So come hang out with us. Come hungry. But there are playoff implications on the line today, Linnell.
Yes, there are.
There are playoff implications on the line for the Commanders. They also might need a little bit of help elsewhere. So I got a list of games that are going to directly either make the Commanders' life a little easier or a little more difficult depending on how things go today. Obviously, the Commanders' magic number is 3. If they win 3 games, if they have 11 wins, they're into the playoff no matter what. It then just becomes a conversation of do they jump Green Bay for the 6th seed or are they at the 7th seed, which could be the difference in facing Philadelphia or Detroit, potentially winding up with a rematch with Tampa, Seattle, or whoever wins the NFC West. But we saw that the Rams won this week, so they're 8-6. So they're a half game back of the Commanders now. You got Pittsburgh and Philadelphia. I guess the division is technically still within reach. If Philadelphia wins that, though, that gets slimmer and slimmer. So if you want the division title, you want Pittsburgh to win. You're rooting for the Pittsburgh Steelers today. Some other games. You got the Cardinals and the Patriots. The Cardinals are kind of whatever. Yeah, they're like in it, but they're not in it. You get the Bucks and the Chargers. This is a big one. Tampa Bay has something that Atlanta, as of right now, does not have, that Los Angeles, as of right now, does not have, and that's a head-to-head victory against Washington. However, if Tampa Bay wins, and then you get a matchup with Atlanta, which the Commanders do in a couple of weeks, Tampa Bay wins that division, you don't have to worry about jockeying for position with them. So right now, you're rooting for Tampa Bay. Today, this afternoon, this is a part of this 425 slate that is crazy.
Yeah, it's a nutty 425
It's a crazy 425 slate, but you're rooting for Tampa Bay to beat Los Angeles so they get the division win in the NFC South. You don't have to worry about competing with them when they have the first tiebreaker in the head-to-head matchup. The 8:20 game is the one that you need to be really locked into if you're watching.
It's going to be a doozy.
You want Seattle to win this.
Yeah.
You want everything to happen in a way that Green Bay and Washington have the same record at the end of the season. If they have the same record, Washington owns the tiebreaker in terms of conference record. They become the 6th seed, and then you miss either Philadelphia or Detroit, whoever gets the 2 seed in the NFC. You miss them, but you need the Packers to lose to the Seattle Seahawks today. So put all of your focus, your vibes, your prayers, what have you, put all that focus onto that Sunday night football game. You need Green Bay to lose that one.
Yeah, 100%. It should be a good matchup. I think all day long. I'm calling this, and I've said this a couple of different Sundays, but I think I mean it this week. Separation Sunday in the NFL. Like, based off of some of the matchups and the playoff implications in these matchups, I think you're going to figure out who is for real and who is not, especially when you consider all the teams that are, evenly matched record-wise going up against each other. The Sunday night game isn't even the best game of the weekend, and it is in that prime slot, and it has big-time playoff implications. I'm looking at the Battle of Breezewood, as Mike Tomlin was calling it earlier this week. Philadelphia going up against Pittsburgh. Can the Eagles continue this 9-game winning streak? It feels like everyone thinks the sky is falling in Philadelphia for whatever reason. Well, when you've won 9 in a row, I'm going to say that the sky's probably not falling, and maybe we're overrating it. Can they continue their dominant rushing performance against the Pittsburgh defense that we know is amongst the best in football?
I don't think the sky is falling in Philadelphia, but I do think they hate each other.
Huh.
I think there is some beef. That beef has never been squashed. Last year it was the quarterback and the coach. The year before that, it felt like it was A.J. Brown versus everybody. Give me the damn ball. He's a good player. Can't blame him.
Yeah.
And now it's A.J. Brown and the quarterback again. Now, I always find this so fascinating because you have former players that will come out and say, there's legit issues. And then they realize, probably shouldn't have said that. They walk it back. I always have the belief the first comment is right. So when Brandon Graham said, there's issues, I believed him when he said that there are issues. He's in that locker room. He was in that locker room. I think there are legit issues between these guys.
There are issues that aren't going to impact winning, though, right? I think Philadelphia, it's very clear what their formula is this year. Saquon is one of the front runners for
He's
MVP.
Pretty good. He's
so
pretty good.
It makes sense for him to touch the ball 25, 30 times per contest. So you're going to limit the amount of dropbacks for Jalen Hurts, and as a result of that, A.J. Brown's targets fall. Big whoop. You want championships or targets? Make your decision.
And that's a very fair point. By the way, if Saquon rushes for 100 yards today against Pittsburgh, he's the only guy this year that's rushed for 100 against the Baltimore Ravens. If he does it against Pittsburgh, he more likely than not is going to break Dickerson's record.
So I think it's 120 he needs per game the rest of the way.
The rest of the way.
Yeah.
As long as they don't keep him out of that final game, if he breaks that record, he's winning MVP. I love Josh Allen, but if you break a record that stood decades, you win MVP. It's as simple as that, especially because your team is good and potentially a 1 seed.
And in an era where it's a passing league and you don't really see running backs put up that type of production, I think it makes it even more impressive.
And he jumped over a guy backwards. That is still the most insane thing that I've ever seen. All right, when we get back, the Junkies are going to help us preview this matchup. We are sitting here at your Burgundy Gold pregame show live from Center Pocket in Bowie. Come hang out with us. We're about an hour away from kickoff. Come hungry. They got great food. Linnell and I during this break, we're chowing down on some of these
wings. I may not wait till the break.
You can see them on the stream right now if you're watching us on YouTube. If you're not watching us on YouTube and you're hanging out at home, throw us up on YouTube. We're on the Team 980 and 106.7. The Junkies previewing this matchup when we get back. Don't go anywhere. It's Burgundy Gold pregame live.
The Team 980 and the Odyssey app.
Pro Paint Days are back at Lowe's. That means it's time to save big on your next job. Right now, get your choice of 5-gallon pails of Valspar Signature Ceiling Paint or HGTV Home by Sherwin-Williams Flat Ceiling Paint for just $148. Plus, get it delivered to your job site with free same-day delivery when you order by 2 p.m. Lowe's knows paint. Lowe's knows pros. Valid through 12/20. Delivery by 8 p.m. Subject to driver availability. Additional terms apply. See Lowe's.com/same-day delivery for details.
You okay?
I can't sleep with this cough.
Sounds like you need to vaporize that cold.
Vaporize?
Yeah, with NyQuil VapoCool. It's NyQuil plus a rush of Vicks vapors.
Whoa.
So you ready to get some sleep? Thank you, NyQuil VapoCool.
NyQuil VapoCool, the vaporizing nighttime coughing, aching, fever, best sleep with a cold medicine. And to vaporize sore throat pain, try Vicks VapoCool drops. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Victor deployed for the first time to Afghanistan in 2003. At 4 a.m, my phone rang. They said, "I regret to inform you that your husband was wounded in action." Victor sustained a moderate traumatic brain injury. I was doing school full-time, and I was also then caring for Victor. One of the most important elements of caregiving is taking care of yourself. I just didn't want to forget that I also had goals and that I also had a life. What I did is I challenged Victor to meet me halfway. There are almost 6 million military and veteran caregivers across the nation. We have our own journey, and we can fulfill that journey at the same time that we are helping our loved one.
Visit aarp.org/caregiving for a free military veterans guide to navigate your caregiving journey and better care for your loved one and yourself. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
When a child is diagnosed with cancer, the last thing parents should have to worry about is how to pay for it. This is a St. Jude moment.
Imani wouldn't be here if it wasn't for St. Jude, and I can't imagine a better place to be.
You know, it's a cliche thing to say, but I feel like my faith in humanity has been restored. The second we arrived here, we had food, housing, transportation, treatment, you name it, it was taken care of by St. Jude Children's Research Hospital. There was not a single other care in the world except for Imani, because St. Jude made that happen. The best way I can really describe it is this is heaven on earth. To the people who donate to St. Jude, you know, I just want them to know that I don't think anyone in this world or anything in this world has given me a greater gift. We came as 2 desperate parents, and they saved our daughter's life.
Finding cures, saving children. Learn more at stjude.org.
Standing at the edge of a rocky shore, you breathe in the cool, salty air, watching the sun disappear on the horizon. Across the globe, someone begins their day along a sandy beach, listening to the rhythm of the crashing waves. You each envision a world beneath the water, vibrant life in every imaginable form. Now, imagine it's all gone. What was once a place of wonder and beauty is now a dull, lifeless wasteland. Food, jobs, medicine, all gifts from the ocean, all gone. Time is running out to protect our oceans, and without our love, everything the oceans provide can and will disappear. It's our choice. Love it or lose it. Help protect our oceans. Visit World Wildlife Fund at wwf.org/love.
Live from the Window Nation Studios, WTEM Washington and WJFK HD2 Manassas. This is where the DMV goes to talk Commanders.
I listen to it every day at work.
The Team 980 and Odyssey Sports Station. It's the Burgundy and Gold pregame show with Linnell Willingham and Denton Day. Presented by Rude. If it ain't rude, it ain't right.
It's the Burgundy and Gold pregame show. Denton Day and Linnell Willingham. We are live from Center Pocket in Bowie. If you could have seen us during that break, woo, you would have seen two grown men shoveling chicken wings into their mouth.
There's one left.
There's one left.
There's one left.
They are the best chicken wings in the DMV. They billed it to us as that, and they did not lie.
They've lived up to the hype.
They did not lie. Two great flavors that we had. Honey Old Bay, honey lemon pepper. They got a host of other great flavors, but they were sensational. So if you need a place to watch the game, come hang out with us. We're going to be here for the entirety of it. At one point, JP Flame's going to be around here as well from the Junkies, so come hang out with him. It's going to be a great atmosphere once we kick this game off in about an hour from New Orleans. But speaking of JP Flame, the Junkies, they do their weekly preview. They were good enough to sit down with us again. So this is the Junkies preview in this matchup. Jaden Daniels' first time back in the state of Louisiana since he was in college. Boys.
Max, you got to answer, dude. Hey, are we off air?
We can't be off air because he's playing the stream. He's playing out of audition.
We're not getting a return from you. We don't hear the Junkies. We heard it for a little bit, but it stopped. Are we connected is the next question, then. Do you hear me talking through Q? Hello, 1 2 1 2. You hear? Okay. Okay. All right, then we're back. I don't hear the junkies, though. I don't hear that coming through the return. I hope that's on air. It's here. Okay. We don't hear it. You'll have to let us know then when we're coming back from junkies, because we don't hear it. It's muted. Okay. All right. All right. 1, 2. Hey. Yeah, I hear you, Max. Okay. I don't know why that's not playing, but he says we're still connected, so.
Is your camera muted on StreamYard?
Yeah, we've been trying to figure that out. That's what I was saying, the hot mic situation. But he's removing you guys from the stage. Maybe that's why we don't hear it.
We should hear it here, though.
I know.
Appreciate it, fellas, as always. JP Flame is going to be at Center Pocket in Bowie with us here shortly. He said he's going to jump on with us. We'd love to have him. I'm excited, Linnell, as we get closer and closer to this one. Every time I get the opportunity to see number 5, I'm excited, just generally speaking. But it is time now that we do what we do every single week. We got to get me a Baldino's locking player to lock in on. And it's presented by Baldino's Locking Key. Baldino's Locking Key is your one-stop shop for auto keys and fobs. Visit baldinos.com. No Tyler Biadasz. That's a big loss for the Commanders. No Zane Gonzalez, which means, fourth kicker of the season? Fourth kicker of the season now for the Commanders because they've had all these issues with the kickers. You're also not going to see Federian Mathis for the second week, a healthy scratch. So as we look at the players that are available today, Linnell, who are you locking in on? Who needs to have a good performance for Washington to come away with a win?
I think it's the entire 5 guys up front along this offensive line. Like the rest of the season and the offensive success, in my opinion, is contingent upon their ability to, 1, stay healthy. They're obviously without Biadasz today, and then 2, get movement. I made the comment a couple of weeks ago, man. Love what Brian Robinson was able to do. Love what Chris Rodriguez and McNichols were able to do. But me and you could have run for 100-plus yards against Tennessee based off of the holes that they were opening up. I think that is going to be key today. Have talked the guy up a ton. Hopefully he doesn't wreck the game for Washington. But Brian Bresee is one of the top up-and-coming defensive tackles in the NFL, having a breakout year this year for the Saints. How do they handle him on the interior? How do they handle a guy like Chase Young, who's coming off of his best game of the season as well? I know Commanders fans don't want to hear that, but Chase has been pretty darn impactful this year for the Saints. Not from a sack standpoint, but from pressures generated and things of that nature. He has the ability to, hurt you a little bit.
It seems like Chase is rushing with much better discipline. Have we ever talked about his rush lane discipline before?
I think it's been a huge topic of conversation.
Maybe once or twice, right? But it feels like in watching him that he has much better rush lane discipline. For me, though, it's on the defensive side. It's Marshawn Lattimore.
Yeah.
What is Marshawn Lattimore going to look like? When they made the trade for Lattimore, I was fully on board and fully aware this is a long-term move. This is not just to help this year, though it would be great if it does both. Helps this year because this team is in the midst of a playoff push, and you feel that need that you're going to have for years to come as to who is going to be your number 1 corner.
Yeah.
This is the first opportunity where you're going to get to see him in burgundy and gold with a W on his chest. I'm anxious and excited to see what he is going to look like because when it comes to just the on-the-field stuff, he's always been one of the best in the league. His problem is that he struggles at times to stay on the field. And dealing with a hamstring injury, I'm a little nervous on what is going to happen when he gets to see the field for the first time. But I'm locking in on Marshawn Lattimore, man. I think he can be a real big impact player for weeks to come with this defense so long as he kind of locks in. I think he knows the playbook. I think he's been around the team long enough to where he's going to know the playbook. But I want to see what he's going to look like and how he makes the defense better.
So to add on to that, and I think that's a really interesting point, his understanding of the playbook is huge. But no matter, how much you've practiced with guys, the trust and the relationship between a corner and a safety is so delicate. And if the communication is not there, you can know the play all you want, but if you're not able to communicate properly with the safety, you can expose yourself to some big plays potentially. So that is something I will be looking at very closely. How does the communication between Lattimore, Quan Martin, Jeremy Chin, how does that go throughout this game? Because the Saints have one guy that can take the top off of you that can bust coverage, and that's MVS, as we agreed to call him.
I think I've mentioned this before. Mm-hmm. If they're going to stack 8 guys in the box, they're not going to do 9. But if they stack 8 guys in the box to stop Alvin Kamara, I do love the idea of Quan Martin being sort of the center fielder, if you will, the one high safety that I am just going to make sure that we do not get beat. I do think his ball skills are very, very strong. It does make me nervous that Alvin Kamara is Alvin Kamara.
Yeah.
And he can hit you in so many different ways. The defense has to be prepared. And we've never seen this Dan Quinn, up close and personal, this Dan Quinn, Joe Witt defense off of a bye. We're so accustomed to with Ron and with Jay, the bye weeks didn't always result in your best effort coming off of the bye week. So I want to know what that's going to look like. You need to play. You need to play with your ass on fire today if you're going to get a win.
100%. And I think coming off of the bye, being that it's December football, right, there's that, heightened sense of urgency that should naturally be within your building right now. You are in complete control of your own destiny. Preseason, no one really gave you much of a shot to be a postseason team, and here you are at 8-5 with all of your goals still in front of you. I think the more urgent and desperate team is going to win today. Just don't let it be the Saints, because despite what the quarterback looks like and despite, the injuries they have up front, at 5-8, they are very much alive in the NFC South playoff picture in terms of winning that division. So they got something to play for. They're not going to lay down, and a birdie tells me that old Chase Young is pretty jacked up to play against his former team. So,
who has a better game? You got former teammates, a lot of former team matchups here.
Mm-hmm.
You got Chase, you got John Ridgway. Remember him?
Oh,
he is still around there in New Orleans, and then you got Lattimore going up against New Orleans. Of those 3 guys, who plays the best?
I'd have to think it's Marshawn Lattimore, right? Like I think that he is going to be in a position where I don't know though. Maybe I'll go Chase Young, not to be a contrarian, but I don't know how much they're going to throw at Marshawn Lattimore. If I'm being honest, like why would you want to throw at a guy that is that dude on the perimeter? And I think they're going to try to go opposite Marshawn Lattimore, because that's what smart offenses do. You throw away from the team's best corner. The Chase Young is primarily going to be lined up over the rookie Brandon Coleman, and I think that's going to be a dogfight all afternoon long. 2 power guys. I think Coleman ends up getting the best of them, but it wouldn't surprise me.
I would take Brandon Coleman. Brandon Coleman has played really well against, with respect, guys that have had a lot more success
for sure
than Chase has in this league, including getting some Myles Garrett action, getting some TJ Watt action, and all those dudes that Philadelphia has, and he stood out pretty well. I mean, I don't want to get too ahead of ourselves here. They got one in Brandon Coleman.
No, it seems like they do, and it hasn't been perfect, right, by any stretch of the imagination. He's still a rookie tackle, but I think the functional play strength is something that stood out right away in training camp. He wasn't getting knocked off the ball by guys. He wasn't being, pushed back, and I think that has been awesome to see. The footwork, to me, is what's been more impressive. He's got a basketball background, and you see it sometimes when he's going up against these more agile pass rushers. I think he's got a shot to be a real force in this league, but, I want to see him be more consistent, throughout a 60-minute NFL game as well. It hadn't been perfect, but he's been darn good.
When we get back, we will get into our keys of the game, our windows of opportunities. It is your Burgundy and Gold pregame show. We are live. It's Center Pocket in Bowie. Come happy, come hungry. It's going to be a great environment when this game kicks off in about 45 minutes here. JP Flame's going to be around as well, so you can come hang out with him. Don't go anywhere. It's Burgundy and Gold pregame live on the Team 980 and 106.7 The Fan YouTube page, the Team 980 YouTube page, and the always live and free Odyssey app.
The Team 980 and the Odyssey app. Football season is truck season here at Oarsman Chevrolet of Bowie. So break free from the pocket, scramble over and score big on the new Silverado of Colorado, or even the new Blazer with clutch 1.9% financing and no payment for 90 days. General Sales Manager Brian Sargent here, and I'll even toss you an extra $1,000 for your trade, plus the Oarsman Promise, including a lifetime engine guarantee. Run a go route straight to Oarsman Chevrolet of Bowie or BowieChevy.com. Together, let's drive.
And remember, you always get your way at Oarsman Chevrolet of Bowie.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for University Housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Oh no, my phone.
Hear that? It's the sound of a skater dropping her phone and smashing it on the ice. Yep, it's definitely broken. But at Verizon, we got you. That's right, now's your last chance to trade in any phone, any condition from one of our top brands and get a new Samsung Galaxy S24 Plus on Unlimited Ultimate and Watch 7 and Tab S9 FE 5G. That's up to $1,900 in value. So you'll save big on 3 great gifts, only at Verizon. Service plan required for watch and tablet. Up to $1,900 value based on phone, watch, and tablet. Trade in and additional terms apply. See Verizon.com for details.
Eleanor steals your heart. She was diagnosed at 5 weeks old, a type of leukemia, and it's associated with Down syndrome. Being able to come to St. Jude was a blessing and the best place for her. Talking to the doctors and nurses, they were on top of it. They got this, we got this, it's gonna be okay, and we're gonna get through this. Here it's like a celebration of life. There's so much great stuff happening. The doctors and nurses are her best friends, and you can tell that they love her, and you could tell she loves them, and that relationship is just amazing. We're just so grateful for them.
St. Jude Children's Research Hospital. Finding cures, saving children. Learn more at stjude.org.
You're never completely ready to adopt a teen.
For late nights writing English papers.
For your teen's music taste.
For dinners, where they talk more on their phone than with you.
For the first time, they call you mom.
You're never completely ready to adopt a teen, and you can't imagine the reward.
To learn more about adopting a teen, visit adoptuskids.org.
Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt U.S. Kids, and the Ad Council.
Hey, can you blow up some balloons for Jack's party?
I can't. I'm so congested.
You need Sinex Saline from Vicks.
Sinex Saline Nasal Spray?
Yeah, just Sinex. Breathe.
Sinex Saline instantly clears everyday congestion associated with colds and year-round allergies with a gentle, ultra-fine mist that's no mess and easy to control.
Daddy, we need more balloons.
On it.
Enjoy life's important moments without congestion. Try Sinex Saline from Vicks. Just Sinex. Breathe. Use as directed.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like, you know to check you have a full tank of gas first before road tripping through the desert.
Empty? Seriously? Maybe I can walk.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Maybe I can't.
You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary. Terms apply. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
It's the Burgundy and Gold pregame show with Linnell Willingham and Denton Day. Presented by Rude. If it ain't rude, it ain't right.
It's a Burgundy Gold pregame show with Denton Day and Linnell Willingham. We are live from Center Pocket in Bowie, about, let's see here, 40 minutes away from kickoff. Linnell, are you starting to feel the buzz? You're starting to feel the adrenaline rise to see Jaden Daniels return to the state of Louisiana.
Kinda. I still look at this game as one of those games where you got to have it. I hope they come out with the sense of desperation that they need to. They should win comfortably. As we get closer to kickoff, I'm doubting their ability to do that. I think it's going to be closer than maybe we bargained for, but I still see no scenario, fingers crossed, that they lose.
Well, that's better than what we did a couple of weeks ago when we thought they were going to hang 50 on Dallas.
Well, I think you may have said 70. So.
I might have said 70 at one point. They did no such thing. So I'm feeling good. I'm feeling excited. The magic number for Washington is 3. If they win 3 games the rest of the year, they're in the playoff no matter what. The question is then about who are they going to face? What seed are they going to get? More likely than not, they're out of reach of 5. Minnesota's had a great season, and whoever wins the NFC North, the second-place team, Minnesota-Detroit, is going to occupy that 5 seed. Right now you're competing with Green Bay for the 6th seed. You get the 6th seed, you miss the winner of either the NFC North or Philadelphia. So this is one that you certainly got to have. It's time now for our windows of opportunity, our keys to the game. They are presented by the Window Man. Since 1989, the Window Man has been the educational window company. Get your free, no-pressure in-home estimate and go to thewindowman.com's Fairfax showroom. So, Linnell, your first key to the game so Washington can get their 9th win of the season is what?
By hook or by crook, no matter how you do it, stay ahead of the chains. This team has shown that they are virtually unstoppable offensively when they can live in those 3rd and 4 or less situations. So the key to me, staying ahead of the chains, having success on 1st and 2nd down. When you look at the stats, it's probably going to come by way of the ground game. New Orleans' worst rush defense in the National Football League. Brian Robinson, a week fresher coming off of the bye. I expect him to have a big day. And then someone wrote this in the YouTube chat, and I give them credit for it. Jaden Daniels on this indoor track surface. Woof. We don't know how fast he is from like a 40 perspective, but we've seen it in real time. The kid can boogie. I think he breaks off a big one today.
He has some speed. It feels like we have been waiting. This is maybe a little unfair to Jaden himself, but it feels like we have been waiting for that kind of run.
Yeah.
That Robert against Minnesota, 75 yards up the sideline with the pink sleeve. I don't know if Jaden's wearing a pink sleeve today, but I always remember the pink sleeve from that Robert run.
Yeah.
It feels like we have been waiting on that. I can't think of a better place than
New Orleans,
to be in the state of Louisiana. You know, it's funny. I was doing some coverage with Army Navy, as you can see by this wonderful hat. Also, by the way,
gear's always great.
Someone credited my Batman Christmas sweater. Thank you for that in the YouTube chat. It's a silly sweater. But I was talking to a guy that lives in the state of Louisiana. He didn't play in New Orleans, but he played at LSU. He's taking his kids to the game. And I told him, I was like, Hester, you're going to watch your local team lose. And then he looked at me dead in the eyes, and he said, you think we're rooting for the Saints? And I was like,
my God.
My bad. That's on me. His kids
sure.
are wearing Jaden jerseys. And in looking at the Twitter feeds of Danny Rouillet and Grant Paulson, who are in New Orleans for this matchup, they have said that there's an abundance of Washington fans in attendance, which is to be expected because you have a guy like Jaden Daniels coming there, and he is this hero in Louisiana. Like, it's him, it's Joe Burrow, as guys in recent memory that have been able to win a Heisman Trophy. So my key to the game is for Jaden Daniels. I don't think this will be a problem, but for that not to get to be too much of a deal.
Yeah,
now, he is about as level-headed comes. He is that perfect California cool, but he has to keep his head on straight because I know there's going to be a lot of emotions and a lot of people in that arena that are wearing the same jersey you're wearing with big number 5 on the chest, repping the burgundy and gold.
And I continue to feel like, from everything we've seen from this kid, when he has been in these quote-unquote pressure-packed situations, you go to Monday Night Football on the road against Cincinnati before, their season died a slow death. He came into that one, and it was his best game of the season at the time. You look at the matchup against Baltimore, where we were so eager to see him against a for-real defense for the first time in his career, passed that test with flying colors. So I think he's got the right mental makeup to not let something like that, be a deterrent to him. I think it's going to end up benefiting him in the way that he plays. I don't want to hyperbolize it here, but I'm going to give you some numbers here. I think Jaden Daniels goes for 350 yards combined rushing and passing. Like, I think he has that type of day. I think it's going to be more difficult than we think to run the football on the Saints, despite them having the worst rush defense. If he can hit a lane and find a crease indoors on a turf surface for the first time this year, man, I think he can be lights out for them.
His season high in rushing was game number 1 against Tampa. with 88 yards. He did go for 82 yards against Cleveland in early October. He went for 74 yards against Dallas a couple weeks ago before Thanksgiving. Those are his best rushing performances. If he goes for 100, something good is happening. I don't see a realm where he goes for 100 on like 13 carries, right? Like if he's going for 100, it's because he broke off a big one. And we've seen a big one. We saw that big one against Carolina, the 46. That's the biggest one of his season. I hope if he does go for a 46-yarder, it ends a little bit better than that one ended. But I'm right there with you. If he goes for a big one, that means something really, really good is happening for Washington. My second key to the game here, this is on the defensive side, something you alluded to, stop Alvin Kamara.
For sure.
Don't let Alvin Kamara beat you, but then on top of that, don't let Jake Haener, the sassy man that he is, with all the pictures that we've seen on social media, don't let the king of sass in New Orleans end up having the game of his life. He is a fine quarterback. There were some people when he was coming out of college at Fresno State that said maybe if you give him a little bit of time, he can turn into something. Let's not help the process there. Let's let
I like
this
the way
be
you put that.
A setback for the young guy. Apologies to Mr. Haener, but I hope you suck today. Like, I don't want to see him throwing for 250 yards, 2 touchdowns, with a completion percentage upwards of 75-80%. This needs to be living hell for him this afternoon, and I really believe that with the acquisition and now getting to see him in person with Marshawn Lattimore, you're going to be able to make his life very, very difficult. So get after the quarterback, stop Alvin Kamara. That's key number 2 for me.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think it's going to be huge. Easier said than done, though, right? Like, Daron Payne, we don't know, how close to 100% he actually is. He popped up on the injury report Friday with a back injury. It was a DNP. So we'll see how, engaged he is in this contest. My second key, right, is forcing turnovers. The one thing that has helped this group when they've had these blowout victories against these poor teams is turning the football over. You saw it against Carolina. You saw it against Tennessee. If they can force New Orleans into a mistake on special teams or taking it away on the defensive side, I think it aids your calls here in trying to beat the brakes off this team. I just continue to believe, though, just from what I've seen watching New Orleans the past month, yeah, they've won 3 out of their last 4, I thought, but no Derek Carr today. But it's a group that has confidence in what they're doing. I don't think Washington is going to come out and just boat race them the way we saw against Carolina. It may be, a 4-quarter football game. More entertaining for us is what I was saying.
More entertaining for us. They have won 3 out of their last 4, and I'm glad you mentioned that.
Yeah.
That's the first time we have on our show today. But they beat Atlanta. Not very good.
Not very good, yeah.
Cleveland. Not very good.
Yeah.
They lost to Los Angeles, the Rams, and then they beat the Giants last week by a whopping 14-11. I don't know that that's a scoregami, but I feel like it's close.
It's ugly.
If it's not.
I'll say that.
That is not a good score. So my final key for you here, I don't want to know who their kick returner is. If we make it through a full 4 games and I don't know the name of their kick returner or their punt returner, we've made it a good 4 quarters.
Yes, we have.
Washington has struggled immensely, it feels like, over the last couple of weeks in the special teams. And there was a point in the season where I felt like they had one of the best special teams units in the NFL, mostly because of the way that Nick Bellore was playing. That guy was shooting down the field like a missile every time there's an opportunity for him to step on the field, and I appreciate that. But I prefer not to have a situation arise where you and I meme ourselves by reacting to a kickoff return touchdown. That once was enough. 0 was enough, if I'm being honest. But we did it the one time. I prefer that we not do it a second time. So I'm going to say, please, no more of that as we move forward. One for the rest of the season, but certainly today against this New Orleans Saints team.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think special teams is going to be huge. It's been a good special teams unit for the most part. The blunder against Dallas kind of was just a microcosm of what that football game was. You were shooting yourselves in the foot. You weren't very good in any facet of the game, and you ultimately, lost as a result of it. Today, though, I think the pass rush of Washington is going to be impactful as well. I want to see how Joe Witt Jr. calls this defense differently, because I feel like the formula for New Orleans today is probably establish the run, try to take your play action shots, but when you look at the quick passing game, that is something that teams have had success against Washington with. And I think moving forward, or in today's game, it may be something that comes up. But with Marshawn Lattimore being in the lineup, I think they're more aggressive at the line of scrimmage, and hopefully it's not something that, impacts the game too much.
I want to point something out here before we go to break. It is a takeover in New Orleans right now.
It is.
On the field, I'm looking at video tweeted out by J.P. Finley.
Mm-hmm.
On the field, I am seeing Jaden Daniels, and in his hand is a Washington National jersey.
Meaning?
From Dylan Cruz.
Oh, so they're doing the whole bit then?
They're doing the whole bit there on the field in New Orleans. You got Louisiana guy in Dylan Cruz from LSU, second overall pick for the Nationals. You got Louisiana guy in Jaden Daniels. I know they're both from different places, but work with me here. You got two LSU alums that now play in D.C. doing the jersey swap on the field in New Orleans. That could end up going really, really well for Washington, or that could age very, very poorly. Regardless, I do think it's sick. I think it's sick that you can look at Jaden, who is the future of this franchise on the football side, and then look at Dylan Cruz, who is going to play a very pivotal role in the future of another franchise in this city, and they're celebrating together down in New Orleans. I think that's pretty cool.
Love to see it. Hopefully, it's the first of many jersey swaps between those two LSU grads. And as you mentioned, man, Commanders take over down there. I know a lot of folks that are down there from a fan perspective. Hopefully they got something to cheer about, man. Coming out of the bye week, you relaxed and haven't played football. Dan Quinn's been pretty honest about what has led to them playing well and not playing well. He talked about practice. Hope it was a strong week of practice.
You talk about practice?
Right? Yeah, practice, Stanton.
All right, we're about 30 minutes away from kickoff in New Orleans, Linnell. We're going to hope to wrangle up the Rooster, get his thoughts
round him up.
on the game. So we'll try and get in touch with the mighty Chris Russell on the other side. We're 30 minutes away from kickoff. Jaden's first game in the state of Louisiana as a professional. We're live, center pocket in Bowie. You need a place to watch the game? Come hang out with us. Linnell and I just crushed some wings. I'm going to say best wings in the DMV. They hyped it up. They lived up to it. So come over here, come hungry, come hang out with us as we watch Washington attempt to move to 9-5 on the season. Don't go anywhere. It's a Bernie Gold pregame live.
The Team 980 and the Odyssey app.
B. Mitch here. Big changes are happening in the DMV. And just like our upgraded football team, now is the time to upgrade the comfort in your home with a Rude HVAC system. I did, and the difference is night and day.
Sir.
My family and I felt the change instantly. And if you don't have a Rude system yet, trust me, you're missing
I appreciate
out.
it. What's your
Plus,
name,
there
bro?
are tax eligible
Chris, you
options
be calling?
for you in the DMV.
You be calling
and if
ever?
you're in Maryland, you might score some utility rebates. So head over to Rude.com, find a local pro partner, and get ready for winter. Always remember, if it ain't Rude,
me either. I
it
think
ain't
it's
right.
new.
Order for Jennifer
honest. I think
C.
it's a new
Is this
spot.
my double shot, double cream, double froth, double pump, double whip, double sleeve?
Yeah. Can you handle that much caffeine?
Did you know Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Oh, really? That's great.
Seriously, did you know Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Yeah, you just said that.
Did you say I just said that?
Yeah, I'm cutting you off.
I can't have any more? Why not?
You earn, we match. Discover Cashback Match. See terms at discover.com/credit card.
Oh no, my phone.
Hear that? It's the sound of a skater dropping her phone and smashing it on the ice. Yep, it's definitely broken. But at Verizon, we got you. That's right. Now's your last chance to trade in any phone, any condition from one of our top brands and get a new Samsung Galaxy S24 Plus on Unlimited Ultimate and Watch 7 and Tab S9 FE 5G. That's up to $1,900 in value. So you'll save big on 3 great gifts. Only at Verizon. Service plan required for watch and tablet. Up to $1,900 value based on phone, watch, and tablet. Trade in and additional terms apply. See Verizon.com for details.
Watch out, folks. There's a new city that never sleeps. It's called Obesity USA. Population 115 million and getting bigger by the day and night. Because in Obesity USA, there are so many reasons to stay awake. Things like work, constant access to technology and media, job hunting, lack of exercise, bills, anxiety, insomnia, hypertension, diabetes, stress eating, fat shaming, and more work. It's no wonder 1 in 3 people in Obesity USA can't sleep. But who would want to? when the fast food restaurants are open all night, too. Welcome to the state of America. Welcome to Obesity USA. To learn more, go to visitobesity.org. That's visitobecity.org. Brought to you by the Pennington Biomedical Research Foundation.
I lived alone and was having problems with my landlord. He's a creep. One night I'm watching TV and I hear my landlord letting himself in. Hey, get out. You can't keep coming in.
I'm just here to fix your fridge and spend some time together.
Get out. I'm reporting you.
Don't make a federal case of it.
A federal case? Sexual harassment in housing is against federal law. If you are harassed, file a complaint with HUD. Go to HUD.gov/fair housing. If you fear for your safety, call 911. Fair housing. The law is on your side. A message from HUD in partnership with the National Fair Housing Alliance.
Not sure how much you know about Progressive Insurance. You may know us for insuring your home and auto. You may know a couple of our commercials. But what you may not know is that since 2013, Progressive has been honoring veterans with vehicle donations through the annual Keys to Progress Veteran Vehicle Giveaway Program, giving back to those who gave so much. Now, you probably didn't wake up today saying, I really wish I knew more about Progressive Insurance, but this seemed like the type of thing people wouldn't mind hearing about. Find out more about how we're dedicated to our customers and communities at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Hey everyone, it's Ted from Consumer Cellular, the guy in the orange sweater, and this is your wake-up call. If you're paying too much for wireless service, you don't have to keep having that nightmare. Consumer Cellular has the same fast, reliable coverage as the leading carriers for less. And for a limited time, new customers receive their second month free when they sign up and use promo code SECONDFREE by January 26th. So why keep spending more than you have to? Seriously, wake up and call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com.
Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
It's the Burgundy and Gold pregame show with Linnell Willingham and Denton Day. Presented by Rude. If it ain't rude, it ain't right.
It's a Burgundy Gold pregame show on the Team 980. We are also live on YouTube, the Team 980's YouTube page at 1067 The Fan. And we're live on location. We're in Center Pocket in Bowie, Linnell. It's been a great day so far. We're about 25 minutes from kickoff. It's a family-friendly environment. There's a ton of great food. We crushed some wings already. They got Liquid Intrusion, local brewing on site. They're on tap. Come swing by. If you need a place to watch the Commanders game and you don't want to stay at home, we got the spot for you. You get to hang out with us. JP Flame just walked into the Junkies. You'll get to hang out with him, and you'll hopefully see the Commanders get their 9th win of the season. Now as we're 30 minutes in, Linnell, 30 minutes closer to the game time, 25 minutes from kickoff, really. Now are you feeling juiced? I know you feel juiced as we get closer to the game. That's why I keep asking.
Juice probably would not be the right word to describe how I feel about today. There is a cautious optimism that I have that this team out of the bye is juiced up, understands the situation that they're in from a postseason standpoint. So I'm confident in that, but I'm also still worried. I said it a couple of weeks ago. They broke my trust with their loss against Dallas. So I'm hoping that was their one-off for the rest of the season, that they will win the rest of the games that they're supposed to win. I just look at Alvin Kamara and Marquez Valdez-Scantling, and I worry that, Washington may have issues containing them offensively, despite Jay Kaner.
Despite Jay Kaner, I tell you what, man, Jay Kaner has the game of his life. It's not going to be a great afternoon for me.
I know it's very unlikely, but I'm just saying in terms of how I feel 22 minutes before kickoff, you know what I'm saying? I fully anticipate them winning the football game. Let me say that. But as we'll give our score predictions as we get closer, I think my prediction may surprise some people in terms of how close I think this game may actually be.
So it sounds like you're saying there might be a chance for a cover here. And
7.5 is a big number.
7.5 is a very big number. It's a very big number. It's not the biggest number of the weekend in the NFL, but it is a big number. I do just want to look at, Linnell, while we got some time here. We're hoping to get Chris Russell on the show here, the Roos, wrangle him up. He's a busy guy. Right now that number is 7.5 for Washington. The over-under line is 44.5. I don't think if Washington covers, I think that over hits. Because if they cover the 7.5, they're scoring a lot of points.
Right.
And we have seen over the course of this season, they score a lot of points. So if you're looking to make some money and you think Washington covers, it might be okay to cover that or to parlay that. I'm giving out parlays here.
I'm about to say, I hope the people are paying attention now.
It's his new
free money over
here. This is new territory. I don't usually give out parlays. That might be something to look at. I've already told you this. I'm on Luke McCaffrey today.
As you should
Anytime
be.
touchdown, plus 950. I'm going to see how much those odds have changed because at one point, KJ Osborne, who's not playing, had better odds than Luke McCaffrey. That's now plus 800. Big jump with the absence of KJ Osborne. But you mentioned something that I'd be intrigued with, and that's Jaden Daniels.
Yeah.
The combination of rushing and passing, what'd you say, 350 yards total?
I think he goes 350 total rushing and passing. I think it's a big day for him on the ground. And I also think the Saints defense is, ripe for the picking if you can establish the run to be able to take some shots over the top.
Right now, if you're looking at the FanDuel, Jaden is over under 221 and a half passing yards. The rushing yards for Jaden, 40 and a half. That 40 and a half number seems mighty low. Indoors.
Yeah.
In the state of Louisiana. Coming home. Have this Saints team faced off against a lot of guys like him? No is the answer to that one. There's really only one other guy, one or two other guys that are like Jaden Daniels on any NFL team. Saints haven't played the Bills. They haven't played the Ravens. This could be a game. This is why it feels like it's a great opportunity for him to go crazy.
Yeah, man, you bring up a really good point. They haven't, talking about the Saints defense, been exposed to a quarterback that is as dynamic as Jaden Daniels. I just hope, I keep health in the front of my mind. Obviously, I'm starting to sound like my co-host on Wednesdays and Thursdays, Chris Russell. Just keep him upright. Keep him healthy. Avoid the big shots. But you mentioned the Saints pass rush unit. They got some dudes, but our friend Chase Young, we know, gap integrity is not his strong suit when it comes to playing the defensive end spot.
I hadn't heard that.
Yeah, that's the knock on the guy. But I do think there will be some scrambling opportunities for sure for Jaden.
What about Terry? We're 2 hours into this thing almost. We haven't really said a word about Terry.
My money said something.
Well, what is your money saying about Terry?
I think Terry has a big day. We keep talking about how Washington, supplements the production that you're going to lose here, not having Austin Eckler, not having Noah Brown. Yes, Diami's going to be more involved. Yes, Crowder active for the first time in a long time. But when in doubt, baby, feed 17. He's going to be the best player on the field when he's on offense. So I think you got to find opportunities to get him the football. You kind of started to see it the game before the bye against Tennessee, them moving McLaurin to the right side. He actually scored one of his 2 touchdowns, lined up on the right side of the formation. So
who would have thought?
Who would have thought?
We'd only
right?
been crying about that for 2 weeks. Who would have thought?
And I think as they continue to expand his role and put him in different positions, I think you're going to see the numbers continue to tick up. You know what's crazy about all of this, too? Statistically speaking, Jaden Daniels, top 10 in the NFL in yards, top 10 in the NFL in receiving touchdowns. My man's a top 10 receiver when he's got a quarterback. I think down the stretch, he is going to have some big games here because he also, like Jaden, is that type of guy that rises to the occasion when the stakes are their highest.
Not only top 10, I mean, he's borderline top 5 in all of those categories that you just said. All right. We have a privilege upon us. We're taking
They opened up the cage?
We're taking him away from Harris Teeter. But Chris Russell, good enough to join us here.
Awesome.
Roost, we appreciate you making some time. I hope I didn't spoil your trip to Harris Teeter, but we're talking about this game. How are you feeling as we're about 15 minutes away from kickoff?
Yeah, hey, fellas. Sorry I missed the calls. I'm feeling okay. I would say I feel less about this game than or less good about this game than I did late this week, and I thought it would be a somewhat close game with a Commanders win, but no Tyler Biadasz. I know Dieter is a veteran. I got it. I understand. He's not Tyler Biadasz, and Biadasz is coming off his best game, and I got to be honest with you, I don't trust Greg Joseph either. Not that I trust Zane Gonzalez, but I certainly don't trust Greg Joseph. He's very talented, got a big leg, but he's been very inconsistent, erratic. So I worry about that. I worry about, Linnell, as we talked about, them being able to control Kamara. I think they'll be there for Kamara, but whether they make the tackle or not, that's what I worry about on either a screen or a perimeter run.
I agree, man. It's going to be key. I know Deron Payne and his availability wasn't questioned. He's officially active. We'll see, how the back, impacts the snap count here this afternoon. The one thing that I continue to look at, Chris, in this matchup is this front five for the Washington Commanders. Yes, they were awesome in the game against Tennessee before the bye, but in the 3 weeks prior to that, they had struggled firing off the ball and getting any real movement in the run game. Against a young, up-and-coming defensive tackle like Brian Bresee, local cat out of Damascus High School, career high 7.5 sacks to this point. He is that type of defensive tackle that's given Washington problems, the type of dude that can penetrate and get upfield. How concerned are you about him, especially when you add the caveat that there's no Tyler Biadasz today?
Yeah. I mean, very concerned. As I mentioned, Biadasz coming off his arguably his best game. So good at getting to the second level, and when he's healthy, he's been a great addition. He wasn't healthy during that 3-game losing streak, and now you don't have him. So, I mean, again, I know Dieter's a veteran. Maybe that'll help out a little bit. I'm sure it will. But it's not only Bresee, it's Chase Young, as everybody knows, who's having a good pass rush season. Now, I think you can run at Chase Young, and I wouldn't be surprised if they target and attack him. But, there's other guys on that defensive line, Granderson, what have you, that can create some hell. But if Jaden Daniels hopefully sees it well and then maybe can bust to his right, and maybe it's a little quicker than ideally you would like, but he can buy himself some extra time, maybe they can neutralize some of that. I heard somebody, maybe it was you guys earlier, that said, there was the Junkies, that said the Saints play-by-play guy was on with them, and they struggle against mobile quarterbacks. Well, they also struggle against running games, so hopefully they can keep them enough at bay where those guys aren't teeing off.
Does that mean, Rooster, that you think there's a good possibility that Jaden has maybe his Robert moment? Maybe not 75 yards down the sideline, but he gets that big running performance and eclipses 100 yards for the first time in his NFL career?
Oh, that would be cool, D-Day. I mean, that would be cool. And remember where Robert made his remember where Robert made his NFL debut, also a New Orleans kid, right? I mean, and Jaden obviously wasn't born in New Orleans, but he played at LSU, not too far away. So there's been a little bit of rookie quarterback Washington NFL magic in the building that they're about to play in 15 minutes. So maybe he busts out a big one. You know what I'm going to say. As long as he doesn't get hurt.
Oh, I already said it, Rooster. I already said it.
I don't need the big runs.
I agree with you, my friend. His health is obviously the most important thing. I want to take a peek ahead here for a quick second, Chris Russell. I know it's a dangerous thing to do. Say they handle their business this weekend against the New Orleans Saints. We mentioned this a little bit on Wednesday and Thursday during the week. What type of opportunity or chance, rather, do you think they have next week for a super important showdown with Philadelphia coming to town?
Yeah, I mean, I already think they have a pretty decent chance. And pretty decent, I don't know what that means, 45% chance, somewhere in that range.
I think I gave 70-30.
Yeah, well, I wouldn't go that low, but I would maybe not go as high as I tried to go during the week, which was probably 50-50, maybe, 55-45, somewhere in that range. And here's the mentality that I'm using, fellas, is Philadelphia's got Pittsburgh today. Win or lose, that's going to be a very, very, very physical matchup. We know that. And if they win, which I'd almost prefer, honestly, then they've won now, 10 in a row. And I think at some point you step in poop and it doesn't come up smelling like roses. And maybe that's next Sunday in a big game for the Washington Commanders. It won't necessarily be a big game as in win the division big game, but it will be a big game in terms of securing their playoff, not only spot, but seeding. And I think it also sends a message, hey, you know what? We can play with you guys, and we can win. They know they can play with them, but we can win.
Does Marshawn Lattimore have an interception today, Chris?
Well, yes. That's the dream scenario that I've cooked up in my mind, and obviously I'm not the only one. I just see him, I don't know, maybe late in the game, D-Day, like jumping an out route or a sideline, a route along the sideline, and maybe in front of the New Orleans bench and hot dogging it a little bit in front of them, because there was some friction. Let's put it that way, before he was traded. And I know maybe some of that was Dennis Allen related, but it was organizational related. And I think that would be such a cool thing. And it would get him, obviously, a lot of attention. And maybe it wouldn't be the most highest case of sportsmanship, but, have a little fun and do that stupid celebration in the end zone and have him make his Commander's debut where he's made his fans.
Chris, I don't want sportsmanship. I want wins. That's the most sportsmanship that I want.
Well, D-Day, I know one thing about you. You and Coach Sheehan, you guys like plant flag bearing and planting, and you like fighting, and you like the boys getting after things. So that would make it fun for you.
We had Saturday Night Main Event last night. Come on.
I just want to win, and I don't want to chew my fingernails down to the roots, if you will, in this game, because we know the rest of the year is not going to be as easy as people are making it out. And I don't need a blowout win. I just need a somewhat convincing win.
Yeah, I don't know how likely it is that you're going to get that. I do think this game will be a lot closer than what people locally are anticipating. Vegas has got the spread at 7.5 points. I think New Orleans covers. What is your official prediction as we get ready to let you get home for kickoff, Rooster? Come on, man.
Yeah, well, I went on Friday when we did the show from Media Row there for Army Navy. We still did obviously plenty of Commander Saints, and I took the Saints plus the 8. So now if it's 7.5, 8, whatever, I still feel like a backdoor cover. I still feel like this game is going to be closer than most people want it to be and are anticipating. I do think the Commanders win. I do not think it's going to be as easy as people want it to be.
Roost, appreciate the time as always. Thanks for making some time for us. Enjoy this one. We'll catch you on Monday with your recap of the game.
You got it, fellas. Save some wings for me, huh?
No promises there. These wings are sensational. That's Chris Russell. He's the host of the Chris Russell Show, Monday through Friday, 1 to 4 p.m. Eastern on the Team 980. On both Wednesdays and Thursdays, you hear him tag teaming with my partner here, Linnell Willingham, on a Throwdown Thursday and a Windbag Wednesday. When we get back, it's time for our official predictions. If you need a place to watch the game, you can come hang out with us. We're at Center Pocket in Bowie. It's a family-friendly sports bar. There's some billiards tables. You want to play some pool, rack it up. They got great food. Linnell and I pounded some wings already. You don't like wings? They got vegetarian options as well. Veggie bites, veggie quesadillas, and they are going to slap. Great food. Come hungry. Come watch the game with us. Our predictions next.
You can listen to the Team 980 on your smart speaker. Just say play the Team 980.
In Virginia Beach,
I continue to say, man, cautiously optimistic. I think if they're serious about being a postseason team, they'll win it. If they're not, then it's going to be a hell of a in-game show and hell of a week.
I'm excited that we're seeing a lot more burgundy and gold here. We're at Center Pocket in Bowie. You can come watch the game with us, hang out. Tons of great food options. I'm seeing more burgundy and gold, and it's getting me juiced up. I'm expecting not only just a big performance from the offense, I'm expecting a win.
Yes.
My expectation this week is a win. I'm not going to say they're going to hang 70. I learned my lesson from that against the Dallas Cowboys, but you're going up against a backup quarterback. This is a game that you need to come out victorious in.
100%, man. You control your destiny the rest of the way. It's a Saints team that at 5-8 still is mathematically alive in the NFC South race. The more desperate team obviously is going to win today. Let's just hope that with a little bit of burgundy and gold in the crowd out in New Orleans, that Washington is that more desperate team. I think they came out with that desperation against Tennessee. They bludgeoned the team in the first quarter. It felt like the game was over before it started.
It was over then.
Hopefully you see more of that here this afternoon.
All right, it's time for predictions. Right now, according to Vegas, it's a 7-point spread, 7.5-point spread. Maybe you got it at 8, but it's 7.5 now. Your prediction, does Washington get their 9th win of the season? Do they cover the spread?
I think Washington does get their 9th win of the season. I think it's a lot of Brian Robinson on the ground. I think Chris Rodriguez gets going as well. I expect Jaden Daniels to be active as a scrambler, maybe not with the designed runs, but the scrambles in these drop-back situations I think will be available to him. Defensively, I think this group continues to take another step forward with the debut of Marshawn Lattimore. Give me Washington, but it's going to be a lot closer maybe than we think. I like the Commanders 24-16.
24-16, so they do
cover. I do think they cover.
They do cover, but I got it at 8 earlier this week, which means they would push. And I think that's what I'm expecting today. I think Washington wins this one, Linnell. I think they score more points than you had them, but not by much. I'm going 28-20. They get it done, but I think that cover, or that push in my case, stands more in a backdoor result. This is a game to me that I see playing out where Washington goes into the fourth quarter with a pretty definitive lead, and then late in the quarter, the Saints make it close to the point where that number ends up getting covered. But I'm expecting that Washington is going to come away with a win, and I'm expecting a big game from Terry. You mentioned this. He is at the top 10 in just about every receiving category, not receptions, but every other receiving category in the NFL this year. I believe that continues, and I think he gets closer and closer to tying or breaking Santana Moss's single-season receiving.
You have been on this all season long.
I've been on this for 40 years. He just finally has a quarterback now.
Not to toot my own horn, beep, beep. But back in August, I was filling in for our guy Craig Hoffman when he was out at the Olympics, and we gave our bold predictions for the Commanders season. I thought B-Rob would be a Pro Bowl running back. My other prediction was career high in yards, touchdowns, catches for Terry McLaurin. So I also agree with you. I think he has a big day today.
He's already got one of those career highs.
Look, don't sleep on Kool-Aid McKinstry and Alontae Taylor either. I do think New Orleans has some talented pieces in the secondary. I just think Washington should be able to exploit it just because that guy under center, man, Jaden Daniels, the real deal.
Yeah, there's a different feel to the offense when he is active and he is live. Guess what? Coin toss. Washington wins.
Oh, what are they doing?
They deferred.
It feels like
it is a tale as old as time. Dan Quinn defers.
Let's say death, taxes, and the Commanders winning the kickoff and deferring. It is what it's been all year long. We get to see that handsome Mr. Hainer to start. I am so thrown off by the picture that's gone viral.
The zesty Mr. Hainer.
I didn't see it until this week when it surfaced online. I don't know how I missed that throughout the summer. That's the worst quarterback picture I've ever seen in my life. And I was going to make more comments about it, but I'm just going to leave it what it is. A guy over in the corner's got the big hat on. This Commander's gold jacket that he's wearing is the best thing I've ever seen in my life. He's got the Brian Robinson number 8 jersey on. It's go time, Denton Day.
It is go time. We're fired up. Come hang out with us, Center Pocket Sports Bar in Bowie when we get back. We are kicking this ball game off as Washington looks to get to 9 wins on the season. Don't go anywhere. It's Burgundy and Gold Game Day Live when we return on the Team 980, the Odyssey app, and the 106.7 The Fan YouTube page.
The Team 980 and the Odyssey app. Maryland.
It is a Burgundy and Gold Game Day live. We are live from Center Pocket Sports Bar in Bowie, hanging out, watching the Commanders. We got the first look at the zesty Jake Haener, Linnell, and the Saints offense. Dan Quinn won the coin toss, and he deferred. I do want to point out, the Saints taking a page out of the Dan Quinn book of bits. They sent Chase Young out there.
Really?
For the coin toss. You know, Dan Quinn loves sending former guys against their former teams. The Saints did that, so we'll see Chase Young in a matter of moments here. But the defense did its job, a quick 3-and-out for the New Orleans Saints offense. Alvin Kamara picked up a 3-yard gain on first down. MVS picks up 4 on second down on a 3rd and 3. Haener found Cedric Wilson for 15, but a holding call took that back. And then on a 3rd and 13, Deron Payne sacked Jake Haener for a big-time loss. That was a great defensive performance for Washington on that first drive, and now we get to see the first look. Jaden Daniels back in the state of Louisiana.
Yeah, it was a good start on the defensive side for Washington. I thought the key to this is going to be, can you put pressure on Jake Haener with only rushing 4? Deron Payne ended up with a sack on the first drive. There was a holding penalty that was drawn as well. So Washington early on defensively seems like they have the advantage up front. That's something Dan Quinn talked about in terms of what he wants to see this team improve on in the second half of the season. Talked about both sides of the line of scrimmage being more effective.
And on first down, Jaden Daniels did a little bit of the runaround. He scrambled for a gain of 1. I mean, he ran from one sideline to the next sideline to the next sideline. He only gets 1 yard, but on a 2nd and 9, he finds Terry in motion for 8 yards, and that makes it a much more manageable 3rd down. They're already across midfield because of the defense's performance and a great return by Jamison Crowder on the punt.
Yeah, and on that play, they motioned Terry McLaurin from the left side of the formation all the way back over to the right, and it's something that we've started to see here in the past couple of weeks with Terry being more versatile, being moved around the different spots. Hopefully it helps him, but the first play from scrimmage, Denton, I think says a lot about what Washington's mentality is going to be without Noah Brown and without Austin Eckler. They go 2 tight ends, Ben Simmons lined up in the offset eye, and they go play action boot to start. They're going to run the football, but they're showing these heavy looks here early.
On 3rd down and 1, they give it to Brian Robinson, who picks up the first down. That was his first touch of the game. That's a huge gain for Brian Robinson on just the 1. They give it to him on the ensuing 2nd down, and he takes that. I mean, we're getting some physical action with old B-Rob. I love to see it, Linnell. He bounced it outside.
I'm about to say.
Took some contact, picks up 8 yards.
Oh, Alontae Taylor got a face mask full of or a handful of face masks. Handful of face masks.
He got a
Brian Robinson stiff-armed the hell out of.
Yeah,
he stiff-armed the hell out of Alontae Taylor. And you're seeing it already, though. This is what makes him so dynamic. His ability to create the yards after contact is super impressive. And then you saw it at the tail end of the run. Contact balance, man, is something big time for Brian Robinson.
So that brings up a 2nd and 1. It's scoreless in New Orleans. Washington on their first drive of the game. It's looking like that smash mouth football that we've been accustomed to with the Commanders. They didn't give Brian Robinson the ball on the first 2 plays, but they gave it to him 3 times in a row now, and he has been productive on all 3 of those carries, including a 5-yard gain on 2nd and 1. He is fun to watch, man. He is super fun to watch.
Yeah, credit John Bates on that last one, allowing that run to spring further than probably what it should have. I think the one thing we'll continue to see as this run game improves, tight ends, wide receivers, a huge part of this thing, and it's a big reason Washington was able to run for 267 yards in the game before the bye against Tennessee.
On first down, a little bit of a miscommunication on a snap. It looks like a read option. Jaden takes it for 1 yard. He's pushed out by your guy, Kool-Aid McKinstry, a guy that Jaden knows well. They played against each other a number of times in that Alabama-LSU rivalry, so he's familiar with Kool-Aid McKinstry as Jaden Daniels. On 2nd down, Jaden's dropping back to throw. He launches it down the sideline. This is one of those things you talked about.
Yeah.
It's incomplete, which is going to bring up a 2nd and 9. We'll wait on the flag that comes down. But if this goes against Washington, and you're looking at 3rd and long here potentially.
Yeah, and I think that's the one thing we've talked about a lot when we've done these pregame shows, man. and it is going to be on Washington. They'll decline it, so it's a 3rd and 9 coming up here. I don't mean it to be disrespectful towards Washington's offense. I don't mean it to try and slight them in any way. They are simply not built to consistently have success in these 3rd and long situations. So we'll see what they're able to dial up here. They're showing the graphic right now on Fox. The Saints defense since week 10, 2nd in the NFL in points per game, 3rd in the NFL in 3rd downs allowed. So they're a group that's done a lot of good things here.
It doesn't help that there's no Noah Brown either. But he does find Jamison Crowder on 3rd down. This is going to bring up a 4th and short. You got Greg Joseph at kicker. Do you go for this on a 4th and 4? It looks like the answer is no, as they're setting up for a field goal.
Yeah, try to get some confidence in Greg Joseph. 13-16 this year with the Giants. I actually turned my head away for just a second, and they ran tempo. So I missed what happened on the 3rd down. I see Jamison Crowder ends up with the football.
It's Jamison Crowder, a little bit of an out route. The problem is with no Noah Brown, I mean, we can debate whether Noah Brown is a legit number 2 wide receiver.
Yeah.
I thought he played well for Washington, but in terms of building out my team, I would say he's maybe more of a number 3. With no Noah Brown, it's Terry McLaurin. Massive gap between who's ever second, especially with no Austin Eckler. And Jeremy McNichols was in on that 3rd down rather than Brian Robinson. We know that B-Rob has been able to become a guy that can catch the ball out of the backfield. So they went to Jamison Crowder. He picked up 6 yards, but it wasn't enough to make that a spot where they felt comfortable going for it. Now, Greg Joseph splits the uprights, and it's 3-0 Washington. I would call that first drive, Linnell, a good drive. Not a great drive, but a good drive. Obviously, getting into that 3rd and long, as you mentioned, really makes it difficult on this Washington offense with a young quarterback.
Yeah, but they eat up some clock, 8 plays, 36 yards. They eat up 330 and change. But you mentioned it. When they got into that, 3rd and long situation, it becomes a lot more difficult. Coach Rizzi right now is about to have an aneurysm on the sideline for whatever reason as he's chewing out the official. But as you mentioned, I didn't think it was a good start for Washington.
Wait a second.
Wow.
There was an unnecessary roughness penalty on the kick.
Wow.
So that gives Washington a 1st down. That's what Rizzi's losing his mind about. So instead of it being 3-0 Washington, they get a new set of downs on a 1st and 10 at the New Orleans. This penalty was enforced from the 26. It's going to be half the distance, so Washington's in the red zone. 0-0 with a new set of downs and the most dynamic quarterback that New Orleans has seen this season.
Yeah, they get it on Carl Granderson, a veteran on the Saints defensive front. Shocked at that, but when you look at a team that's 5-8, that's why they're 5-8. Undisciplined, untimely penalties, and right now it benefits Washington. And they get another chance at life here, because I continue to believe, man, the big difference for this team, and if they're going to have success in the stretch run in the postseason, when you get inside the 20-yard line, when you get across midfield, it's got to be about touchdowns, man, not field goals.
Got to be about touchdowns. So they get a 1st and 10. There's been questions who's going to fill in at wide receiver 2. It looks like the answer so far has been De'Ami Brown.
Yeah.
On that play on 1st and 10, which saw Jane Daniels pick up 9 on a design quarterback keeper, it's OZ, it's De'Ami, and it's Terry. So those seem to be like they're going to be the 3.
I love it. Every week, Jaden finds a defender to talk to. I don't know who 5 is for New Orleans, but him and 5 have been yapping at each other all game long at this point. I think the Saints defender was telling him, you better get down the slide. You better get down the slide. Jaden Daniels don't need to slide, man.
He don't need to slide.
Luke!
I see my man.
Luke! It's a Luke alert.
I see my man. It's a 2nd and 2. Can I get a Luke McCaffrey touchdown, please, and thank you? This is a big play for Washington. I'll take a Brian Robinson if it goes Brian Robinson's way. He picks up a 1st down, picking up 3 on a 2nd and 2. That's huge for B-Rob, and that's a new set of downs. You just can't, as a team in New Orleans, you can't give Washington second chances. You're going to be in all sorts of hell if you give them second chances, because on top of just letting them score points, Linnell, they've already eaten up 5 minutes of clock on this drive, with the potential of taking that to 6 or 7 based on how much they take their time here on these next couple of plays.
Yeah, for sure. And now that they've got a 1st and goal situation here. Love to see it. Is that a touchdown?
Yes, that's a touchdown. That's touchdown number 1. Jaden finds Olamide Zacchaeus. And Washington gets themselves into the end zone. Oh, that's coming back.
Oh, it's a flag.
That's coming back. OZ moved and started his motion while Diami was still in motion. So that's going to be a legal shift. Ding dang it.
That's tough. Anybody out there that had Jaden Daniels anytime touchdown, I apologize. Or excuse me, Jaden Daniels with a touchdown pass, I apologize. OZ's anytime touchdown numbers were like 10-1 today.
They were massive.
It's like 10-50.
So that you watch, it's Diami's in motion, and then OZ kind of starts.
Yeah.
Just a little too quick. They called an illegal shift. It was really a false start.
Yeah, that's tough. And we talked about Washington needing to score touchdowns in the red zone, not kick field goals. One way that you ensure that you kick field goals is by having penalties and self-inflicted wounds like we just saw.
So it's a 1st and goal now at the New Orleans 7. So still very much in a position where you should come away with points here. It's just going to take a little bit longer for this Commander offense. They call a designed run with Jaden, and Jaden takes it to about the 2. I paused there. These officials, I don't know what they're doing.
Yeah.
Jaden's clearly down.
I think he was laying on top of a guy, so I don't know if he ever touched the ground. And then they're saying the Saints ripped the ball out.
Regardless, Washington recovered it, so it's just going to be a question of where is the ball positioned. They're showing the replay.
Yeah, he's not down.
Yeah, he's not fully down, but his forward progress is clearly stopped.
Yeah, he tried to extend it, and Tyrann Matthew smacked the football the way. Luckily, is that Jeremy McNichols that got on that football?
That recovered
That's a real headsy, big-time play by McNichols.
It would lose the team a little bit of yards.
Yeah.
But outside of that, you keep the football, so that's incredibly important.
So now you're at the New Orleans 7 here for 2nd and goal. This game's got off to a little bit of a weird start.
They just can't get past the 7, it feels like.
That's very strange. I like the designed run, though, to Jaden Daniels. Running a little quarterback sweep. They blocked it up well on the perimeter. Our guy Chase Young actually made the hit that caused Daniels to move forward.
So on 2nd and 7, they're dropping Jaden back, and he's scrambling. He's going to step out of bounds for a gain of about 2. Another flag. God almighty, what is with the flags? Yeah. I mean, hopefully this is against New Orleans, but Jiminy Christmas, Batman, this is the 4th one we've seen today.
Yeah, I was about to say, it has been that type of situation.
It's instead against Washington. It's a holding on the
Cosme.
Commanders. That feels like that's one of Cosme's first holding penalties of the year.
Yeah, going up against the guy, I mentioned in the pregame, Brian Bresee, a guy that's got some pass rush juice. He gets up the field, and Cosme had no answer for it, man.
That's a little bit of a weak holding call, but I'll let the officials do their job. I'll just do mine. That makes it a 2nd and goal for Washington.
Yeah. One thing
they're going backwards here.
One thing I've noticed here, too, is you've seen Jamison Crowder on the field a lot here to start as he's back out in the slot to start this play. There goes Bresee again.
Brian Bresee
I'm telling you, I mentioned it in the pregame.
He's just dominating.
Oh! Terry McLaurin!
He finds Terry! 6! Oh, my God! The kid's incredible.
All this guy does is score touchdowns.
Jaden is dancing in the backfield, and he delivers a strike to Terry. That's his 10th receiving touchdown of the year.
Look at where Terry starts.
God bless Terry McLaurin.
He runs all the way across the other side of the field, man. That's super impressive.
Oh, my Lord, have mercy.
And B-Rob went down. B-Rob's hurt. Is he all right?
What a play. What a play.
We got to make sure Brian Robinson's all right.
Oh, that was sensational.
Love it.
The kick is up and good. It's 7-0 Washington. I don't know how I would describe that drive, Linnell. They're credited with 12 plays. They really played about 16 of them.
Yeah.
Based off of penalties. Nearly 7 minutes of clock, but it results in a Terry McLaurin 16-yard touchdown catch from Jaden Daniels. God, it is nice that he has a quarterback.
I was about to say, I hope it was really a risky throw from Jaden Daniels, throwing it in the tight coverage like that. But I hope, and Doug Farrar just tweeted, Jaden Daniels is preposterous.
He is an insane human.
I mean, seriously, that was ridiculous. And the catch from McLaurin makes it even better. But what he did beforehand, evading pressure, getting Brian Bresee, to fall off of him. I mean, it was a super impressive play, but Brian Robinson went down at the end of that, and I don't know if he's okay. I hope he is, but that'll be something I monitor here moving forward.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on any news related to Brian Robinson. I'm just scrolling through Twitter and the beat guys. No one is tweeting that he needed any sort of medical assistance.
Yeah.
Could have just had a wind knocked out of him. Maybe he was just so unbelievably surprised that Terry came and made that catch. Terry got 2 catches, 24 yards, and a touchdown on that opening drive.
So this number is via Washington PR. With that touchdown, Commanders now have 383 total points this season, 9th in franchise history for the most points scored in a single game. And we've got 3 quarters and 3 games left to go, so it kind of shows you how historic this offense has been to start the year.
And for Terry, that is his 10th receiving touchdown.
Yeah.
I can't tell you the
10,
last.
Dude, that's crazy. Bro.
I can't tell you the last Commander that's had 10 receiving touchdowns.
I can't either.
My best guess would be maybe either Jordan Reed or Garcon.
Yeah.
In those Kirk years.
Maybe Deshaun.
But Terry is having himself a season. He's over 900 yards for the year now with that.
He is hooping, bro, and I'm happy for him because he's the type of cat that does everything right. One of the real leaders of this football team, and I think that touchdown kind of sums up what's special about this offense. Jayden Daniels getting out of a phone booth or making a guy miss in the phone booth and then resetting the feet and making a gutsy throw.
That is
making a gutsy throw.
He's not making that throw 6 weeks ago.
No.
He's not doing it.
For sure.
That is a level of comfortability that he now has with Terry McLaurin. So the Commanders up 7-0. Their defense going to be back on the field with 5:28 left to go in the first quarter. We'll see what they do with Mr. Zesty himself. Jake Haener back on the field for New Orleans. It's a Burgundy and Gold Game Day Live. We are presented by Ruud. Is your cooling system letting you down? Score a touchdown with Ruud and experience peak performance. Dominate the season with unmatched cooling power and visit ruud.com. If it ain't Ruud, it ain't right. We are live. It's Burgundy and Gold Game Day Live. We are hanging out at Center Pocket Sports Bar and Billiards in Bowie, having a great time, thanks largely to Jaden Daniels. The Commanders up 7-0. Daniels threw an insane touchdown pass to Terry McLaurin for 16 yards. The defense on the field now, Linnell, it's very clear. They're either going to sack Jay Kaner or Jay Kaner's going to throw it to Alvin Kamara. One of those two things is going to happen on almost every single play. We've seen both of them on this drive. Alvin Kamara had a massive 29-yard reception on a 2nd and 11 to put the Saints into Washington territory. And then immediately Dorrance Armstrong sacked Jay Kaner for a loss of 9 yards to put them back in New Orleans territory. It is a little bit of catch-22, it feels like.
Yeah, I was about to say, on the play where Kamara goes for 29, he breaks a couple of tackles. The Saints get a matchup that's favorable to them. It is Kamara lined up one-on-one against Michael Walker, the reserve linebacker. Still surprised to see that he's playing as much as he's playing.
Wouldn't put him in. Not against Kamara.
Especially with Jordan McGee now up and able to go. But, yeah, I mean, that's how you keep the Saints in the football game, allowing them to have explosive plays, whether it's in the pass game or on the ground. I just feel like the pass rush for Washington has actually been pretty good here to start. They've gotten pressure on Haener. Dorrance Armstrong had his first sack since like week 5. So it's good to see the defense playing the way that they're playing outside of that big chunk to Kamara.
Armstrong has a sack. Deron Payne credited with his first sack in quite some time. Bobby Wagner just had a great play stopping Alvin Kamara behind the line of scrimmage. How tall is Jay Kaner?
I don't know.
He got that short king energy. Let me look up how tall he is. I don't know if he's either short or if he just squats way too deep into his stance on his dropbacks. But
he doesn't look very big. I agree.
He looked like a child when sacked by Dorrance Armstrong. He's 6'1".
Yeah.
He ain't no 6'1". If he's 6'1", I'm 6'1". That dude is not 6'1".
Hey, he doesn't really look like it. And I didn't realize Saints were in 3rd and 22.
Their third, that 9-yard sack from Dorrance Armstrong just completely took them out of position. Haener's going to run for it. He ain't going to get nothing. He got himself out of bounds before Noah I cracked him.
Yeah, for sure.
And that's going to lead to another punt. That's a great defensive drive. In spite of the fact they had that huge 29-yard play to Alvin Kamara, they got theirs right back, and it's 4th and 14. They're punting the football away.
Yeah, it was a good stop by Washington. Good coverage in the secondary, making him, talking about Haener, hold on to the football. The lane that they gave him wasn't big enough to hurt you. I thought they rallied to the football well. They've done everything perfectly defensively here, outside of like 2 plays, which was that scramble drill completion to Cedric Wilson, and then the chunk play you allowed to Kamara. It's been a really good defensive start.
So they punt away, actually a pretty decent punt. Jamison Crowder fair catches that inside the 10-yard line, so Washington's going to have to drive just about the length of the field, Linnell. I trust the offense to do so. They're leading in this one 7-0 with under 2 minutes to go in quarter number 1. I would describe that first offensive drive that resulted in a touchdown as weird. Positively weird.
Yeah.
But it was weird. Penalties, taking a field goal off the board to then get a touchdown, the throw from Jaden to Terry, all of it was very weird. I'm hoping for maybe a cleaner touchdown drive here for the Commanders.
Yeah, I hope, right? Like, it was a situation where you had some penalties, you got behind the sticks, but ultimately your playmakers made some big plays. Jaden with a couple of really nice scrambles, including the touchdown. Terry makes a super contested catch in the end zone. What I'm going to be monitoring here moving forward, man, I talked about it all week, man, if anyone was paying attention. I mentioned it this morning. Brian Bresee made his impact felt on Washington's opening drive offensively. Forced a holding penalty on Sam Cosmi, got upfield and forced Jaden out of the pocket on the touchdown pass. Obviously, the rest of the Saints defense didn't rally and do their part, but he's somebody to monitor and watch here.
Here's some numbers for you that I think you're going to like, and I think our listeners are going to like. Next Gen Stats ran the number on that touchdown pass to Terry. Jaden had 8.04 seconds to throw the football. The target separation was less than a yard, 0.7 yards between Terry and the defender. The completion probability when it left Jaden's hands was 16.1%.
Wow.
I'll tell you what, because I am a fan of the theatrics, you know me. Everything is pro wrestling in life. I would have loved if that completion probability was 17%.
I know.
Oh, it would have been masterful.
It would have been beautiful.
It would have been beautiful. But here's this. That's Jaden's second touchdown of the season with a time to throw over 8 seconds. Only 7 touchdowns of 8 seconds time to throw have taken place this entire year. So he leads the NFL.
I think the first one's the Hail Mary, right?
I think the first one was the Hail Mary. So he leads the NFL in that particular statistic. And people think Bo Nix is Rookie of the Year. Are you serious? How silly do you have to be to think that?
Well, you have to be biased and not know what you're talking about.
So the offense back on the field, 1:47 to go. We'll let you know what they can do. They're up 7-0. It's drive number 2 for Jaden Daniels when we get back on a Burgundy Gold Game Day Live.
The team
second quarter about to get underway here. The Commanders up 7-0 over the New Orleans Saints. The touchdown to Terry McLaurin, the only score in quarter number 1. They're going to have a first down and 10 at their own 21-yard line. Jaden found Terry on a 3rd and 2 for a gain of 5. Jaden in the first quarter, Linnell, threw 6 passes. 3 of them were to Terry McLaurin. He has 3 catches, 29 yards, and a touchdown. Here's some numbers for you. I just love these numbers. When throwing to Terry this year, Jaden is completing 73.4% of his passes, a touchdown to interception ratio of 10-1, 10.4 yards per attempt with a passer rating of 141.1. So, yeah, I think those guys like each other.
I was about to say.
I think they're getting comfortable.
About to say, when in doubt, get the ball to number 17. I think the beautiful thing about Jaden throwing the football to Terry and their rapport being so good to start is it's only going to get better, in my opinion, man. Oh, look who it is. Chase Young with a sack.
Chase Young with a sack on a first down. That first down, thanks to a 16-yard run from De'Ami Brown to get Washington to the 37-yard line. So Chase Young gets a sack against his former team for a loss of 4 for Jaden Daniels. That's just a slow developing play with no options available. That's a coverage sack for New Orleans, and Chase Young staying disciplined in his rush pursuit to the quarterback.
Yeah, gotta give him credit.
Montez had a great game against the Commanders, so I guess it's only fitting that Chase does as well.
Yeah, but we were talking about McLaurin and Jaden Daniels and their rapport continuing to improve, man. I think because it's so early on in their relationship together, the fact that they've already got this rapport, I think it only gets better. Darren Orlovsky ranked them as the 9th best wide receiver quarterback duo in the NFL. I mean, there are some pretty good duos.
Yeah, there's some pretty good duos. At 9th seems low.
Yeah, Adam at 9th, but, I think by season's end, they may be a little bit higher. That was my whole thing, man. With Noah going down, just give it to Terry more. That solves your problems, right?
Literally just go to 17 more frequently, and good things are going to happen. Washington has a 3rd and 9. This is a big one. You keep this drive moving, you might be sitting pretty good. You give it to 17. 17's going to keep this drive moving.
That was blocked really well, man.
Oh, that's a beautiful play.
I got to call a hold.
Oh, you have got to be kidding me.
Yeah.
That's going to be against De'Ami Brown, I think, on Kool-Aid McKinstry. This better be blatant. They are calling too many penalties in this game. Yeah, it's on De'Ami.
That's tough.
I need a replay of that. Mr. Fox, can you please give me a replay? I think he sold it.
Sold it well. But what that does, though, man, is it puts Washington behind the sticks.
Big time.
And
takes away a first down.
That's what's hurt them a lot this year. And I continue to feel like, the Saints defense, despite being without Marshawn Lattimore now, still has some guys that can impact the passer, man, for sure.
They certainly do, and Washington gets nothing. Wait, hold on. Since when have you been able to suplex a quarterback? Cam Jordan sacks Jaden Daniels, and he legitimately, with a belly-to-back suplex, like this is freestyle Greco-Roman wrestling. When have you been able to suplex a quarterback?
Yeah, they run a game on the interior with Brissy and Cam Jordan, a little TE stunt, and he got inside leverage, and it was over with. Oh, my God.
He legitimately suplexed him.
Which is kind of crazy.
It's kind of crazy. That's insane body strength. And Cam Jordan was also on his knees, which makes that even more impressive, I think.
For sure, but...
Man, penalties killed Washington on that drive.
I was about to say, it's been the story of the game thus far for this team. They are simply not built to play from behind the sticks, and they haven't done a good job of doing it all year.
And I don't think either one of these offensive lines can block the opposing defensive line. Everybody is getting sacked in this matchup. I mean, Jake Hayner's been sacked twice. Jaden's been sacked twice already.
One thing I like to see more if you're Washington here, man, is I guess it's hard when you have the penalties. But getting the ground game more of a part of the offense on 1st and 2nd. That last drive, 8 plays, 16 yards. 16 yards where they ate up 4 minutes and 45 seconds of clock. which is like kind of crazy.
It's insane.
But you know, the rushing numbers here early for Washington aren't super favorable. I think it's 5 carries for 18 yards for B-Rob to start. And
4 for 16 for Jaden.
Yeah, so credit to New Orleans, man. They've done a pretty decent job bottling up Washington's rushing attack here. They're going to have to find other answers. And I think the other answer that we've seen early here is Terry McLaurin.
Terry.
3 or 4 catches already here to start. You know, getting yards after catch. I mean, he is a guy that if you're going to reach your ceiling this year and actually be a threat in the postseason, Terry's got to become more of a high-volume target guy. Because he is special when you throw it to him.
He's your best offensive player outside of number 5. It's him and Brian Robinson. Now, Brian Robinson was open on that third down, but at that point, Jaden was already wrapped up by Cam Jordan. The thing is, Jaden's been sacked twice, but he's been pressured a lot more than that. I mean, even on that touchdown throw, he was pressured. He did the splits on the field, was able to maintain himself and then throw the touchdown, but Washington is struggling right now to block up front. Yeah, it's going to be. I don't know if you're going to be able to move the ball down the field with deep shots if that's the case.
And it's been expected, though, man. We talked about it. This Saints defensive front has dudes. Brian Bresee, Chase Young, Cam Jordan, Carl Granderson is playing good ball. You know, their real issue is in the back end if they have any on defense. And I think their offense's inability to, you know, sustain drives has made their defense look worse than what it actually is. I think it's a pretty decent group. But this Commanders offensive line, man, we saw how well they played against a better Tennessee front. Coming out the bye, I expect them to be fresh and, you know, flying off the football, man.
We're going to see this defense going up against Jake Haener in just a moment. I'm expecting another sack.
I mean, yeah.
At this rate, I'm expecting to see Jake Haener, the king of the zest, hit the ground, come away with something.
He's got one completion.
And it was that throw to Kamara.
Like, that's insane. So Washington has done a good job on defense.
I mean, if he's dropping back, he's either completing the ball or hitting the ground.
Yeah.
That's the only thing that we have seen so far. So the defense back on the field, a big run for Alvin Kamara to start things off.
We've seen this, though, man. They get to the edge on this Alvin Kamara run. Like, that has been – I don't know who was the play side defensive end on that. But, like, that can't happen.
Can't happen.
Like, you not against the Saints.
No, cannot happen. When we get back, we'll let you know what this defense can do if they can force Jake Haener into a little bit of a turnover. He just threw his first incompletion. It'll be third down when we return. It's 7-0. Washington leading the Saints with 11:36 to go in the first half. It's Burgundy Gold Game Day Live with Denton Day and Linnell Willingham, presented by Rude on the Team 980 and the Odyssey app. Good things happening on defense, Linnell, on that third down that we left them at. Mikey Sanders still comes away with a big interception to give Washington the football back. It's the second of the year for Mikey, and it gives Washington the ball back just at about midfield. Now, the two offensive plays they've run at midfield have not been sensational. It's Jaden runs that have not worked. We got a flag on a second down run. We'll check the flag. They're calling the design QB runs, though, and they're not having a lot of success. Somebody's holding up front.
No, they're not. I think that was a bad read that time from Jaden. I would have kept it inside to Jeremy McNichols on the zone read. He pulled it, and the defensive end did crash, but they did a good job getting outside. And that time, yeah, B-Rob getting the outside jersey tug of Alontae Taylor. 4 penalties, 33 yards for Washington. And you felt it.
Gross.
You have felt it, and that's the thing about the style of football that they play. It is just so difficult to have these 15, 16-play drives that eat up a bunch of clock because you got to play mistake-free, and it's just hard to do that on a down-in, down-out basis.
It's incredibly difficult for a young team, but, man, how about De'Ami Brown?
Love it.
Getting some extra yardage. Jaden delivering a strike to De'Ami. He's really stepping up in the absence, I think, of Noah Brown. They're going to credit that one for 12 yards. That's a great play to make it a much more manageable third down rather than potentially being at a 3rd and 18.
Yeah, big-time play there. Nice job by Jaden, who's also 9 of 10 to start, having another one of those wacky completion percentage games. When I say wacky, I mean in a good way, obviously.
A positive whack.
This is another 3rd and long situation. I think this is 4-down territory. They don't need it, though.
They don't need it. Is that De'Ami again? No, that's J-Mo. That's J-Mo getting involved.
Come on now.
That's another strike for 12 yards from Jaden to Jamison Crowder. I mean, you put Crowder up in the slot, man. I know he's not as young as he once was.
Look at him finding that soft spot in the zone, man.
That's
and
football IQ.
Jaden with a rocket of a throw, too, man.
You're not going to find much better. Great catch. He bobbled it a little bit, but great catch from Jamison Crowder. Washington's across midfield.
And even if they didn't get it, I thought it would have been potentially 4-down territory anyway. But this is what you want if you're Washington, man. It's a good start for your drop-back passing game because the run game hadn't been there.
No,
so the fact that they're getting a compliment from the passing game right now is huge.
And you had mentioned this during the pregame show. The Saints have struggled against the running attack.
The worst run
year.
defense in the league.
Not today. They're loading the box and they're stopping Jaden. They're stopping the runs to the outside. I don't know if the absence of Biotish is a massive factor right now, but I would imagine it's certainly a factor.
Yeah, for sure. I wonder moving forward here, though, like, are they going to be able to get the run game going? Because they need it.
They need it. It's going to make Jaden's life a whole lot easier if they get it. They throw a screenplay to OZ for a pickup of about 9 on 11. That is kind of the extension of the run game.
Exactly. That's what I was going to say. If you're having trouble running it right into the teeth of this Saints defense, hitting the bubble screens and things of that nature is how you supplement things offensively.
And this is where it's 4-down territory. You got a 3rd and 2. So long as you don't take a monster sack, this becomes 3rd down territory for me.
100%. I would have to think some type of play right here, either to get the ball out of Jaden's hands quickly or get him on the perimeter. I wouldn't recommend, based on the front, them continuing to just run into the heart of the defense.
No, I would not. Jaden's going to drop back on this 3rd down. It looks like he's looking to run. He is. They might spot him a 1st down there. He extended the football. That's going to be a close one.
Yeah, we'll see.
I think he might have gotten it with the way that he reached that arm out.
See him try to beat the defensive back. Is that Pete Warner, the linebacker to the corner?
I believe so. Oh, he definitely got that 1st down.
Yeah.
That's great awareness by Jaden.
Yeah, for sure.
As he gets pushed out of bounds, extending that ball across the line to gain for a 1st down for Washington, keeping this drive alive. If you're just joining us, the Commanders up 7-0 over the Saints. There's 7 minutes to go in quarter number 2. We're going to be commercial-free for the entirety of halftime. We got JP Flame with us, who might be with us at halftime. We're live in Center Pocket Sports Bar in Bowie. You want to come hang out in the second half. Great food, great beer as well. Liquid Intrusion is on location. We might have them stop by too, Linnell. Give us some beers for after the show.
Love it.
After the show, of course.
This offense, though, they're showing the graphic on Fox. Washington's got 14 plays in Saints territory. Saints have just one in Washington territory.
That one play for the Saints ended up being a sack that kicked them out of Washington territory.
For sure. I've been impressed, though, man. Washington, the balance may not be there in terms of, like, running success, but I think this passing game has been in rhythm. I think the protection's been pretty good up front for the most part.
Decent, yeah.
Anytime Jaden's gotten pressured in this game, Denton, it feels like it's because the defensive backs of New Orleans have forced him to hold on to the football, so no quick pressures here yet to this point.
They would have had a first down on this 2nd and 3. Jaden sees the blitz, makes the right decision, just get batted down at the line of scrimmage. You would have had Diami for a gain of about 5.
My pockets needed that. One more catch.
Oh, I think you'll be all right.
Yeah.
I think you'll be all right when all is said and done. It brings up a 3rd and 3 for Washington. They're knocking on the door of the red zone. They're about at the 23-yard line offensively.
Oh, catch! Oh, what a catch from Zach Ertz.
I take back
He hurt his hip.
I take back every time I call that dude old. He did.
Oh, he's hurt.
Though. That's a hell of a catch from Zach Ertz. Jaden delivering it over the middle. Ertz makes a one-handed grab. Hot damn, he turned the clock back about 6 years. I didn't know he had that in his bag, Linnell. I had to be honest.
I'm about to say, dog.
I didn't know he was capable of doing that.
I'll be real, though. This is a massive injury for Washington.
Massive.
Like, huge.
You're already down Noah Brown.
You cannot lose Zach Ertz. Like, that is, damn, insult to injury type, but, like, he's been your second lead receiver all year. You're already down Austin Eckler. You're already down Noah Brown. Like, that is, I don't want to be that guy.
That
but
stinks.
Like this,
that's tough.
Stinks for your offense. Like
so, I trust Ben Sinnott that he's going to become a good player. This would be a lot to ask him. I could say the same about John Bates, not a pass catching guy, right? Yeah. The loss of Zach Ertz, if that's a serious injury, could be absolutely brutal for Washington.
Yeah, man. You hope he gets back quickly.
I don't know what is the tight end market like in the free agency.
I'm not sure.
I don't know that there's a lot of good options unless you're calling somebody out of retirement potentially.
Yeah, I mean that's tough, man. He's been better this year than what I gave him credit for this offseason. I didn't see him having this type of impact before camp, but then in camp we know he saw the lion's share of targets outside of Terry, so I guess we shouldn't be too surprised by Zach Ertz, but that was him turning the clock back.
I mean, that really, if that ends up being a serious injury, it really does overshadow how great of a catch that was.
Yeah, for sure.
I didn't know we still had that. So he's down on the field. We'll let you know if we get an update on him. Also, what Washington's going to do. They're up 7-0. They're going to have a 1st and goal thanks to Zach Ertz with 6 minutes left to go in the first half. We'll be commercial-free for the entirety of halftime. Don't go anywhere. It's Burn and Go Game Day Live, presented by Rude on the Team 980 with Denton Day and Linnell Willingham.
Do you need a new
For the first time, Linnell, since Gary Clark, we got a receiver that has double-digit touchdown catches. And for the first time, probably since Gary Clark, we're going to have a wide receiver that's an all-pro. Terry McLaurin is going to make that list. He just caught his second touchdown pass of the ball game. He has 5 catches for 34 yards and 2 touchdowns. The man is legitimately unstoppable against this New Orleans defense. Jaden right now is 13 of 15 for 119 yards and 2 touchdowns. Washington is up 14-0, and Jake Haener can't do anything.
Yeah, it's been impressive to watch the way that they've swarmed defensively. This time they bring extra pressure and the secondary doing their job, but what they have done offensively to start here is super impressive. New Orleans, for the most part, has bottled up Washington's rushing attack, but the drop-back passing game, which I continue to feel like they don't have enough to support it, to live like that on a down-in, down-out basis. They've been awesome in that department here today.
Defensively, they have done a sensational job against this New Orleans team. On the drive after the touchdown, Alvin Kamara picked up 3 yards on first down. He picked up 2 yards on second down. And then Jeremy Chin sacked Jake Haener for a loss of 9. That guy has hit the turf a lot today.
I was about to say, the picture he takes next time better not be as zesty.
I mean,
the Commanders took that personally.
It's going to be zesty on the turf is what it's going to be. This dude's been sacked already 3 times by this Commander defense for a loss of 29 yards. They have 21 yards of total offense right now. Washington is dominating them on all fronts.
Does this look like a group ready for next week?
I think
at Northwest?
I think they're hungry.
With Philly coming to town?
What's crazy is it's not even like they're playing out, like they've had penalties that have been really annoying.
Perfect.
It hasn't been perfect at all, and they are just slapping around this New Orleans defense. And we're going to get to see the offense back on the field again. They could be up 21-0 by the time we get to the second half, which, oh, by the way, they get the ball back in the second half.
There we go. And I forgot. I don't know how I can forget. There's one thing that we don't do is lose that damn opening coin toss. I mean, they started off winning from the get-go. But I wonder, Denton, do we see the lull that we saw against Tennessee in the third? Remember they came out like gangbusters against the Titans, and then in that third quarter things kind of slowed down a little bit? If they can avoid that from happening, that makes me look at this thing even more impressively. But it's been a hell of a start, man. I continue to be impressed. And I told you I thought Jaden would have a big day today. I think the thing I said was 350 yards combined, rushing and passing. The way he has thrown the football, the accuracy, the timing, the touch, this is vintage Jaden Daniels, is what I would say.
Right now, Jaden has 119 yards passing, 18 yards rushing. So he's close to 150
got some work to do.
With another drive yet to come here. The one negative that we have seen for Washington on that drive, Zach Ertz goes down after making a crazy catch. He's being evaluated in the blue tent for a concussion. So we will update you as we learn more on that, but all the beat reporters tweeting out that he's in that blue tent for a concussion. Hopefully that ends up being nothing, but losing Zach Ertz after you've already lost Noah Brown and Austin Eckler would be a really tough loss ahead of the next week against Philadelphia.
Yeah, I agree with you, brother. You're going to need KJ Osborne, it looks like, if Zach Ertz has to miss any time.
You're going to call up Odell Beckham. It looks like
and tell the people out there to stop hating on OBJ, all right? I would for sure take a flyer on Odell Beckham.
It feels like people are kind of trapped in 2018.
Yeah, for whatever reason.
So the offense gets the ball back. They run it with Brian Robinson on first down for a gain of about 2. You're going to need to break one of those. You're going to need to break one of those. I mean, B-Rob did a great job against Tennessee in that regard, but they're going to need to do something to break one. God, this first touchdown pass
that's
they're
crazy,
replaying
bro.
is
That's
legitimately insane.
Bro. He's been sick. But, I just go back to what we was talking about, man. The New Orleans Saints front four is doing a really good job recreating the line of scrimmage and not allowing Washington to climb up to the next level on their double teams, man. The passing game is going to have to continue to be impactful here.
Jaden just threw a jump pass to Brian Robinson. He gets a first down. The guy can literally do everything.
Anything.
It is insane to watch. You told me this when we got here. You asked me, you're like, what do we do to get a quarterback with this kind of aura. They didn't give him a first down. That's insane.
Yeah, that is crazy.
With this kind of aura. I don't know what we did, but I'm thankful for it. I mean, suffered is what we did.
Well,
we
for
suffered
sure.
for 20 years.
I was about to say, yeah, that's what we did. We earned it by being the loyalist fan base in the NFL, in my opinion, sticking with this group through all that mumbo jumbo. But this kid, the one thing that I continue to be impressed with is, like, down to down, he's the same guy. He's going to crack his smile. He's going to talk his trash. But he's uber confident. He's talking right now.
Trash now.
He's talking right now.
And I love to see that. There's a mentality that you have to have. Washington called their first time out. It's a 3rd and 1 with 2 minutes and 9 seconds left to go. There's a lot of number 5s in the burgundy and gold in attendance, Linnell. But as we're seeing right now, there's a lot of purple and gold number 5s.
Sure.
People repping the LSU jersey of Jaden Daniels. You know, I don't here in Washington, we are football first professionally.
Right.
But in states like Louisiana that are football first at the college level, there is a different level of fandom and notoriety that comes with being the quarterback at LSU. We've seen it with Joe Burrow, and now we're seeing it with Jaden Daniels. They love him more than they love Derek Carr and Jake Hay and Spencer Rattler and all these dudes. It's really beautiful to see, especially when that guy plays for our team.
Yeah, for sure.
It's a big 3rd down.
It is, man. And
Jaden Daniels is unbelievable. This guy is a superhuman. This is a beautifully played attempt by this New Orleans
he said
Saints
you're too
defense.
slow. He said you're too effing slow.
Too slow. Granderson tries to wrap up Jaden. Jaden attacks and escapes. And then he picks up the first down with his legs after being chased by Demario Douglas. Is that Douglas? Demario Davis, one of the best linebackers in the NFL. Jaden is talking his noise, man.
Yeah, I love that.
That's beautiful.
We talked about it, man. Aura this young man has. And I wonder, they got to mic him up one week, man.
How have they not given us
We
Jaden
deserve Jaden Daniels mic'd up.
We've gotten Bobby Wagner. We've got
I'm actually tweeting at the Commanders right now. Be like, yo, bro, can we get Jaden Daniels mic'd up?
I mean, he is talking that talk and he's backing it up. 2-minute warning, you're sitting pretty good. He picked up that first down. Washington's going to have it at their own 40. You get the 2-minute warning. You get 2 timeouts. You got to think you're in go mode here, right?
Oh, 100%. That's been their mentality all season long. It's the reason that they defer, to the second half so they can have the double-up opportunity. I mean, it feels like every time they've dropped back, good things have happened. So, feels like that's the recipe moving forward here. I do want to see the ground game get established, though, at some point, because you will need it next week. When Philadelphia comes to town.
You need it against Philadelphia. Right now they're averaging 3.2 yards per carry as a team. Brian Robinson has 7 carries for 26 yards. Jaden has 6 for 20, both with the long of 9. But Jaden has now had multiple plays today where he is just leaving guys in the dust, making guys look silly. The touchdown pass to Terry, the first one, that scramble. Now Granderson should have had him for a loss of 4.
For sure.
And Jaden turned that into a first down for Washington. This dude is legitimately insane.
He is, man. I'm impressed by everything we've seen with this group. I just hope, as the game moves on here, they continue to be able to protect him. Because if there was one issue with anything offensively in that first half, it was interior pressure from Brian Bresee and company, forcing Jaden to, roll out of the pocket. But nothing but good things have happened as a result, though, man. Jaden keeping his eyes downfield, understanding where the pressure's coming from, and he's made it work.
He has absolutely made it work. So the team's up 14-0. They get the 2-minute warning coming back here. They got 2 timeouts. They're starting. They got a 1st and 10 at their own 40-yard line. We're going to be commercial-free for the entirety of halftime. JP Flame's going to swing by. We might have some people from the establishment that we're at swinging by. We're live at Center Pocket Sports in Bowie. It's Burgundy and Gold Game Day live with Denton Day, Linnell Willingham. We're presented by Rue. Don't go anywhere. We're back with the offense when we return. It's Bernie Gold, Game Day Live, 14-0 Washington, leading the New Orleans Saints. That last drive, Lionel, did not end well. They can't get separation down the field. Jaden Daniels on a third down gets sacked for a loss of 14 yards. Can't take that one.
No, you cannot. And it was a situation where one of the rare occasions where New Orleans brings the pressure from the secondary. It's Amadi coming on the corner blitz. Jeremy McNichols gets just enough of the blitzing defensive back, turns around, makes himself available. Jaden got to suck it up, and it would have been a big boy hit he would have taken, but you got to get that football out.
You got to get it out to him because if McNichols catches the ball, he gets a first down.
Yeah, he's got
There's
green
nothing
grass.
but green grass in front of him for at least 15, 20 yards. That's one that you're going to watch on film and say, man, we got to get that one back.
Yeah, for sure.
Now it's up to the defense. I mean, this New Orleans offense has been pretty much inept for this entire ball game here.
Yeah, this defense has been elite to start. It's the second straight week we've seen this defense come out like gangbusters. Love the way they played against Tennessee, and they're replicating that performance here this afternoon. They have gotten nothing offensively.
Absolutely nothing. So the offense back on the field for New Orleans. We'll see if we can get maybe another turnover. Mikey Sanders still already has one interception on the day. It's his second of the year. Bobby Wagner almost had an interception. Your guy, Bobby Wagner, almost had an interception right there.
Somebody had some interior pressure on that to where Hainer couldn't step into the throw. He had the receiver, but somebody won in the middle.
I don't know if that was Newton or Deron Payne.
So it's Louvu, it looks like, off the edge they're highlighting. Yeah, they run a little TE stunt.
I'll tell you what, with Frankie Louvu, we haven't called his name a ton
We have
today.
not once, actually.
I'd really prefer in the second half to call his name a lot. It's felt like this season we call his name a lot in the first half, and then he kind of goes away in the second half. But seeing as how they're going to have to throw the ball a lot, Frankie Louvu might be in for a big time second half. Bobby Wagner was held on that second down. They didn't call it. It's fine.
Washington hitting, man. Doris Armstrong, nice job retracing his steps.
They're attacking the football.
On the screen, the Kamara, yeah, they're violent, man. They're flying to the football. Dude, he's got 2 completions in the first half. 2. Jake Hainer has 2 completions.
He has 3.
3.
Not much better.
But you understand what I'm saying. It has been a defensive masterclass from Washington here to start. You think it has anything to do with Marshawn Lattimore?
I think it could.
Maybe.
I think it is the zesty Jake Hainer that has been more of the issue.
He was even zesty as a toddler. Holy cow, look at the guy.
I mean, if the football thing doesn't work out, he has a future in modeling. He can hit the poses. He knows where he's looking at. He gives a little bit of flair to the camera. He is dynamic in more than just one regard.
3rd and 5 here. Washington looks like they're bringing hella pressure. Oh, don't jump off sides.
Don't do it. Don't do it. Do not do it.
They bring everybody. Oh, good play by Hainer.
Finally a completion, 12 yards for Dante Pettis.
Yeah, that's a really
Dan
good
Quinn
play.
had been calling his timeouts in an effort to get the football back. I'm going to guess that stops after that play. And now you're just getting maybe your defense. He beat Mikey. He faked inside, went outside. Mikey fell for it.
But that's a really nice job by Jake Hainer, having the stones to stand in there, knowing he's going to get hit, and then finds the guy wide open.
They can't block anybody on this Washington defensive line. It's been incredibly impressive the way they've gotten after Jake Hainer today.
Yeah, it has been, and they've done it primarily rushing 4. That time they set extra pressure.
And Jake Hainer incomplete. It looks like a Saints wide receiver is down, number 10. He collided into guys on the sideline there.
Yeah, well, that was another situation where our pal, and Valdez Scantling actually went down after that. So that's not good because they already have nobody at receiver. About to say, maybe we can get the red eye, get you in New Orleans. How you go catch some passes?
I don't know how good my hands are.
They may need you. But, no, that was another instance, though, where Sanders still in man-to-man coverage, playing soft, gets beat. I think that's the plan, though.
Wait, you want me to go play wide receiver for the Saints?
Man.
I'd throw the game. I'd be fumbling away. They'd accuse me of point shaving. Deron Payne should have had his second sack of the day. He just went a little too far outside. Hainer slipped. Give me a replay of him getting touched on that slip so I can get my boy Deron Payne another sack.
I was about to say.
Nah, he didn't get touched.
He's been good, though, man. Deron in this one.
There's no way this Jake Hainer kid is 6'1".
He's really not good at quarterback either. But I think we've been I've been impressed with Duran. He's made a couple of splash plays here to start.
This is probably the best Duran Payne game that we have seen so far.
I can agree with that.
The big third down here, 1:05 left to go. Washington up 14-0. We're commercial free during the entire half. JP Flame with the jump. Oh, Mikey almost had his second pick. What are you doing here? They're punting the ball back. You'll have at least, we'll say 53 seconds. Oh, Mikey should have picked that. Oh, he should have had that one.
Yeah. I'm being aggressive trying to score points, man.
How aggressive, though? Because it seems like they've had issues protecting Jaden. Like, are you taking a deep shot to Terry, Diami? Like, how aggressive are you going to be? Are you expecting them maybe to play a little bit more conservative defensively so they don't get blown over the top?
Oh, well, now that this drive is going to start at inside your own 3-yard line.
Maybe a little less aggressive.
Yeah, maybe that changes. Maybe that changes for you, but I think when we've seen Washington in these end-to-half situations, man, they have consistently been the aggressor, kept the foot on the gas, and tried to continue to matriculate the ball down the field. I expect them to run it on first, maybe call a timeout if they get a good chunk of yards here, but I do think they'll keep their foot on the gas. Well, your defense is playing like this. 14 is probably enough to win.
I mean, 14 is enough to win, it feels like at this point. Obviously, insurance would be nice.
Washington's second most 40-point games this year. That's something.
That is something.
It's our team.
I never would have thought. I never would have thought. So this is a first down and 10. That's McNichols in the backfield. And is that McNichols or is that Chris Rod?
I have no clue.
I think that's McNichols in the backfield for Washington. They give it to him. He escapes. Yeah. He picks up yards, gives you a little bit of breathing room.
They're not, though.
They're not. Oh, it's going to make – no, he did call a timeout. He called that timeout late, though.
That was the formula, though. I knew if they got some sort of yards.
Because imagine how upset people would have been if they didn't call a timeout, run one more play, get chunk yardage, then you get 3 seconds left. And people are like, Dan, what are you doing?
Yeah, so we just checked my phone. Looks like Ertz is out with a concussion.
Damn.
I got to confirm that, double check. I thought that's what I saw from Nikki Javala of the Washington Post.
All right,
but that's a huge blow, brother, man.
I mean, that is confirmed. Ertz is out with a concussion, so he's not going to.
Think about who you're now down. You're down Eckler. You're down Noah. You're down Ertz. Those are literally your three leading receivers after Terry.
And that's why you need to run the ball in the second half. Like, if you can't have success running, it's literally Terry versus everybody.
Well, and I like 17 in that
I like 17 in that matchup,
but no, I think it is significant.
Just going to bracket him because they're not going to do it. Like, you got to get Luke, OZ, Diami, you got to get them more involved if that's going to be the case. Now, I'll give it to Terry every single opportunity that I can.
Get up.
Could you imagine if he broke that one? Oh, my God.
He hit the square button on Madden to run after the catch.
Yeet.
But I love what we're seeing here, though. You know Washington thrives in these end-to-half situations. Terry's got 6 catches in the first half, dog. When's the last time we've seen Terry with that type of performance?
I mean, there are days where I'm like, I just need Terry to get 6 catches in a game.
Yeah,
he has 6 in the first half. A throw to Luke McCaffrey nets no gain, so unless they're going to bomb it on this final play, this is going to be the half.
It is half. Good half, though.
As a great half. Washington takes a 14-0 lead into the half. They're going to get the ball back to start the second half. That's the Dan Quinn bit, making sure you get the football back. I would look at these numbers. Jaden is 17 of 19 for 141 yards and 2 touchdowns. That's an insane stat line. Listen to these numbers for Jake Haener. He's 4 of 10 for 49 yards. He's been sacked 3 times with a pick.
Yeah, it's been the hell of a half for Washington. We go commercial free for the entirety of the half. We have our pal JP Flame of the Sports Junkies get ready to join us.
We're getting his set up here.
Hopefully you can hear us over the International Shack in the Pack.
I mean, this place is filled up. We're at Center Pocket Sports in Bowie. This place is filling up right now. Of course, JP is here with us. He's been hanging out for the entirety of the game. It feels like it's been a weird one. The team's up 14-0. There hasn't been a lot of consistency on offense, but hot damn is Jane Daniels making plays.
He's making plays. It seems like it's easy. Let me get my volume up. I agree with you, but we're trying to figure this out.
All right, we're figuring out the JP, the Mike situation here. But it feels like it's been a really odd game with the way that Jaden has been playing, because he's made the plays. It feels like at times he's running for his life, and it's still not making much of a difference for this New Orleans defense. We got JP some microphone, a functioning microphone now.
All right, so
there we go.
My general opinion of the game so far is varsity versus JV.
Yeah.
Right? The rhythm of the game might be weird.
Yeah.
They've benefited from the roughness penalty, and then they converted.
For sure.
Interesting. A couple of touchdowns to Terry McLaurin where he's lined up on the right side. Remember the whole
There we go. I know.
For weeks and weeks, Terry's only on the left side.
He's an all-pro, right? I mean, he has
Absolutely.
11 touchdown. He's going to be an all-pro this year.
Absolutely.
He may finish this weekend leading the NFL in touchdown receptions, so.
He'd have to do a lot of work to catch Jamar Chase.
And you guys know this.
15.
He's at 15, others at 13.
Yeah, he'd have to do a lot of work to catch Jamar Chase.
You guys know this probably better than me. Like, when you look at some of these analytical categories, like contested catches, first downs,
Yeah.
he's at the top of almost
I mean,
all of
there's
these
no
lists.
one better at contested catches than Terry.
He's got the highest EPA per catch since they've started tracking the stat. So,
And I know Jaden has these great numbers. It looks so easy today.
everything is easy
It
for
looks
him right
easy.
now.
I know he's been sacked a few times.
Yeah.
But I actually think the line's done a pretty good job.
They have.
One of the last sacks, he was just backing up. I think he
had
was
to
so
do something,
comfortable.
right.
And he got sacked. Chase caught him on one. But that was a coverage.
I got Chase Young.
Of course, Chase gets a sack against his former
Why
team.
are you such a Chase Young mark?
I am not a Chase Young mark. It is popular opinion, but no, I will say this though. You mentioned how easy it's looked. I think
Not an
this
opinion. I think it's a perception.
perception. It's perception that I'm a Chase mark because I love my DMV guys, JP. That's all it is. But I think when you look at the way the offense has performed in the passing game, I've been surprised. The run game has been non-existent, though, and the Saints are the worst run defense in the NFL. Looking at the numbers here, they're averaging under 4 yards a pop right now on the ground. The leading rusher is B-Rob with 26 yards. It's 3.3 a carry right now. So another local cat, Brian Bresee out of Damascus, doing a really good job on the interior, making life tough for Washington.
Surprising that they haven't had the running success. But again, you're not threatening this game,
No,
are you?
no,
This
not
is
at
the way
all.
that the Dallas game should have gone a couple weeks ago.
Yeah.
And it's finally happening for Washington, where
I mean, at least
you face an inferior opponent. You're not necessarily playing A-plus football, but you're
No, but the penalties, hell no, you're not. Yeah, so.
I mean, this zesty king, Jay Kaner, can't do anything against his defense.
How tall is he?
He's
He
listed.
looks like
We've been debating this all week.
He
Yeah.
listed it at 6'1". He ain't 6'1".
No chance.
If he's 6'1", I'm 6'8". Like, there's no chance he's 6'1". He looks like he's my height. And
You
then
look like you're my height, though, too. So I know you're probably.
I mean, you guys are both like 5'8" and a half, 5'9".
I'm guessing if we looked at his license, I like to list at 5'9", but I'm about 5'8 and a half. What do you list? You list 5'10"?
On my Hinge dating profile, it was 5'11". The doctor said 5'9 3/4". So
Well, there we go.
my fiance says 5'10" because she loves me.
I was about to say.
Better on Hinge?
Yeah, that's how I met her off of
I'm
Hinge.
too old. I'm too old. I wasn't an app guy.
You
I was about
don't
to
want
say.
the apps. The apps. You did it the right way. Although I met.
I'll tell you what, man. I know a couple of guys real close to home that score off these apps. So don't talk down on the apps, gentlemen.
I'm not talking down. I'm saying I missed out.
Well, for sure. Well,
I missed
we
out.
didn't want to give away your age. You are the youngest.
54.
You're the youngest looking of the junkies, though.
I appreciate that. I don't know that that's true, but
Oh, come on,
from
JP.
you. A lot of gray hair, man.
Well, you wear it well.
Hey, you have hair. I don't have hair. So
JP, let me ask you this. Washington's defense has been lights out in this. I want to look ahead for a second. This game is maybe out of reach for New Orleans based on the way their offense is playing. When you look at the final three games, Philadelphia, Atlanta, Dallas, what type of shot do you have? Do you give them next week against Philly? And then when it gets down to the nitty-gritty, are they talented enough to beat any wild card team in the NFC?
I think the Philly game's tough.
Yeah.
We've been watching Philly. Now, if you go back to the Philly game, I thought Washington was competitive against
For
them.
sure.
But Philly appears to be in a different class, right?
Yeah.
If you look at the NFC, a lot of good teams.
For sure.
I think Philly and Detroit are at a tier above the
I
rest of the
agree.
teams. And then Washington's in the mix. You can debate where they are. I know right now they're a 7 seed heading into to today's games. Atlanta, I mean, Kirk is struggling.
Struggling
you would
bad,
expect
too.
to win that game.
Yeah.
The Cowboys, we expect them to win the last time. It's not going to be easy.
Right.
But I always felt like if they went just 2-2 in these Final Four, they should be a playoff team. Get a win today.
Think give them to what, 10
If you
wins?
get to 3-1,
Yeah, get them to 10.
If you get to 3-1 in those Final Four, like lose to Philly, run the table on the rest of them,
Yeah.
including the New Orleans game, you're in great shape.
Yeah, I mean,
You know?
if they win 3 games, they're guaranteed in.
And when I was driving in, I was listening to you guys. You guys were talking about the Packers.
Yeah.
Like there are teams that may slide back
For sure.
as Washington moves up. So there's definitely an opportunity.
Which would be an incredible luxury because at that point, then you're either avoiding Detroit or Philadelphia, whoever's not the 1 seed.
And it's hard to tell today. We'll see maybe against Philadelphia the Marshawn Lattimore effect.
Right.
I agree.
They
yeah.
brought in a great talent who's a shutdown corner that can definitely boost the defense. Today, you're not really being tested. You're going against the New Orleans Saints, they're banged up. I mean, you guys were talking about it. I was driving in. You're talking about MVS as their best threat. I mean, seriously.
Kinda
There's no
shows you
Chris
who they are.
Olave there.
For sure.
There's no Derek Carr. So when you face a team like the Philadelphia Eagles, first of all, they're going to pound the football against
Yeah,
you.
for sure.
And that's been a problem for the Commanders
Yeah.
all season long. Can they stop the run?
Right.
So that's threat number one. And then who knows the dynamics there now going on with A.J. Brown
Very true.
and Jalen Hurts, but they have so many weapons.
For sure. You mentioned the Marshawn Lattimore effect. I think we're kind of starting to see how it's going to go. Felt like when Mikey Sainristil and Juice were the outside corners, Benjamin St. Juice received a lion's share of the targets going his way. They've thrown at Mikey Sainristil a lot today. I expect other teams to do that as well to try and avoid Marshawn Lattimore, and it feels like Sainristil has answered the bell.
Yeah, and then, again, what we don't know is the effect, right?
Right.
If they feel confident in putting him on a top-tier receiver, like let's say when you face the Cowboys and you just say, all right, we're going to put him on CD Lamb.
Let him travel.
Well, now you might have a safety come up and help against the run, which should
Right.
help your defense immensely. So it's a big piece.
It's huge.
And so we're going to see the effect here the last couple of weeks of the season.
We're at Center Pocket Sports Bar in Bowie right now. It's Burning Old Game Day Live. Denton Day, Linnell Willingham, JP Flame on hand.
By
for
the way,
event as
all
well.
the tables are full here
Full.
right now. Everybody is shooting stick.
Yeah.
And
Did you have a nice bridge playing? Like I'll tell you this about my pool or billiards playing. I always felt self-conscious because I was one of these guys, not one of these guys. You know what I'm talking about?
I'm
I didn't
just
have
thinking of the
right.
whole
I didn't
thing.
have the cool bridge.
I had the cool bridge. I just stink. Like I just wasn't good at.
So
actually
you look
hitting it.
good, but you suck.
Look good, but did not play well. So we're hanging out now. We've had a lot of great food. Second half coming up here. Washington's offense has looked good. The Saints' offense is not going to do anything. What are you anticipating? Do they get to 30 points? Washington in the second
Yeah, I
half.
can see them getting
You
to
think
30 points. I mean, they've got 14, and they're not even playing good football.
Right.
They forced one turnover. I think, Linnell, you brought up the rushing stats. I don't have the stats in
Yeah,
front of me.
3.3
but
yards
I think
a
they're
pop.
going to start to pound the football a little
I would
bit
think so, yeah.
successfully. And so, yeah, I think they get to 30
It
points.
feels like if Brian Robinson gets one big run or if Jaden gets one big run, this whole thing is going to be blown completely open in terms of the run game and starting to have that success. So you're not averaging 3 yards, you really bump that average up.
Doesn't it seem like Jaden is running at three-quarter speed most of the time?
It does. He keeps doing that like
He
stop and
picks
start
and
thing.
chooses when he really turns it up and turns it on, for sure.
Yeah.
The way he's doing that stop and start thing. JP, we appreciate it, man.
Yes, sir,
We
my
appreciate
man.
that you're
Yes,
out here. I mean,
indeed.
this is
Good
been
to
a
be
great
with the
event.
young guns.
It's good, the young fellas, as we
It's
call
always
ourselves.
okay, dude. We're all born in 1970 if you want the cheat sheet on the junkies.
I was about to say, like,
That's JP Flame. He's hanging out for the remainder of the game here, Center Pocket Sports.
He's here. Quick shout out to he coached me in soccer. He coached EB in baseball.
holy heck.
And I think he actually coached Cakes in soccer. My guy, George Mercier, Mr. Mercier, was a great coach in Bowie growing up. He's here at Center Pocket, so appreciate him.
Shout out to Bowie
Yeah,
Youth
appreciate
Organization.
him stopping by. If you want to come join us for the second half, you can. Lots of great food. They're going to have the rest of the games on, too. And we talked about this, Linnell, that second window in the NFL. At 4:25, you get the Battle of Pennsylvania with Pittsburgh and Philadelphia, and then you get Buffalo and Detroit. That might be the game of the year.
Potential
in
Super
the
Bowl
NFL.
preview? Who
I mean,
knows?
Super Bowl preview, and then Sunday night, you get the Packers and the Seahawks. That is a game that has implications as far as seeding goes for Washington. As we look at the second half here, we're going to get started in the second half in a matter of moments. I asked JP that question, do they get to 30 points? Your answer. Do we start to see maybe better execution from Washington leading to more points on the scoreboard?
Denton, I'm going to say this, bro. If they can't get the running game going, I don't know if they get to 30 points. Right now, it feels like they're a little too dependent on the drop-back passing game. I'm not sure how set up they are to have that be something that they lean on. We've seen it all year long. For the first 9 weeks when they were, coming out like gangbusters offensively, they're a run-first team. They want to stay ahead of the sticks. Run game to this point, 3.3 yards a pop on what is, as I try to pull the stats up here, 15 rushes for 50 yards with a long run of 9. So haven't had much success there. If they can get that going in the second half, I think a much better shot to be able to score 30 points, as you mentioned.
You've got to have a run in the second half that goes for longer than 9 yards.
I agree.
I know as bad as this Saints team has played, you got to be able to have some sort of success to where you're getting runs of longer than 9 yards. And they got Jaden Daniels doing some warming up on the screen. 12 walk behind him. I'd like to see more Luke McCaffrey.
Yeah, I
for
agree
both
with you.
my pockets, but also for the health of the offense moving forward. If Zach Ertz is going to miss significant time, he's out the rest of the day with a concussion. He had one catch. It was a hell of a catch. He turned the clock back about 6 years on that catch, going up one-handed. But he's out the rest of the game. If you potentially are out Zach Ertz next week, is what you need as much as you can get offensively, help-wise, for Terry. And as great as Terry is, it's unfair to think, hey, we're going to throw it to you 80 times. Please help us win. I'd love to see him get 80 attempts, but it's not going to happen. Guys like Luke have to step up. They got to utilize him a lot more. I don't know what they're so afraid of.
Yeah, he had the one catch toward the end of the half in that 2-minute situation. Got blown up immediately. I look for him in the red zone, though, man. I think he is a guy that
Me too.
is a different physical profile compared to the other wide receivers you got. He's done a tremendous job all year of creating separation, so I want to see him get going. But to me, the biggest thing, and I think they just asked DQ about it, is two things. One, as he just alluded to, clean up the penalties. You can't get in these third and long situations anymore. And then two, not just for this game, but for the momentum going into Philly next week, you got to get the running game going. You can't come out and drop Jaden Daniels back 35-plus times against the Eagles next week. You're just not going to be able to survive that way. This rushing attack's got to get going. I know they're without Tyler Biotish today because of the illness that he was dealing with. Mike Dieter on the interior hadn't been perfect to this point. We got a holding penalty on Sam Cosmi. I mentioned Brian Brissett, a local cat out of Damascus High School, making his presence felt for the Saints. They sacked Jaden Daniels 5 times.
5 sacks.
5 sacks in the first half. It
Yeah.
doesn't feel like it.
It doesn't.
Because it feels like Washington's marched the football up and down the field, but
that's why
that's
it's one
another
of those.
thing.
It's one of those weird games because usually when your quarterback is sacked 5 times and a half, and it's 14-0, you are not the 14.
No.
But because of some of the plays that Jaden has made, and because New Orleans' offense has been very, very rough, and that's putting it politely, you get yourself in a spot where you have 14-0. When we get back, we will see the offense on the field again. Don't go anywhere. It is a Burgundy and Gold Game Day presented by Rude. He's Linnell Willingham. I'm Denton Day. We're back with more on the Team 980.
The Team 980. Ham and Denton Day.
Second half underway. Washington up 14-0 over New Orleans. They start the game, or they start the half with the football. This has been a very impressive drive so far, Linnell. You're seeing Jaden Daniels running the ball, making smart plays. You're seeing screen passes to Brian Robinson for gains of 20 yards. OZ getting a gain of 14 yards. Washington already inside the red zone with 11 minutes to go in quarter number 3. This has been one of the more efficient drives that we have seen from them maybe all season. If New Orleans allows a touchdown, you might as well just throw a running clock up the rest of the way because this game is over.
I was about to say, man, I think the number one way I would describe this drive to this point is just efficiency. Executing at a really high level, not having any negative plays or shooting yourselves in the foot. You mentioned Jaden using his legs, getting him out on the perimeter on some of these designed runs. Credit to the Saints, though, man. I still continue to be impressed with their ability to stop Washington's traditional run game. Brian Robinson still yet to really get going, but you mentioned he had a big-time catch on the screen where Jaden had to throw it around Chase Young. It was a hell of a throw.
It was a hell of a throw. Jaden just had a 10-yard run. That's the team's first double-digit yard run of the game. They give it to Brian Robinson on a 1st and goal to get closer and closer to the goal line. It was one of those plays for Jaden. He dropped back. There was an alley on that left side, and Cam Jordan, as athletic as he is, he's not chasing him.
No, he's not.
He can chase him. He's not catching him. Jaden beats him to the sideline. He picks up 10 and gets Washington into a 1st and goal. As I mentioned, they gave it to Brian Robinson, so he gets 2nd and goal from the 6 here. I see 12.
Uh-oh. Is this it?
Is this, does my pocket finally get deeper because of Luke McCaffrey?
So they set beyond me emotion. My pocket hopefully going to get deep running to B-Rob Tudd.
You need a B-Rob Tudd. One of us is getting rich.
Somebody's getting rich.
Someone getting rich. I thought Brian Robinson might have gotten it on that second effort. It's going to be a 3rd and goal. B-Rob picks up about 4 yards on that 2nd and goal from the 5. This is 2-down territory. Your defense is doing a great job. This is 2-down territory. God, Fox is frying New Orleans.
Yeah, I'm about to say, the graphics that they're throwing up is crazy. 67 yards on this drive. That's more than New Orleans had the first half.
They threw up a graphic at the start of the drive that Jaden has 2 incompletions, New Orleans has 2 first downs.
That's just
a crazy statistic to throw up.
He was almost there.
Cam Jordan is my least favorite player. That was a designed boot
to Luke.
Shoot to Luke.
Yeah.
And Cam Jordan messed it up.
Yeah,
why do bad things happen to good people?
Yeah, Luke's job on that was to chip and get enough of the defensive end so that he can't make that play.
To be fair, that play, there were 3 guys over Luke McCaffrey. That was not going to work at all. I would keep the offense out there, but they're going to trot Greg Joseph out there wearing number 46.
I like them trotting out Greg because he needs to get some attempts.
He hit that one.
He's been good all year. Uh-oh.
So that's 17-0 Washington leading New Orleans. That drive.
Just saw a tweet from J.P. Finley, and he said, Rattler time.
Really? Get the rattlesnakes out.
I was about to say.
Get the rattlesnakes out.
Get the hissing.
The pride.
I don't know if he's actually going in, but JP tweeted Rattler time ? Exclamation point.
I mean, it might be. It's not like Hayner. Like they didn't put Rattler in today because they didn't love what they saw from him when he did get into the game earlier this year. I can't imagine he's worse than this. If he is, I'd love to put him in because at this point they can't do anything.
Yeah, I agree with you. Man, this has been crazy to see, though. Just the way this has gone down for the Saints offensively. Like, I didn't know it would be this bad. I knew they'd struggle without Derek Carr, but, like, this has been an anemic offense to this point, man. I think I can safely and comfortably say that, man. They have been anemic on that side of the ball.
Well, I think one of the main issues is they'd won 3 out of their last 4, but they had beaten teams that stink.
Right.
With the exception of Atlanta, but Atlanta stinks. Record-wise, they're okay. They're in the hunt for this thing, but if you've watched them over the last 5 weeks, their offense has not been great. It's been good, not great.
Yeah.
Defensively, they can't guard us. As in you and me. They
Exactly.
certainly can't guard the Commanders, but they can't guard you and me at this point.
No, I agree with you 100%. I think we're at a spot right now where if you're the Saints, if you don't get anything going on this drive, I already think it's over.
Like you got to put Rattler in at that point.
Yeah,
If
for
you
damn
still
sure.
try hanging around. We'll let you know who is in at quarterback for the Saints when we get back. Don't go anywhere. It's a Burgundy Gold game day with Denton Day and Linnell Willingham on the Team 980.
The team.
Break out the Rattles in New Orleans. Spencer Rattler in the game. They showed an image of Jake Hayner standing next to Derek Carr on the sideline, and Haener looked empty on the inside. I can't blame him. He's had a rough afternoon.
I was about to say, man, 4 completions before his day ends. That's bad.
That's not good. His total day, 4 of 10, 49 yards and a pick. A rating of 16.
Yeah, not very good.
Not very good at all. So now Spencer Rattler is in. Wow. Whoa.
You're kidding.
Wait, hold on just a minute.
Wow.
Marquez Valdez-Scantling couldn't catch passes from Patrick Mahomes last year. Like, literally wide open passes. He makes a Terry McLaurin contested catch over what looks like, was that Noah? It was either Noah I or Mikey.
Over Jeremy Chin.
Jeremy Chin and Quan. I thought Quan was going to pick that. That's a big play for New Orleans. That's actually it was a very big YOLO ball from Spencer Rattler, but it worked.
Yeah, that's
a 39-yard completion.
And now the Saints offense has life.
Oh, they're going to throw a touchdown to Alvin Kamara. He catch that? He did catch that.
Wow.
That's a touchdown to Alvin Kamara on a trick play.
I don't think he got both feet in.
We'll see a replay of that one.
I don't think he got both feet in.
Yeah, they're talking about it. The officials are down by the corner of the end zone.
Yeah, he didn't get both feet in.
There's no chance he got both feet in there. Let's see it. We got one. We got two. He might have got both feet in.
Nope. Yeah, it's out of bounds. One.
Wait, so we're not. That's going to be unique. Are they going to count the foot where he catches the ball? Because he catches the ball with a foot down, and then he takes one more step.
Yeah, I think that first step is before he crosses the end zone. So they're going to get lucky.
Yeah, they're going to call that one a touchdown.
What?
Yeah, it's because he got that. He catches it with one foot, takes the other step. It's effectively like you're dragging a toe. So that's a touchdown. It took a crazy throw over the middle and a trick play.
I know nothing.
For Alvin, someone's going to use that one.
Yeah. Man, okay.
Well, now you get to see Washington be more aggressive on offense. It's 17-7 now. They needed the trick play. That's where I'm sitting at. They needed the trick play. And Spencer, what was the coaching staff thinking for not having Rattler in before?
I don't know what Jake Haener. Is it him? Didn't he go to Fresno?
He went to Fresno.
So
yeah.
Derek Carr is probably like start him.
If Derek Carr is giving advice to the coaches, and that was his advice, he should stop giving advice to the coaches.
I would say that is a good rule of thumb.
They're going to be searching for another quarterback in the draft, is what I'm picking up
here. For sure.
I mean, Rattler is okay, not great. No one is throwing towards Marshawn Lattimore. I don't know if that's like a Marshawn thing or like a Saints offense thing, but no one has thrown to Marshawn Lattimore. I haven't seen him all day. Has he even showed up in the box score? I don't know that he has.
They're not throwing his direction. That's what I was saying when JP joined us. That may be the impact that we feel. A lot more Mikey Sanversville targets coming his way.
Yeah.
Because no one's going to throw at Lattimore.
They're just not. He is literally not in the box score at all.
Yeah.
Every play has been in the opposite direction of where he is. All right. When we get back, we will see the offense again. They just put together a great drive that resulted in only 3 points because of some penalties. We'll see if they can get into the end zone to take their lead back to 17. It's now 17-7 thanks to that Alvin Kamara touchdown reception at the hands of not a quarterback. Cedric Wilson was the guy that threw it. It's a 21-yard touchdown reception. The offense on the field when we get back. It's Burgundy Gold Game Day Live presented by Rude. We're at Center Pocket Sports Bar in Bowie. There's still a little bit of game left. Come hang out. The food has been sensational. Great wings. I had a great chicken sandwich. Linnell had a breakfast sandwich.
It was amazing.
At 2 p.m., which is my favorite time for a breakfast
totally
sandwich.
Fine.
It's the best time. Come hang out with us. Don't go anywhere. It's Burgundy Gold Game Day Live.
Presented by Rude. If it ain't rude, it ain't right.
God bless Jaden Daniels.
Hot damn.
At least somebody can run the football on this team. It's been a rough day for Brian Robinson, but on a 3rd and 14, Jaden takes it for 24 yards. He gets up, he's saying, I am effing him, and he is effing right. This dude is playing his ass off in Louisiana.
Yes, he is. And that's now 65 yards rushing. I know 350 is a long way away still, but you got the point.
Brian Robinson has had zero success. He is just getting swallowed up.
And John Ridgway, man. John Ridgway and Brian Brissy have been whipping ass on the interior.
I like John Ridgway a lot less when he suplexes our team.
Well,
I like it when he does it to the Texans. I don't like it when he does it to the Commanders.
For sure. Damn, though, man. This has been...
I mean, this has been a Terry and Jaden drive.
Yeah, man,
Jaden found Terry for a 25-yard gain. He has 73 yards now. If he goes over 104, he'll go over 1,000 for the season. Jaden has 65 yards rushing. 350 is far away, Linnell, but it's not crazy far away.
No, it's not.
He has 179 yards passing on 19 of 21. He has 65 yards rushing on 10 carries. And there's still a little bit over a quarter to go. Washington leads this one 17-7. It's been Jaden and Terry this drive.
Yeah, it's been your best guys making big-time plays in big-time situations. The thing I continue to love, though, we talked about this in the pregame, every time this young man has been in a situation where it's considered a big game and the stakes are high, he comes out and plays his best football. Week 3 on Monday night against Cincinnati, that Ravens game playing a real team for the first time, and then today, he's been awesome.
He has been absolutely awesome on a 2nd and 14. It's your boy Chase Young sacking him.
That's twice.
That's Chase Young's second
sack. Can I make a statement? Because all week long I had people in my DMs and my mentions talking about Chase Young. Why are you mentioning Chase Young? He's having a hell of a year. Last week was the best game of his season this far. And you see it. Oh, Luke McCaffrey was open for a touchdown.
He's so open.
Yeah.
He's so open. The problem is Brandon Coleman gets beat.
He got bull rushed.
Jaden drops back. It looked like a little too far. He probably needs to step up there. The interior has been a weakness with the absence of Tyler Biotish.
Chase Young making his presence felt, though, is an interesting development.
A 3rd and 19. Does Jaden have any sort of magic in him on this 3rd and 19? He did on 3rd and 14. That's that's Jamison Crowder on a big reception. That's going to bring up a 4th and what? Do you think about going for this one on the 4th? Nah, they're bringing Greg Joseph out. That's a catch.
Yeah, that's a catch.
That's a catch for Jamison Crowder.
But Chase has made some plays, man. I will say that.
Yeah, he entered the game with 3.5 sacks. He has 2 today.
So it was up to 5.5.
It's going to be a 41-yard attempt in the 4th quarter for Greg Joseph as we now hit the final frame.
Oh, he missed it.
Well, how did they snap that with zeros on the clock? They had zeros on the clock for 4 seconds. I mean, hold on. How do the officials not get that right? This is like officiating 101. There were zeros on the clock for 3 seconds. How does that even remotely count?
So
this idiot's saying they count.
So Washington's going to get another crack at it.
They better get another crack at it. Are you nuts?
Greg Joseph, better to be lucky than good, right?
Oh, my Lord, have mercy. I mean, there's zeros on the clock before he even fully sets his feet to kick.
What the hell are the officials doing?
What are they doing?
What are the officials doing that they don't blow this dead?
How does nobody see this?
Why did it even get kicked?
That's officiating malpractice.
Is Jaden putting his helmet on like he was coming out there?
He did just put his helmet on. I mean, the Saints coach is losing his mind saying that counts, buddy. I mean, welcome to the NFL.
Dan Rizzi looks really stupid.
He's calling the officials jokes after that, buddy. Like, do you not know how this works? He thinks this is pro wrestling.
Yeah, clearly, right?
He thinks it's pro wrestling. It happened behind the official's back.
Yeah.
It has to count. Get out of here.
No way. You found a way to integrate.
Every time.
Every time. It does not matter.
Every time. I mean, that's crazy.
I think that this offense, though, we've kind of seen it Someone tweeted at me and said, I don't agree with the tweet. It said, Jaden is having a Sam Howell day. He's holding the football too long. Buddy, did you look at his passer rating and his completion percentage? I will agree, though, there are some moments where he's holding on to it, but that's because he's finding these rush lanes and doing a tremendous job finding the gaps and taking off.
It's also there's no separation outside of Terry McLaurin.
Yeah.
And the interior of the offensive line is getting blown up. If Sam Howell got sacked 7 times in a game, Linnell, and still threw for 2 touchdowns and was winning a game by 10 in the fourth quarter, Sam Howell would still be the quarterback.
Well, yeah, for sure.
The fact that people are still on the Sam Howell train, for the love of God, grow up.
Yeah.
Grow up. The quarterback is number 5. He is the guy. You can go watch the Seattle Seahawks if they blow out the Packers.
I'm about to say go watch Seahawks practice if you got that type of access.
Yeah, if you really want on the Sam Howell train. Unbelievable.
I'm interested though, man, and how this finishes. I want to know what the decision is going to be for Quinn coming out of this timeout at the end of the quarter, because I can make an argument they should go for it, but I don't know if that's the life they want to live.
I mean, the problem is it's 4th and 9, and
okay.
it's a long 9. If it was like 4th and 4, I'm sending the offense back out there and I'm saying handle business.
Yeah.
And I'm trusting Jaden Daniels. But because it's 4th and 9, like that's just too long of a down and distance, I think, to get away with it.
Yeah, I agree with that.
So the score right now is 17-7 as we enter the fourth quarter. Greg Joseph's going to get another attempt. I swear if he misses this one. I know ball don't lie. It would be the worst ball don't lie
ever
for the day. It just would not be good. And it's 41-yarder from Joseph. I don't trust this dude at all.
He's only missed 3 times this year.
Is that right? He must have missed it the worst 3 times if he's without a job.
I think he was kicking for the Giants at a point in time.
He was the replacement when they lost Graham Gano. So if he misses, this is a 41-yard attempt. They swapped sides, so he's getting the do-over, thankfully. And he puts that one up right and through. Rizzi can complain about that, get himself fined at the press conference. It's 20-7.
It's
now.
over.
Oh, it's a joke. It's a joke. Oh, my God. I've never seen this dude before, and I already don't like him.
Well, I didn't like the way he was, like, caressing Jake Haener's neck before he benched him.
That was very odd. That was not a normal way.
That was more like an uncle, dad type of rub, not a coach. A coach is more of a pat on the head.
I don't think my uncle or dad has never caressed my head the way he caressed Jake Haener's head.
Well, I know what that is when you want to talk, hey, son, I'm about to take you out because you suck, but your neck feels amazing. Pause.
You beat me to it. You beat me to it. We're going to see Spencer Rattler again. Obviously, they had success on the last drive. Alvin Kamara scores a touchdown. Not thanks to Rattler. It was a pass from Cedric Wilson for 21 yards on some trickery. But it was a Spencer Rattler huge pass to MVS that got them in position to score. What do they do with Spencer Rattler now in his second drive as quarterback for the Saints?
Well, one thing I noticed immediately when Rattler got into the game is the football comes out of his hand on time. Throw it to a spot, there's clear anticipation.
Much quicker.
And all of that. So it's interesting.
I would assume they're going to put pressure on him. I told you this at the end of the first half. I want to see a big second half from Luvu. It feels like in the games he's played really well, he explodes in the first half. I'd love to see a big second half from Frankie Luvu where he's making those plays at the line of scrimmage, batting down balls, things that we are accustomed to Frankie Luvu doing on a regular basis. So I'd love to see something like that.
Yeah, for sure. I can agree with you on that. I think what Washington's got to be careful of here is not getting beat over the top. Clearly, Rattler a much different quarterback mentality-wise than Jake Haener, not afraid to push the football down the field. We saw the big catch to Marquez Valdez-Scantling, so just beware of that. And really, that should have been a pick.
It should have been a pick.
But, yeah.
I mean, there are two commanders that should have picked that off, and instead it ends in the hands of MVS. The defense going to be on the field when we get back. It's 20-7. Washington leads New Orleans. 14:56 left to go in the ball game. If Washington wins this, they're 9-5 on the year. Don't go anywhere. It's Burgundy Gold Game Day Live with Denton Day and Linnell Willingham. We're presented by Rude on the Team 980, the Odyssey app, and the 106.7 The Fan YouTube page. St. Just.
Yeah.
Hadn't called his name all day. Steps on the field, illegal hands to the face, 5 yards, negates the sack, and now the Saints are driving down the field. Alvin Kamara's walking to the back into the locker room, which is not a great sign for the Saints. But Miller has been playing well. He just picked up 17 yards.
Yeah, the running woes defensively for Washington starting to show themselves here in this fourth quarter. Fourth quarter defensively, they give up the most points, or some of the most points in the NFL, and now penalty may aid.
No way. They're going to call Dante Fowler for roughing the passer. Oh, no way. Oh, that's terrible. I don't like that call at all.
Yeah, that's horrible.
Washington's being penalized out the wazoo today.
That's horrible, man.
I mean, coming off a bye week, that's what, the 7th or 8th penalty of the game?
It's terrible, man. I can't believe it.
Oh, that's brutal.
That's rough, man. Wow. Well, look, there's some adversity right now if you're Washington. You got to overcome it. Rattler comes in. They had the touchdown drive to come out of the half. Now they're driving here again. So
the problem is your defense is the adversity in this one. That's 7 penalties for 59 yards.
Penalties killing this group right now, and it feels like it's keeping New Orleans within striking distance. Oh, what a play by Fowler.
Oh, man, he gets it right back. He takes Kendry Miller down for a loss of like 8. That's a wonderful play.
Yeah, nice inside move from Fowler. He gets inside of the tackle, Trevor Penning. It's over with, baby. That's the one thing. I've had issues with Fowler setting the edge, but when he decides to knife inside, we've seen a couple of different times where he gets these TFLs.
He's great at that. That puts it at 2nd and 16, so it's officially a loss of 6, and it knocks New Orleans out of the red zone. They're at the Washington 23-yard line.
Well, we've seen a lot today, Denton, and I feel like there's a lot more 5-man rushes.
Yes.
And it's had some impact here.
Because they know they can get to Rattler.
Right.
They can get to him. It's a question of, can they bring him down, and can you not get a penalty in the process of getting to him? I still haven't seen anybody throw in the direction of Marshawn Lattimore. 29 snaps. First of all, only 29 snaps. That number seems low, but that's because New Orleans hasn't played all that many snaps on offense.
I think that's the bigger thing
They
here.
played 30. He's been on the field for 29 of them.
Yeah,
I do think the one time he was off was the Benjamin St. Just penalty.
Another bat down.
That's Duran. Hello, Mr. Payne.
Yeah, he's had an interesting day today.
He's had a good day. 4th and 16. Are they going to go for it on 4th and 16? Okay, Vert.
Yeah, that's a really nice job getting his hands up. They teach you that all the time, man. You're not going to be able to get all the way home. Get your hands up. And Payne making a hell of a play on that one.
So they're going to attempt a field goal here. It's going to be a 41-yard attempt from Blake Group.
Who?
Group.
Who?
The penalties kept them in that one.
Yeah.
They're going to split the upright. So you got a 10-point game with 11 minutes to go. If you are the Commanders, you have to put points up here.
Yes.
You got to come away with some sort of points. Obviously, a touchdown would make this a 17-point game with not enough time to make that a realistic comeback for New Orleans. But I'll take 3 if it's necessary. It still makes it a 2-possession game to where you got to score 2 touchdowns.
Yeah, I agree with you. Definitely want to see them continue to matriculate the ball down the field. And, it feels like the rushing offense is still working itself out. I like how committed Cliff has stayed to it despite not having tremendous success from the outset. One of these runs are going to pop.
One of them.
One of them are going to pop, and you're going to get rewarded for your patience. So hopefully it's sooner rather than later.
You know what's interesting? It looks like at least on ESPN, that big they credited Brian Robinson with a 20-yard run. So I don't know what number you had him at in terms of the gambling side.
Yeah, I think I had him at 60.
He currently has 16 carries for 54 yards.
So I think it was a jet
60,
sweep.
That 60 feels like it's way more doable for you.
I hope. I need him to score too. If he scores, that would cash out a little late for me too.
Because the thing, like, it doesn't feel like Washington's rush offense has been sensational, but they have 123 yards on 28 carries. And that's thanks to that 20-yard run for Robinson and also the 24-yarder that Jaden had on that previous drive. So it has boosted the numbers a little bit. But we've always said that in the fourth quarter is when Brian Robinson sucks to tackle.
Yes.
I mean, it might be one of those things where you got to lean on him, but we've seen the issues. They're at the interior. It's Barisi, it's Ridgeway that are getting victories at the point of attack. I don't know if that's a Detmer thing necessarily, but missing Biadasz here is a big blow.
Yeah, for sure. And you mentioned Brian Barisi and Carl Granderson. They've had guys that have been disruptive on the interior. John Ridgeway has made a number of plays in this game, so credit to the Saints front, man. They feel like they've had Washington's number in the run game. Good gosh. The Jets stink. They're losing to the Jaguars, Denton. And Mac Jones is slinging it across the yard.
You going to watch Aaron Rodgers' Enigma documentary?
I can't wait till it comes out.
I can't. It comes out this week.
Really?
I can't wait to watch him do ayahuasca.
I was about to say, yeah.
I've wanted to watch that for my entire life.
For sure.
The amount of times I have talked about ayahuasca over the last year and a half is insane.
More than you bargained for.
I didn't know ayahuasca existed before then. Something worth pointing out, Luke McCaffrey is returning kicks for Washington in the absence of Austin Eckler. I thought they would put J-Mo, but Jamison Crowder's on punt return.
Right.
So McCaffrey, and it looks like it's McCaffrey and Chris Rodriguez back there. McCaffrey's the only one that's returned them today. He's done a decent job. He's had positive returns every single time.
Yeah, I think the burst that he hits it with has been impressive. Not fearless.
He's taking advantage of the opportunities.
He is fearless. And as you say, taking advantage of the opportunity. Can we get him the ball on offense?
Please.
That's what I want to know.
I've been wanting that for 2 months. It'd be fantastic. So Washington gets a 1st and 10 at their own 36-yard line. They start with a screen to B-Rob. He picks up about 8, depending on where they spot him. He's so good.
We've seen it a couple times here, man. B-Rob being an impactful guy in the receiving game. When you get the ball in his hand, man, as you mentioned, the fourth quarter, nobody wants to tackle Brian
Nobody
Robinson.
wants to tackle him.
Watch
he's
the
a
finish
world
on this
beater.
one.
Great block by Jamison Crowder as well.
He just tried to run over a defensive tackle. And Kalon Sanders,
he said, yeet. So that makes it 2nd and 1, so that's officially a 9-yard reception.
Yeah.
Jaden Daniels is 2 yards away from going over 200 yards. If Terry gets 104 on the day, he goes over 1,000 yards for the season. He has 73 on the day so far. On his 2nd and 1, Brian Robinson takes it for a gain of 2. That's a new set of downs for Washington. They went right up the gut, too. That's right behind a no Biadasz center of the offensive line.
I'm about to say, it didn't take them long, or they didn't have much to gain, but they got it, and now they keep the sticks. They keep the sticks moving. That, to me, is what's most important. Keep this drive alive and work some clock.
If you're just joining us, Biadasz is out with an illness, so it's not like an injury that's going to keep him out for a long period. Oh!
Man.
Oh, Terry almost just had his hat
Third
trick.
touchdown.
His 3rd touchdown, it would have put him over 1,000 yards on the season. Oh, my God, he had him.
He was lined up on the right side on that play, too. Man.
That was so there. Jaden knows it, too. He's like, oh, he had him.
He's going to beat himself up for that one. But I credit Washington's offensive line. We were talking about it earlier. Would they have enough pass protection to be able to take deep shots down the field? And that time
he looked
flawless.
good. He looked good that time. I mean, Jaden had all the time in the world to come away with that touchdown. Just couldn't connect with Terry. McNichols on the next play on a 2nd down for about 3.
I think that was C-Rod on that one.
That was C-Rod. All right, a little bit of C-Rod action.
But that's only Jaden's 3rd incompletion.
That's so
nuts. That's nuts.
It's the 4th. There's 9 minutes to go in the game, and it's his 3rd. That's so great. He's 6 of 6 on 3rd down for 53 yards. I like those
balling
numbers.
when it matters the most, man.
I mean, if I can get those numbers all the time, I would take them. This is a big 3rd and 8, though, just based on the way the momentum is swinging and that fact that New Orleans seems to have most of it. And Jaden that's his 8th sack of the day.
Yeah, he grabbed at his calf, too, after that.
Let's look at this one here. I don't love them not having a running back in there to protect. There's just no separation. Like, there's nowhere to go with the football there.
Yeah. Everybody's bracketed.
I mean, there was on the back end, I don't know if it was Crowder. Crowder thought he got held and taken down. It looked like he might have.
8 sacks.
8 sacks. I mean, this is like Burrow against the Titans the year the Bengals went to the Super Bowl. They still won the game, but the sacks are too much to handle.
There's a flag. It looked like Tress got hit.
Is that going to be a roughing or a running into? Damn, Ben Sinnott making a play.
What about linebackers?
We'll check the flag. If that's roughing, it's a first down. If it's running into, it's 5 yards. You'll probably kick this thing over again. But also, if it's that'd still be 4th and 7 if it's 5 yards.
Is that potentially going for it?
I don't know if you're going on 4th and 7. If it was 4th and 5, maybe. Okay, it's neither of those two things.
That's good. Backs New Orleans up.
You got to have somebody make a big time play for the Commanders defense.
Yeah, it's been rough going. It feels like offensively here the past couple of possessions.
They're getting beat up.
They are. The sack numbers are starting to pile up.
It was the offensively, they're just getting to Jaden way too frequently. I mean, 8 sacks for a loss of 37 is nuts.
It ain't good. It ain't good at all. I still think here, up 2 possessions on defense, you got to be wary of the Saints trying to run the football. Keandre Miller got some good runs on that last drive. That's what I'm paying attention to. Try to keep him bottled up because Rattler's the type of guy that's shown you already, okay, if we can run the ball, play action stuff will be there because I'm going to let it rip.
He's going to sling it. I mean, he is a natural gunslinger of the football. If you give him time and give him the opportunity, he's going to find windows. You just have to steal the opportunities.
Exactly.
From him. And maybe start to sack him. If Jane's going to get sacked 8 times, the Commanders have 3 sacks. It should be 4 thanks to some penalties, whatever. Thank you, Benjamin St. Just. You got to sack Rattler. You also can't get penalized. They had a roughing the passer penalty. They had a legal hands to the face penalty. They only came away with 3 points, New Orleans did, but you cannot allow them to march down the field thanks to your poor play with the penalties.
I agree with you 100%. And they've done a good job for the most part in the second half, it feels like, limiting the mistakes. But here defensively, man, I need a big-time defensive lineman to play. Like whether it's a sack, whether it's a TFL. Feels like the last couple of drives, Fowler stood out, made some plays. Payne had the knockdowns. That group's starting to come alive here in the second half. Can they continue it?
We'll see if the answer to that question is yes. It's 20-10. 8 minutes left to go in the ballgame. Washington leads. Their defense going to be on the field when we get back. They've been struggling a little bit. We'll hope they make a big play on the other side. Don't go anywhere. It's a Burning Gold Game Day Live with Denton Day and Linnell Willingham on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980.
It's pouring rain. It's real dark outside. Your heart starts beating really, really fast. You've never done anything so hard in your life. This is boot camp. This is
Ham and Denton Day, presented by Rude. If it ain't rude, it ain't right.
I don't know how to describe what I just saw, Linnell. New Orleans got the right side of another massive penalty with a penalty on Dante Fowler roughing the passer. I didn't think it was a penalty. They called it a penalty. So it's another 15 yards on top of what was a 19-yard completion. On a 1st and 10, Rattler finds Valdez-Scantling for a gain of 25. Jeremy Chin on coverage, chasing behind MVS, and from the other side of the field, Derek Forrest comes in like a missile.
Yeah.
Hits Valdez-Scantling into Jeremy Chin and seemingly knocking Jeremy Chin out in the process. That's one of the most unique, crazy hits that I've ever seen.
A lot of you have been clamoring for Derek Forrest to see the field more. Well, that's one way to see the field more. Knock out your
competition.
Yeah, but no, obviously we hope Jeremy Chin is okay. But, I mean, we've said it since the end of the game. Spencer Rattler's going to get the football out of his hands. On time, on target, and we've seen a couple of explosive plays given up in the pass game by Washington since he's entered the fray. They got to clean this up.
They got to clean this up big time. This team could not hang against
and
Philadelphia.
No pass rush either.
I mean, they're literally, I thought.
Jordan McGee playing.
Jordan McGee almost had a pick.
Jordan McGee and Derek Forrest playing. I like that.
I mean, this would be an ugly game if Spencer Rattler played the entire game.
Yeah, I know.
Defensively, they are benefiting off of the fact that Jake Hayner sucks. Because the fighting Spencer Rattlers have had success moving the ball on every single drive that he's been on the field. He just hasn't been on a lot of drives.
Yeah, and I think you got to really be real about this if you're Washington, man. Your defense in the second half has not looked very good.
Not at all. Louvu almost just had a pick. Oh, Frankie Louvu, there's a reason he plays D-end and linebacker. That hit him right in the hands.
That would have really changed the complexion of this football game if he catches this pick.
He catches that pick. Oh, my God. It was as perfect as it's going to be.
It's easy.
I wish they would throw like that to Marshawn Lattimore.
Yeah, I know, right?
Marshawn Lattimore's taking that one back. He might take that thing to the house.
It's tough, but a good job being in position by Frankie Louvu.
Very good. It's great to see him involved in the action in the second half. That brings up a 3rd and 10 from the Washington 33-yard line for New Orleans. Please no roughing the passers. Please no penalties.
No.
Rattler chucks it deep on what seems like a miscommunication with the wide receiver. That's a 4th and 10. Mikey almost had his second interception.
I was about to say.
He had a chance at it.
The important part about this now, right? New Orleans did just enough to get themselves in field goal range. If they connect here, this is now a one-possession football game. And Washington's offense feels like hadn't been clicking on all cylinders in the second half. We asked the question. They were at 14 coming out of the locker room. Will they get to 30? I said no. But this is now 2 consecutive weeks that we've seen this offense hit the ground running and then have a significant lull in the 3rd or 4th quarter. We saw it against Tennessee in the blowout win.
And this one might be a little worse because you had 2 weeks to prepare for this opponent.
Yeah.
You knew what they were going to be capable of. Now, you can't make up for the fact that you don't have Zach Ertz. You lose Zach Ertz. Biotish is out with an illness, so you're with a backup center. That has definitely played a role in the pass protection, but also the ability to run the football. Those are all legitimate reasons for the lack of offensive production, but you have to be able, if you're a good team, you have to be able to find a way to still make plays outside of everything that I just
win the damn game is where I'm at right now, man. I feel like the DOC right now. Win the damn game. Point blank, period. That is what matters the most. I don't care. I'm not counting style points or nothing like that. If you're a team that wants to be taken seriously as a legitimate playoff contender, you don't lose on the road to New Orleans without Derek Carr. You just don't. So I look for this offense, man. They haven't gotten the running game going. This is a hell of a stat. 7 first downs to 1. Saints to Commanders in the fourth. So
it's brutal.
Offense has got to get it going here.
It's absolutely brutal. You could argue that because of some of the things you just mentioned, because this team is 8-5, and if you fall to 8-6, you then take a lot of the responsibility out of your hands for the playoff or getting to the playoffs. This is one of the most important drives of the season for the Commanders.
I can agree with that.
It's a touchdown game. It's 20-13, and there's under 7 minutes to go. You have to come away with something, even if it is just taking up a lot of the clock. But you got to come away with something that can be productive, put points up on the board, and then seal this thing.
Yeah, my thing is get a couple of first downs. You cannot just give the ball back to New Orleans because right now your defense
is struggling
a little bit. So
they're very much struggling, and your offense needs to step up. This is why you got number 5. You got to step up here. They start with a jet sweep to Diami. It's about 2.
Yeah, they had success earlier on a play like that to Diami, but I like the idea. It feels like your interior rushing game hasn't been there. No Biotish obviously hurts that, but Brian Bercy's playing his ass off as well as John Ridgway. I think the place where you're going to have success here maybe in this fourth is on the perimeter. They've had a couple of good runs to the edge. Jaden's got to the edge, so we'll see if they try to continue to harp on that.
So that brings up a 2nd and 8 for Washington, who leads this 20-13 over New Orleans with 6:30 to play. Got to see something from Jaden. There's an injured player on the field. Oh, my God, it's another Commander. Are you serious?
Is it Diami?
I think Diami's standing next to Terry, but they can't lose any more players.
No, literally.
They have lost, literally everyone. You're going to be going to free agency for a lot of these, and if you're a free agent in November, it's likely because you're not exceptionally good. Good players aren't just sitting around. That's how that works.
And maybe they got to poach off of somebody's practice squad, or I don't know who the injured Commander is. It's killing me right now.
DeMario.
It is Diami Brown.
God almighty. That's another wide receiver down. KJ Osborne can't come quick enough. Odell Beckham might get a phone call.
I'm about to say, do you fans want to call OBJ now? I couldn't believe the lack of support for Odell.
There's a big 2nd and 8 here for Washington.
It is. Washington's
B-Rob.
offense. Yeah. Their offense is slowed down here in the second half.
Very much so. You got B-Rob in the backfield with Jaden. OZ on one side, Terry on the right.
Yeah, they're going back
to tight end set.
That's what I was going to mention. They're going back to the 2 tight end look. Wow!
Oh, no! Oh, no. That one's on Terry, man. That ends the game. That's a touchdown. This is a perfect call against the perfect defense.
Lined up on the right side again.
Lined up on the right side. Oh, Lord have mercy. Oh, my God. If he catches that, he's gone for 6. That's 2 touchdowns left on the field from Scary Terry. Oh, my God.
Come on, Terry, man.
But now you take Terry out on a 3rd and 8.
Well, yeah, he's gassed.
He's gassed because of that. Oh, Lord. They're going to call a timeout. They're going to get
Feels
Terry.
like everything's falling apart.
It does feel like the sky is falling right now on Washington. This is a game that they should be up by at least 20 points. And they're fighting up 7, trying to avoid a 3 and out.
That's tough.
Oh, my God.
But now the pressure is on you, right? 1 possession game. Your offense in the second half here is really slowed down from that frenetic pace that they got off to. This has been rough here.
They're not going to hit 30.
Yeah. No kidding, JP.
Oh,
that's
my
tough,
God.
Man.
That's brutal. Terry should be dancing in the end zone. We should be doing the scary dance. He is back on the field after that timeout on the 3rd down for Washington. Jaden in an empty
good
set
protection
in the backfield. He goes to Ben Sinnott, and Sinnott's going to be short.
Yeah, it looked like Kool-Aid McKinstry went down on that.
It looks like they're going to This is a big decision for Washington.
I'm going for it 100%.
Jaden's pointing, saying, I want to go. You're around midfield on a 4th and 1. You're up 7 points, and the Saints offense has had a ton of success moving the football. I mean,
tough.
this is a gut check kind of play if you're Washington deciding to go for it or not.
Yeah, it's tough. I think the way that your defense is played here in the second half, I would probably be pressed to try and pin them deep. I don't know if I would be rushing to go for it here. I know that's the aggressive move that fans probably want to see, but
they're punting. No, they're going.
4th and 1.
They framed that, made it look like Jaden was running off the field. The offense is on the field on a 4th and 1. This is a massive decision.
If they don't get this, it's gonna be a decision that's second guessed a ton.
It's the lead topic if they don't get this and it goes poorly. You got Terry on the outside, man coverage. The box is loaded.
Wow! He fumbled behind the line of scrimmage. That may be
Jaden somersaulted over the pile.
But he fumbled behind. How does that work?
This is gonna be a big time decision for an officiating group that today has been very incompetent. Linnell.
It was recovered by
Washington, but it gets to the point of he got the first down
and then
the ball fumbled backwards. Was he down? He's down. He's definitely down. That should be a first down.
He's down at the first.
So Jane Daniels fakes it to B-Rob, cuts inside, somersaults over the line of scrimmage. His elbow hits the ground. He is down past the line to gain. This should be a first down for Washington.
Yeah, not even close.
That should be a very easy first down.
Yeah.
They give it a first down to Washington. It's
a big break.
That is a massive break.
And now you're in that situation, 5:25 left. If you were able to run the football, I'd say start bleeding the clock here, but I think that's got to be your mentality anyway.
Running the football. We'll let you know what the offense does. It's 20-13, 5:20 to go in the game. We'll see if they can extend their lead when we get back. It's Burgundy Gold Game Day Live.
You can listen to the Team 980 on your smart speaker. Just say play the Team 980.
I know.
It's that holiday.
Time, Linnell. It's 20-13. Washington leads by 7 with 2:36 left to go. We're at Center Pocket Sports Bar in Bowie. We're a little on edge, more so than I was hoping we would be in the fourth quarter, but Jaden's made some big-time throws. You and I were talking during the break on this drive, Linnell. The way he has taken command of the offense in the huddle has been really impressive on this drive. He's made big throws. He missed Terry again deep down the field, but a big throw to OZ for a gain of 14 yards. Brian Robinson had a big run for 10 yards. He found John Bates on a third down for a first down. Jaden's made some really big throws. New Orleans is now taking their timeouts, which is the right way to do this. It's a 2nd and 13 for Washington with 2:27 left to go. We talked about it because we were on when he did the somersault over the line of scrimmage for the fourth down. They're at the New Orleans 33-yard line. So that is something to keep in mind here in terms of adding to the lead. But I don't want to put any pressure on Greg Joseph. I don't want to see him until he's kicking the point after. I want 6 on this one. I'm greedy.
Yeah, you see Washington's continued to try and spread New Orleans out defensively. It wouldn't surprise me if they go back to the air with this, because that's the type of trust you have in your quarterback. But and they do it. I just think, here we go.
When Diami's back.
Big game-clinching catch, man.
Diami exited the game after that jet sweep on the first play of this drive. We didn't know whether he was coming back in.
It's a huge catch, man.
He comes back in. He makes a leap and grab for a big first down. This is a great throw from Jaden, stepping up into a nice pocket, delivering a dime to Diami, who climbs the ladder to go get it, and Jaden hits you with the Jordan shrug.
He hits you with that because he knows it should have been a damn touchdown. That was a terrible throw by Jaden. But, they called a hold? And it puts them out of field goal range.
Oh, my God. This better be the most egregious holding. I need a replay of this. Nick Allegretti called on a holding that takes away a sensational catch from Diami Brown.
That should have been a touchdown to Diami.
That should have been a touchdown. Washington is racking up the penalty yards. That's unbelievable.
I've been here too many times before over the past 15 years as a fan.
That's their 9th penalty for 84 yards.
I wonder what one of my headlines are today for writing?
Penalties. Now Washington has a 3rd and 23 with 2:17. So not only does it take away the Diami Brown catch, it takes away the running to the 2-minute warning, which is likely what would have happened there, and it knocks you out of legitimate field goal range for a guy in Greg Joseph that you don't really know if you trust at this point. They run a draw to Brian Robinson to maybe get themselves in closer range for a
he
field
got a
goal.
lot of that back.
That's brutal, man.
That was a big run, though. That was a big run from Robinson, getting you closer. I'm be honest here. I don't even know if it's worth kicking a long field goal. I may go and try and pin them back deep in their own territory, because if you miss this long field goal,
they're right at midfield.
You're right at midfield, and your defense hadn't gotten to stop. It feels like.
How much do you trust the guy that you signed to the practice squad 3 days ago?
Not very much.
Not very much.
I would not kick the field goal in this situation if it's anything 50 or and above. I'd even go 47 and above.
It's going to be longer than that. They're about at the 37-yard line, so be a 52-yarder.
Yeah, so let Tressway
54
show you why he's arguably the best kick or the best punter in football. Pin him deep and let your defense, if they're going to give up a game-tying touchdown, let it be 90-plus yards.
Let it be a 90-plus yards. I don't need Dan to pull a Ron.
Hey, I'm about to say easy there, pal.
But I don't need Dan to pull a Ron, go for the storyline. We want to give our new guy confidence. I need you to win the game, partner.
Exactly.
I need you to win the football game. I don't need this Disney Channel storyline going on here.
I hope that they make the decision we're clamoring for. But I'll say this. If they do line up to kick it, you better make it.
He better make it. He better make it, or he can stay on Bourbon Street.
Yeah,
Don't come back here. You haven't even paid his first rent. He hasn't paid prorated rent. He's probably still staying in the hotel.
Exactly.
There's a hotel right by the facility. It's very nice. He's probably still there. Get them to ship your things to your home.
Man, this is big time, though, man. We said it in the pregame. I didn't think – I thought Washington would win, but I didn't think it would be some blowout, just out of our respect for the New Orleans Saints.
We've been here too many times to think a blowout is going to take place. It's a 2-minute warning, 20-13. We'll see what they do on 4th down when we get back. It's Burgundy and Gold Game Day Live with Denton Day and Linnell Willingham.
And Denton Day, presented by Rude. If it ain't rude, it ain't right.
Keep Greg Joseph in New Orleans. Dan Quinn elects to kick a 54-yard field goal. Greg Joseph misses it. And New Orleans down 7 has an opportunity now with 1:22 seconds. They're in Washington territory, Linnell, at the 41-yard line.
Can I ask you a question?
Please do.
What the hell was Dan Quinn thinking? There is no reason, there's no scenario there in which you kick the football. It's a 54-yarder. Your kicker just got picked up off the street last week. Your defense in this fourth quarter has been completely run through, and you let them get a short field to potentially go tie the football game here. You talk about leaving Greg Joseph in New Orleans. You can leave Dan Quinn in New Orleans. For all I care, that's a stupid decision. You cannot give me any justification for that. You mentioned it. You made a joke talking about confidence, and look at what they're doing. Exactly what the hell I said. If they were going to go score a game-tying touchdown, make it 90-plus yards because you've got the best kicker in the world, the best punter in the world. That's a bonehead-ass decision. I can't believe it. I'm even more mad because I got Washington covering 5.5.
That's where this is really.
Well, you see where my frustration really lies at. I mean, this is ridiculous.
I mean, they're now at the 27-yard line. They're moving the ball down the field.
Then we can't stop the run. And I had to listen to you people this week call and tell me and get mad at me because I said, what have you seen through 14 weeks to make you think they can beat Philadelphia? If you can't stop Keandre Miller in the second half in New Orleans, what the hell is Saquon Barkley going to do next week?
How is this even happening right now?
And if New Orleans scores a touchdown, guess what they're doing? Going for 2.
They're going for 2. You bet your ass they're going for 2. I am stunned at what I am watching right now.
It's embarrassing, though.
They just used their final timeout. It's 20-13 with 37 seconds
Can
left.
we talk about how the offense has been blanked in the second half? They haven't scored a touchdown. They haven't gotten into the red zone.
The two best players, Jaden and Terry, not on sync.
Well, yeah, Terry owes me one. Terry owes me one. I swear to God.
Terry should have 150 yards and 3 touchdowns, and he's been dropping them. I mean, this is one of the more brutal collapses.
This is a gotta-have-it situation out of the bye. It's 14 damn days to prepare for this, and your offense goes completely lifeless in the second half.
Completely gone.
Lifeless.
After they put together a great drive to start the half, they just then completely gone, and your defense cannot stop anybody.
I'm scared. I'll be honest.
I'm legitimately scared.
Right
that's why I'm standing up. I can't sit. I don't want to knock the whole table down. We got so much equipment here. I am petrified on what is going to happen because Rattler is delivering strikes. Oh, my.
Hey, don't look at your phones. Please don't look at your phones. Please, I don't want to know.
Somebody needs to make a
Oh, my God, he's better run it.
Somebody needs to make a big-time play.
That wasn't hold. No, that wasn't hold, though. He definitely held him, right?
Hey, this is for the marbles. This is a 4th down and 3.
Oh, my gosh.
This is a 4th down and 3 with 17 seconds left to go. Noah got away with one, but the guy got away with one on a Terry deep shot. He got there early. Oh, my God. I'm, like, sweating right now. I'm like, I can't.
This is incredible.
My legs are weak. This is for it, Linnell. This is for all of it. If Washington, it's a 7-point game. 4th and 3. They might get a delay of game here, so it might be a 4th and 5. Oh, Lord have mercy. I'm way too nervous.
Pressure. No pressure. Where the hell is the pressure?
Wait, hold him. Yes, hold him. Why they stop the clock? Oh, my God, there's one play. Oh, my God.
All because Dan Quinn wanted to kick a 54-yard field goal.
Kicked a 54-yarder with Greg Joseph. I am not well. I am very much unwell.
Do you remember the last time we were in New Orleans and it mattered? And Chris Thompson broke his leg and we lost because D'Angelo Hall was 5 years too late playing safety? Do you remember that?
I do remember that one.
And they drove the ball down the field in this exact instance.
Oh, God.
It's a run. It's a run. I swear. I'd run it. Oh, it's a pass.
It's a pass.
Oh, my God.
Oh, my God. What is happening? How did that just happen? Oh, Dan Quinn's going to get skewered on Monday. Oh, my God. That honeymoon for Dan Quinn's over, bro. I still give Harrison Adam Peters a little bit of the honeymoon, but that honeymoon for Dan Quinn is over. What in God's name is happening? They're going for 2. Oh, my, I can't.
Well, there goes my cover.
I can't.
They're about to blow my parlay because they let them score.
I can't. Blow the parlay. They're about to blow the game.
Are you serious? This really how I'm about to lose my... Bro, last week it was the Falcons. This week it's us.
I'm stunned at what is happening. This is a generational potential collapse right now. How is this happening?
This is ridiculous.
I'd put the phone down.
I'm scared. Yeah,
I'm petrified. Things are not going well right now.
If I'm New Orleans, I'm running the football here.
They can't stop them. They legitimately can't. They haven't been able to stop the run the entire game. Oh, my God in heaven.
Inside zone.
Please, if Frankie Luvu is going to make a play, today, now would be the time. They're throwing it with Rattler. Oh! Yes! Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Oh! The 2-point conversion's no good. Washington wins it 20-19. I don't feel good about it, but thank God. Oh, Dan Quinn saved his ass with that one. He owes, who is that? Is that Noah I on coverage? He owes him a check, a fruit basket or something. Oh, my God. Washington wins. They're 9-5 on the year. Pound the phone lines. Doc Walker, postgame. Up next is Burning Gold Game Day.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specific